The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Morning, Mr. Singleton.
Good morning, Commissioners. This morning's witness is the Honourable Darren Chester. I'll yield momentarily for appearances.
If the Commission pleases, my name is Woods and I appear on behalf of the Honourable Darren Chester.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioners, the witness is already in the witness box. Might he be sworn or affirmed?
The Honourable Darren Chester MP, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So could you give the Commission your full name again?
Darren Jeffrey Chester.
Thank you. I'll ask the operator to bring up the tender bundle list for this segment of evidence. Commissioners, you'll see there on the first page, 11 documents. There's a few more on the subsequent page. And then beyond that, there are a reminder list of previous material that's been tendered and has some relevance to this witness's evidence, although we won't take you to all of it. I tender the documents with numbers.
There's no issues, I gather.
No issues, as we understand it.
Thank you. They'll be accepted and allocated the next consecutive number and list.
I'll ask the operator to bring up Mr. Chester's statement DCH 0001 001 003. Mr. Chester, do you recognise that to be the first page of your statement for the Royal Commission?
Yes, Mr. Singleton.
Is the statement that you supplied subject to a correction we'll come to in a moment, true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is subject to a minor correction, yes.
Yes. I'll ask the operator to scroll down to paragraph 76, which appears on page 11. That's the original page numbering. And Mr. Chester, what's the correction or clarification you'd wish to make to paragraph 76?
I'm sorry, Mr. Singleton, mine hasn't scrolled. I'll check my hard copy.
It's coming.
Okay. Sorry.
It's there now, but you're very welcome as we go along to use the hard copy that you've brought.
So the term "I was aware of the rising number of claims prior to assuming" is incorrect. It really should say soon after assuming the role as Minister. I wasn't aware of the rising number of claims prior to. It was soon after.
Yes, thank you for that. Now, you've been the MP for the division of Gippsland since the 26th of June 2008, have you not?
That's correct.
And you were the Minister for Veterans Affairs and also Minister for Defence Personnel from the 5th of March 2018 to the 2nd of July 2021?
Yes, that's right.
Why are there two separate offices? Why not, for example, a single office of Minister for Defence Personnel and Veterans Affairs?
Well, the arrangements of portfolios are a matter for the Prime Minister. The way it was established during my time was I was Minister for Veterans Affairs, which I guess was almost the primary responsibility. We have your own department of Veterans Affairs to work with. And the Defence Personnel role was an additional role where there was a senior minister, the Minister for Defence would be the senior minister, was in Cabinet at the time, and I was out of Cabinet when I first started in this role. And my specific responsibilities as set out in the charter letter provided by the Prime Minister were to deal with matters related to personnel. So right from the time, I guess, of recruitment, through conditions of service, through to transition and the way we administer those functions as a government. So working closely with the Minister for Defence, but very much a role directed at the personnel side of the equation.
Just one other preliminary question. Your statement is it not, in the form of responses to a set of questions that the Royal Commission posed to you some time ago?
That's correct.
When you, the fact that you held other portfolios notwithstanding, and you did hold other portfolios, you say in your statement that serving as Minister for Veterans Affairs and also for Defence Personnel was the pinnacle of your public career. What were your aims and priorities as Minister in those two portfolios, including aims and priorities that you may have developed while in office?
Well, thank you. I mean, the previous roles I had were the Parliamentary Secretary for Defence. In many ways, that ended up being quite an apprenticeship for the future role. I spent time travelling right throughout Australia, and in fact overseas, and had, I guess, quite a rare opportunity for a civilian, someone who's never served in uniform, but for a civilian to spend time with our men and women of the Defence Force on patrol boats off the coast of Darwin, flying with them in the Air Force, but also visiting them overseas in Afghanistan to see how they operate. And in many ways, Mr. Singleton, that helped me shape the role when I was Veterans Affairs Minister, because I developed, I think, some understanding through experience of some of the stresses and strains. I don't pretend for a second to have experienced everything that a Defence Force serving member would experience, but just seeing the way they train, the way they prepare for deployment, and then the way they deploy, to see some of the risks that are there in terms of just doing that job, carrying rather heavy loads, for example, in the Army, the stresses around preparing aircraft and deploying. And then even though when I was in Afghanistan and Iraq, there was, I wouldn't have thought, much danger to me as a visiting member of Parliament, there is an overlying anxiety that comes from that deployment as well. Nothing like, obviously, the men and women who are actually at the pointy end of doing their job would have experienced. So I guess that's a preamble to the point when I took on the role of Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel some years later. I was very conscious of the need to build recognition within the wider community of the nature of military service and the stresses and strains it places on the members themselves, but also their families. I was conscious of the need to tell also a positive story about how proud, how well trained, how professional our men and women are, and how, as Australians, we can be proud of the service they provide to keep us safe in an often very challenging environment. I was keen, I think even before I took on the role, I was quoted in the media as saying I was concerned about the issue of veteran suicide. That was, at the last time I was in the ministry and I went to the backbench, there was a press conference where I talked about that issue, and I was aware that the issue of veteran suicide was one that was an ongoing challenge for the Department of Veterans Affairs and for the broader community. So I guess, Mr. Singleton, I was very conscious on veterans' wellbeing and support measures, very conscious about the role that families played, and also keen to promote a positive reflection of the men and women that I'd seen in service.
Well, as I've noted down, there are 4 priorities there of the policy kind. The first being to build recognition, and I acknowledge that in your time, if I'm right, the Australian Veterans Recognition, Putting Veterans and Their Families First Act was passed. Noting that, and by all means note it again, to what extent do you feel that objective of building recognition was achieved?
I'm very proud of the work that I did in partnership with Defence and DVA in that area, notwithstanding that I think that is an ongoing challenge for our nation to, for those of us who haven't ever put on the uniform and placed themselves in harm's way, it's a bit hard to really appreciate the nature of that type of service. It's quite unique. I mean, obviously our first responders in police and ambulance and fire services also do place themselves in harm's way, but the unique nature of military service is well recognised. So I believe it's important that Australians continue to understand what that looks like. I think Australians are well across the Anzac story and take a great deal of pride in that. But when I think about modern service, it's important that people look past the uniform and understand that these are all individuals. While the uniform gives us it does give a sense of uniformity, obviously, but these are all men and women who have left their homes and given up some comforts to keep us safe through whatever deployment they might be involved in, whether it's through humanitarian aid and disaster relief, which is quite a common occurrence in recent times, whether it's through peacekeeping missions or whether it's at the very pointy end of the job they do in the warfighting aspect of their role. I just believe that it's an ongoing challenge to provide that recognition. So the legislation, the Veterans Covenant was all directed towards making sure Australians understood that that service, I think, demanded back of us as community members and of government a level of commitment. So that last line in the covenant, for what they have done, this we will do, is a line that I think imposes upon us as members of Parliament, staff in the Department of Veterans Affairs, but also members of the community, that we have certain obligations to respect and recognise that service.
Are there key achievements in respect of veteran and defence personnel suicide that you would wish to mention to the commissioners from your period as Minister?
Well, I think you've touched on the Veterans Recognition Bill, which I think was a part of one of our key achievements in terms of building pride in service and sending a very strong message to our serving men and women and our veteran community and their families that their service wouldn't be forgotten. I think that was important, in many ways symbolic, but also provided in that legislation for the delegates from the Department of Veterans Affairs to take a beneficial approach to claims that were made. That was covered in Section 7 of that legislation, so it was quite significant in that regard. At a very personal level, I drove a reform through the Department of Veterans Affairs around the provision of assistance dogs for veterans experiencing PTSD. And I won't go into the long story of how that came about, but it was not without its challenges in changing a policy position to allow for those dogs that have proven already through this initial stage. I think about 200 dogs have now been provided to veterans, have proven already to provide a great deal of comfort and change the lives of some of our veterans who told me, and some of the most heartwarming messages I've received as a minister came from veterans who received a dog who told me it changed their lives and in some cases they argued had saved their lives. I think the work we did in the processing of claims area, notwithstanding the fact that I'm sure we'll come to the question of the backlog in claims processing, the work we did in terms of provisional access to medical treatment, where a person could lodge a claim and then receive some access to medical treatment even though that claim was still being processed, was a good reform that I think was came through the Department of Veterans Affairs and supported by my office. And if I was going to single out another reform, Mr Singleton, it would be the non-liability healthcare, which was a reform that predated me but came into being during my time as Minister, and that stemmed from this issue of a veteran making a claim, seeking some support with a mental health issue, and in the time that was taken between that claim being made and being processed through the normal channels, there's not. Sorry, I've confused myself there. Sorry, sir. The non-liability healthcare provides free mental health care for veterans and their families for life. The payment I was just referring to is actually called the veteran payment. They're related, but I've confused myself. So non-liability healthcare means free mental health care for life for veterans and their families, and that was intended to encourage people to come forward to reduce the stigma around seeking help for mental health. But the veteran payment was the one that predated my time. It was a decision made by the previous minister that came into being during my time as Minister, and that veteran payment was intended just to make sure that a veteran making a claim was still receiving some income while that claim was being assessed. So it's a bit of a potted history, I guess.
Is there a reason why the veterans payment is available in respect of claims related to mental health issues but not for physical health issues?
As my understanding of the history of the veteran payment, it came about through concerns specifically related to veterans with mental health issues. It led to what is known as the Jesse Bird inquiry, where Mr Bird tragically took his own life with only a handful of dollars in the bank. So that was, I guess, the precursor to that veteran payment. It was focused very much on a veteran presenting with mental health concerns and then not getting an income flow, and while the process of the department was being worked through. I guess the mechanism, Mr Singleton, dealing with the issue of physical ailments is the provisional access to medical treatment, where there's a system in place that a assessment is made of a veteran, maybe in a situation where they don't have an income, where they can get that provisional access to medical treatment even while the validity of the claim is being assessed.
Has it come to your attention that in some cases the origin of mental health issues, including suicidality, is a physical injury leading to discharge, which was unwelcome, leading to a loss of income and so on? Did that come to your attention?
Just clarify for me.
The focus of the question is whether it came to your attention that although suicide might be considered a mental health issue related matter, in many cases the origin of the problem can be traced back to a physical injury, and the physical injury leads through a series of steps to mental health and suicidality issues. Did that analysis come to your attention?
Yes, Mr. Singleton, I understand the question now. What came to my attention over a period of my 3 years in the role in Veterans Affairs and Defence personnel was just how complex the issue of suicidality is, and what are the driving forces to why a person gets to a position where they can't go on, or they feel they can't go on and self-harm or in fact take their own life. Some of those factors are the normal factors that anyone, whether they're a military serving member or not, may experience. Relationship breakdowns, significant financial loss, drug and alcohol addiction or gambling addiction, those type issues. But I was very much aware, Mr. Singleton, that a member of the Defence Force whose career had ended prematurely or precipitously because of an injury, and they had other expectations of their career, I had, I guess as a more anecdotally than actually seeing any evidence, I had an understanding through the conversations I'd had with other veterans that that injury leading to their premature departure was a contributing factor to their mental health situation deteriorating. So I'm certainly not disputing what you've put to me, but I'm suggesting there are a lot of causal factors that can often play into these situations, to the point where it was very rarely in my experience that someone came to me and said there was a single reason why a person was in the situation where they took their own life. There were often a lot of contributing factors, but physical injury, I think, was a contributing factor for some.
Yes, and quite a well-made point. So one could find some of the sound. There we are. A vast number of contributing factors, including unemployment, homelessness, financial strain on the family. Did the government ever give consideration to expanding the availability of the veteran payment to all cases when veterans were awaiting, sometimes for a long time, a decision on their claims, or at least to a wider range of cases?
I can't recollect a conversation directly along those lines, Mr. Singleton. I'm sorry, I can't recollect that.
And I take it you can't recall a written briefing or any formal deliberation either?
What I can say is, in the many conversations that I had with serving members, with the veteran community, with the Secretary of my department, the Secretary of Defence, the issues you're leaning towards around transition and how we do that better were frequent conversations, to the point that it became very evident to me early on in my tenure in the role that transition should be a focal point for reform. A couple of things I would point out there were, at the time when I took on the role, you would achieve, through years of service, additional support when you transitioned. So, for example, if you'd served 15 or 25 years or 20 years, you may well qualify for more support on transition, when in fact the person most likely to need support was probably someone who transitioned precipitously or prematurely after a couple of years of service, and there were less supports in the system at that point. So what I was driving towards, and I think quite successfully in the last probably 12 or 18 months through the Joint Transition Authority and other steps, is a needs-based model around transition, in that we've started the conversation more amongst the serving members that you will transition at some point, whether it's after 2 years, 5 years or 25 years. You need to start preparing for that transition a lot earlier in your military career. And the model needs to be more needs-based in that transition period, that it's not just all about your years of service means you get more support.
Mr Chester, you've mentioned already that suicide was one of your priorities, and you've just given a number of points about the complexity and some of the issues and some of the risk factors and so on. Did you regard it as your duty, and indeed the duty of the entire government, to act with diligence, vigour and expedition to deal with the issue of suicide and the related issues?
I would agree with your description, with, I guess, a small caveat. I actually believe there's a broader role for community in this issue, and not wishing for a second to try and dodge responsibility as a minister or for the department, because I think there are certain obligations which clearly fall upon government to provide. But I was very conscious of the role that the ex-service organisations and community more generally could play in this space of supporting our veterans once they'd moved on from their military career. What I was very keen to achieve, and I had a great deal of support from ex-service organisations and the Secretary of the Department in this regard, was how do we partner or leverage or provide seed funding for the good things that were already happening in the community? Because out in community, and Townsville is a very good example of that, where it's a garrison town, there are a lot of people who have a lived experience in the military, have a very strong interest in making sure the boys and girls are well looked after when they leave, and are very capable of running programs at almost a boutique or niche level in the community that make a real difference. So I do agree with the premise of your question that there is a very defined role for government to act in the way you described. But I do think we sometimes become a little bit Canberra-focused or, government-focused, and think that government can fix everything, when in reality, out in community, there were things that were happening that were exceptionally good that government could support or leverage off. So, and one of those examples was the assistance dogs program. I didn't invent the assistance dogs program. The assistance dogs were already being used by the ex-service organisations. They were fundraising through charitable efforts to get dogs for veterans. And the question was put to me, well, why won't you fund that? And that was an argument that I made within the Department of Veterans Affairs, and eventually was successful in having a government-funded program as well to complement that work.
Accepting that it's really the duty of the nation and the entire community to look after our veterans and to address this issue of suicide, it is the specific duty as the official representative of that community, a civic duty, a moral duty, at times a legal duty of the government to attend as best it can to the issues. You'd agree with that?
Sorry, I hope I wasn't obtuse before. I wasn't trying to dodge that responsibility. I accept that responsibility as the Minister of the Crown and as a representative of the community in that federal parliament, but also as someone who was directly involved on a day-to-day basis with many endeavours through the Department of Veterans Affairs and Defence, the Defence Department, to execute that duty. I accept that responsibility.
And I accept I'm putting the proposition in a fairly broad way, and we'll come to specific detailed issues soon. But a part of that duty to look after veterans and to address suicide includes considering all respectable ideas that might help with the issue. Would you agree with that detail?
Well, I would agree. The term respectable ideas, I think, could be open to some pretty general interpretation, but I didn't have a closed mind to good ideas. I'd have to suggest, Mr. Singleton, I was very keen to get out in the community and see how different things worked. And there were many times that people put to us their own individual programs, either funding through the existing programs that the Department of Veterans Affairs offers, or through direct approaches to me at meetings and events where they'd say, have I got the idea for you? This will really change lives. And we would endeavour to investigate whether there was any evidence base to support that particular approach, or if there was an example on the ground where it was working, if they could point to examples where it was working. I think that was a real opportunity for things like trial programs in different communities. If you could establish a trial and then evaluate it, I think that was something that was desirable. And if I was, going to have my time again or any further time in that role, I would be encouraging more innovation and more trials and more capability within government to be a little bit more flexible in some of the things they're prepared to fund going forward.
And it's the duty of the government not just to consider these ideas, but to make a decision on which ones to pursue.
That's correct.
And even though one should take account of budgetary pressures and other general factors which a responsible government does have to consider, it's the duty of the government and the Minister with your portfolio to secure such resources as can reasonably be found to implement the good ideas that the government decides to adopt.
Well, subject to the conditions you just described, there are competing pressures on the federal budget. It's not an unlimited bucket of funds, as I'm sure you understand. The Minister, in my case, in this portfolio, I made it very clear to veterans that I would be going to government advocating on their behalf for their good ideas, for the programs, for the reforms that they believed would make a difference. Keep in mind, Mr. Singleton, when I first started in the role, I was actually not in cabinet, so there's a fraction more freedom in the sense that I was advocating from the position of the outer ministry to my cabinet colleagues during the expenditure review committee process or during any budgetary considerations. And I perceived my role very much as being the veterans' champion within the ministry to strongly present their views to the best of my ability. I must say I had an incredible amount of support from the secretary of my department and the senior executives in framing good ideas to take forward. But also I sought a lot of feedback from ex-service organisations, of which I'm sure you're aware there's several thousand, but there are a few peak organisations which were particularly active in the space and would contact me or seek input into the budgetary process, and then I would advocate on their behalf. And I would say over that period of time I was in the role and immediately preceding my time in the role, there were some significant successes in terms of additional funding for programs that I think made a real difference. But I don't think there's been a minister in the history of the Commonwealth of Australia who's ever felt they got everything they wanted out of the expenditure review committee process. No.
Now, I want to turn to more specific questions. I'll ask the operator to go to Mr. Chester's statement, DCH 0001 0001 0003 at page 8 of the original numbering. Mr. Chester, I'm going to start asking some questions about the Productivity Commission's report, A Better Way to Support Veterans, which was dated the 27th of June 2019 and made public about a week later. If the operator could just expand paragraph 59, you've probably got it on paper there, Mr. Chester, but you'll see at paragraph 59 that your opinion is that this report from the Productivity Commission was the most significant veterans-related report provided to the government during your term in this portfolio. With that in mind, I'm now going to turn to that report. I'll just ask the operator to bring up one of the volumes. I'll just get the number, which begins ONC. Sorry, operator, I'll get to it in just a moment. We'll come to it in a minute, Mr. Chester. What I want to do is to ask you some questions. I don't have the tender list right here. There it is. So do you recognise that? I thank the operator for finding it unaided. So you recognise that cover pretty well, I'd imagine.
Yes, yes.
I'll ask the operator to go to recommendations. We'll leave it there for a moment, but we will display them, some of the recommendations as we go along. You're aware that recommendation 8.1 called for the harmonisation of the initial liability process between the different acts, just in the broad. Is that,
yes, I'm aware of recommendation 8.1.
Two of the other significant recommendations were 13.1 and 19.1, calling broadly for simplification, merging Durka and Merca. You're familiar with those two terms that we all now know and love.
Yes, I'm familiar with the phrases.
So I might just bring up 8.1 if we can find that. The code page numbering doesn't exist on this document for some reason, so it'll be a little bit more cumbersome today. In any event, 19.1, just to remind you, because they sort of can be considered together, but I'll get your evidence on that. You may disagree in due course, but 19.1, just to remind you, was that Merca and Durka should be ultimately merged into one scheme, but the VEA would continue with sometimes called a tail, because it was quite different in its fundamental nature. So I'll just give you those reminders. But in the context of all the issues you faced as Minister, how significant did you regard the issue of simplifying and harmonising the legislative scheme for veterans' rehabilitation, compensation and other entitlements?
Well, thank you. First of all, I'd refer to the comment I made about it being the most significant report during my time as Minister. The reason I made that comment was it was a very broad and detailed assessment of where we were at. It was a report that was ordered or requested by the government. The government requested the Productivity Commission to do this work. In essence, it informed our thinking within my office and I think within the department that there were some things we were doing that the Productivity Commission gave a very big tick to in terms of indicating that some reforms have been made, you're heading in the right direction, but then highlighted some other areas which we'd identified ourselves previously as being areas of concern. That area of concern you've taken me to, Mr Singleton, around the harmonisation of legislation is one that I think anyone who's had any real exposure to veterans over the last period of time would recognise was a priority issue for our veteran community. That right back to, I think it was 2016, Finance reported to DVA that its system of processing claims wasn't working properly and that a whole range of reforms were required, and we set off on that pathway. Some of the things that DVA, I think, deserves some recognition for and referred to in that 8.1 is around the issue of statement of principles, for example. That was intended as a method of simplifying a claim whereby a veteran who self-evidently, who may have been in the infantry for 20 years, presenting with an ankle or a knee or a shoulder problem.
Mr Chester, I'm sorry to cut you off. The question was really about the significance. The Commission is well aware of the statements of principles. We've heard a lot of evidence about it.
Sorry, my apologies.
Not at all.
So yes,
But
absolutely.
Frank, let me put it bluntly. Yep. This was a very important issue, wasn't it?
Well, it was as I said at the time, I believe it was a very important report, and this was one of the more significant recommendations to come out of the report, and it reinforced the view being put to me from the veteran community that some level of harmonisation and simplification was very desirable, but I would just caution, I'm sure we'll go there there wasn't necessarily complete agreement about how you could achieve that harmonisation. So I concur with you, Mr Singleton, that this was a very important recommendation.
Well, the importance arises in part from the fact that the sheer complexity of the system is found by some veterans to be confusing and overwhelming, leading to stress and detriment to mental health. That came to your attention, didn't it?
Just what I would certainly agree with you is that if you have a person who is experiencing some level of stress and anxiety, and then they get confronted with a bureaucracy of this nature which is confusing, it certainly doesn't help them to have to try and navigate their way through a complex system. So I'm not sure that I can ever draw a direct causal link for you, sir, but I could certainly suggest it would not be helpful if you're already experiencing ill health for whatever reason to then be confronted with something you found too complex. And the fact that we needed a system of advocates to help a veteran make a legitimate claim was something that always concerned me as a minister. I'm sure you're aware that there are advocates who are out there around Australia doing an amazing amount of work processing veterans' claims and helping them to navigate a system which I think there's general agreement is too complex.
Mr Chester, I don't think anyone's quarrelling that suicide is a complex issue. In any given case, there may be usually will be multiple factors, but you would accept, would you not, that for some veterans, the complexity of the system gives rise to stress and mental health issues and sometimes even worse, as one factor in a complex?
Well, Mr Singleton, all I'm saying is I can't point you to a case where I can say a single individual veteran went down a pathway of suicidality as a direct result of the complex system, but I do agree with you entirely that having a system which is so complex and confusing to navigate can add to that anxiety and the stress. I just can't point you to an example of a case study I was aware of where that was a direct causal relationship, but I'm not pretending by any stretch that the system wasn't part of the problem, at least for some of our veterans.
Yeah, and you want to err on the side of caution and try and simplify the system to make sure that it didn't. You wouldn't wait for proof that it was the only cause in any case. You'd err on the side of caution and aim for simplicity, wouldn't you?
I agree entirely with the premise that it is desirable to have a system which is easier for our veterans to navigate, easier for the advocates, if they're required, to make the claims. And as the Productivity Commission inferred, or sorry, not didn't infer, directly said, is more fit for purpose for the next 10, 20, 50 or 100 years. We keep notwithstanding that we will understand we have a system which started after World War I and has been incrementally added to, which is, I guess, got us to the position we're in today, where it is such a difficult system to navigate.
You would accept, would you not, that not only do veterans find the system very complicated and the legislation very difficult to navigate, so do advocates specialising in the area, lawyers, and even DVA processing staff find it difficult. Would you agree with that?
I think there's general agreement, Mr Singleton, that the triact nature of what we're dealing with is too complex, and I would only comment further that there were many steps taken, I think, over the last few years through the initiative of DVA and the ex-service community through consultation with them that have endeavoured to overcome some of those challenges, but I don't disagree for a second that further reform is required in this space.
And one of the reasons for that is that the complexity leads to inordinate delays in having veterans' claims processed and determined.
I agree with your premise that there are...
And the complexity leads also to errors. Sometimes claims are rejected when they shouldn't be, and it has to be fixed up on appeal or by other mechanisms. That's right too, isn't it?
I take you back to your comment about the advocates as well. I think the complexity sometimes leads to claims not being as good as they could be, and then the flow-on effect compounds on itself in the sense that then the delegate trying to process it can also make errors as well. So I think we're in agreement.
No doubt that's sometimes the case. That the
I know. I think we're in agreement, Mr. Singleton, that the errors can occur through the complexity of the system and legitimate claims for veterans, which are then overturned on appeal. I think there's no question that simplifying the process and making it and some level of harmonisation would be a desirable outcome. I don't think I'd get any disagreement amongst the veteran community anywhere in Australia on that point, sir.
And you wouldn't disagree either that the delays themselves and the errors themselves sometimes lead to stress for the veterans concerned.
I'm well aware of cases where that has been the case, yes.
And for some of them, not all, but for some of them, it leads to more significant mental health issues, correct?
Well,
contributes to them. Let me say contributes to them.
Look, I'm not trying to be evasive, sir. I agree with you, contributes. I just can't point to a single case where I'm saying that has been the cause, but I'm not disputing for a second that having a complex system and long delays can then exacerbate a veteran's condition to a point where we're an undesirable outcome for all of us. And I don't think we've got any disagreement on that point, sir.
Well, do you agree with this, that reforming and, in particular, simplifying the legislative system is very important and very urgent?
I agree with your point, and I note the reference to very urgent, and I'm sure we'll get into more detail on that as we continue our discussions. But I just want to, I guess, make the point that steps have been made and will continue to be made over a period of years now to try and help that flow of claims reduce the backlog, as it were, but also to try and simplify through things like statements of principles and other measures, which I think indicated that both myself and the department understood the urgency of the situation you just referred to.
You've already acknowledged the importance of the Productivity Commission's report. The inquiry that underlay it was probably the most thorough inquiry into the issue of legislative complexity that's been ever undertaken. Would you agree with that?
I simply don't have the knowledge of previous inquiries in that detail. It was a very exhaustive inquiry, but I just don't have the knowledge of what may have gone forward decades ago. I'm not aware.
Certainly the report was the most thorough consideration of the issue that was available to you.
Yes, Mr. Single. During my time, there were many reports, many recommendations from a range of other sources which tended to look at specific issues of concern, but this was the broader look and the more exhaustive look. I agree with you, sir.
Did you, after receiving this report, your statement describes that you met regularly with the departmental officials and discussed the issues at length. As a general proposition, did you and the government and the DVA consider the Productivity Commission's recommendations on legislative reform as a package or a group of recommendations, or did you break them up into individual ones, or a bit of a mix of those different modes of analysis?
Specifically, the recommendations relating to legislation, Mr. Singleton?
Yes, I read that they did address some other issues, but in terms of the three that I've already mentioned, and there are others that go with them on legislative reform, they could be seen as a package. Maybe you consider them as a package. Maybe you consider them one at a time, unrelated, or a bit of both. I'm just interested to get an overview, a brief overview of how you tried to consider them.
I get the gist of the question. The report, given its size and nature, was certainly taken as a broader package. There was no question within my office, and I can only assume within DVA, there were subject matter experts looking at specific recommendations, trying to figure out, were they implementable? Were they actually reinforcing what we're already doing? I mean, had time passed them by in some regards? But in terms of the harmonisation of the legislation, I regarded that as a broader principle that was I guess, a package that was worthy of pursuing, and I believed that it was something that would require an enormous amount of work. I mean, as the recommendations were put to the government, they were, I think, effective at highlighting the problem, the complexity and the need for harmonisation, but not at a level of detail that you could then walk into an expenditure review committee and convince the Treasurer and the Minister for Finance that this was a package ready to roll that we should implement, almost immediately. They weren't at that level of detail that I could have pursued in the manner I've just described.
A lot of work had to be done even to decide which recommendations to accept and how to implement them, if accepted. That's the bottom line. A lot of work was required. Is that right?
Well, that's correct. It was a significant body of work, and the report was taken very seriously by government.
All right, we'll come back to that work, and there'll be no glossing over it. But I just want to, I'll ask the operator to bring your statement back on screen at page 6, and we can expand, I think, paragraphs 37 to 42. Mr. Chester, by all means, have a look at your paper version of page 6. What you'll see there, paragraph 37, for example, again at 39, again at 41, you tell us that you've read Ms Cosson's statement to the Royal Commission and you agree with particular paragraphs that you specify. And then you also indicate at various points in your statement that you have requested access to various records in order to give more complete answers. Just a few questions about that. Firstly, you were advised, were you not, on or about 26th of April that the Royal Commission wanted you to come and testify here in Townsville?
I have no recollection of the exact date, but I have no dispute with that.
And on the 4th of May, a draft set of questions was sent to you to enable you to comment on whether they needed to be reformed, corrected, and so on. That's correct?
Again, I don't have the specific dates, but I have no dispute with what you're saying.
And at that time, will you accept at least that the Royal Commission proposed that you would provide your answers by the 6th of June?
I'm not disputing. I just don't remember the exact dates that were.
And you won't dispute, will you, that ultimately an extension for the final statement was given to the 10th of June?
That is consistent with my memory, and just, if it helps the Commission, there were some issues in relation to, one, my desire to secure legal representation. I wasn't sure, first of all, what the actual rules were in relation to that, so I sought some advice from the Attorney General's Department, and this is during the caretaker mode leading up to the federal election, and I had every intention of complying with the request of the Commission, but I would just contend I had other pressures at the same time around the election campaign, and also establishing what my eligibility was to actually have some legal representation as well. So that was being clarified during that period.
And it wasn't until, I won't expect you to remember the precise date, but it wasn't until about a week into the month of June that you actually requested access to documents. Is that about right?
That sounds accurate.
If and when you get, I mean, quite a few documents have been provided by the Royal Commission to you in response to your request, just about everything you asked for, is that right?
I'm happy with the documents that have been provided to me. I'm not sure if it's exactly every document. There was some that we asked for in the initial stage. We realised at another point other documents had superseded them, so they weren't required. So I wouldn't be my evidence that everything we asked for has been provided, but I'm not unhappy with what's been provided to me.
If you were to continue to review them, find other points about which you can give more information, or if you get access to other documents along the way, are you willing to volunteer a further statement to fill out your answers.
I can assure you that I will do anything I possibly can to assist the Commission in what I regard as a very noble pursuit in terms of dealing with this issue of suicidality in veterans and defence personnel. If I come across any information that I think can assist the Commission in that regard, I will be forthcoming with that information.
Thank you. I'll ask the operator to scroll down to paragraph 44 of your statement. By all means, refresh your memory as that's done, Mr. Chester, as I will. That first sentence, is it fair to understand that first sentence as a summary of a generic process that might have been applied to recommendations made by various inquiries, or was it a specific one exclusively for the Productivity Commission?
No, I think that's that's just a general reflection that if a government makes the decision to accept a particular recommendation in a given report, then the responsible agency will, I guess, work through the intent of that recommendation. So it wouldn't, well, I guess the point I'll be making is it's not the Minister's office that necessarily is out there implementing a recommendation. It'd be more likely to be a department or agency that does that work.
And I appreciate this is a very brief mention of the process and not a full description, but is this the process that was also applied to the Productivity Commission recommendations?
Well,
or was there a different process?
No, it's a very short summary of what was a long and sometimes arduous journey, where I would have conversations, many conversations with representatives of ex-service organisations. I would, I guess, ground truth their views on different recommendations with the secretary of my department and her senior staff. I'd have further conversations with my ministerial staff, whom I regard as, somewhat subject matter experts. They weren't political staff; they were people who'd worked in defence or worked in DVA. And then the consideration of the merit of an individual recommendation would be taken forward. So there was a fair bit of back and forth. It was quite fluid in the sense that there wasn't a single meeting on a single day where we went through the whole Productivity Commission and came up with recommendations, yes or no. It was a long and ongoing process, and I'm not sure I can describe it in a more succinct way. I'm sorry. It was a fluid process.
I don't think anyone could describe it more succinctly, and that's not by any means critical. But can I suggest to you that sometimes there will be a step that's taken in between the two that you've got here. So the first step here is a decision to accept the recommendation, and the second one is to implement the intent. Is it not the case that sometimes in between those two steps, there might be a decision to make an in-principle decision and then do more development work and then make a final decision?
I think that's a fair description. There may well be a view that while we would, and I think the harmonisation is a good example, while there's a view that in principle we should be achieving harmonisation and simplifying the legislation, how you then achieve that is another more complex step, and I guess that's a fair description you've just made.
Yeah. And another possibility, and I realise it's complex, there are many possibilities. One possibility is that it stops at the first step. In other words, the decision doesn't have to be to accept a recommendation. There might be a decision to reject a recommendation, and that'll be the end of the process.
Well,
Could be the end of the process for a hypothetical. I'm not talking about any particular one. I'm just trying to understand the process.
No, absolutely. I think I may have referenced earlier, there were many reports over the last decade or so to DVA and about 600 recommendations. Some of those recommendations, government would have made a decision at that time, or even during my time, that the recommendation wouldn't be proceeded with. On other occasions, they'd make the decision to proceed with it and implement immediately, as described. And as you inferred, there would be other occasions where you could agree in principle and then start the longer process of implementation. So I accept the point you're making.
Now, as it happens, in respect of the three recommendations we've already specifically mentioned, 8.1, 13.1 and 19.1, no decision to reject them was ever made. That's correct, isn't it?
I think that's a fair description, yes.
Could I just briefly focus on the second step, that the department or agency would implement the intent of the recommendation? The Royal Commission has heard this language several times in the many months we've been working. That is that other witnesses and documents submitted to the inquiry have particularly told us not that a recommendation was implemented, but that the intent of the recommendation was implemented. And it's come up so often that I ask you this: was there, in your experience, a practice or a policy of the former government or of the departmental advisors you had to consider recommendations to do things as actually merely recommendations to do what someone in the government decided was the underlying intent?
No, I wouldn't agree with that description. I think it would depend entirely, and you'd have to. I'd have to see an example of recommendation that you're ascribing that approach to. I could think of times when a report has come to me with a recommendation that we absolutely agreed entirely with that recommendation and proceeded to implement it, and there would be other occasions where you may not agree with every aspect of a recommendation. I mean, the PC report was one of many reports. It's a very significant report. I absolutely agree with that. But there was nothing in the PC report that would say to me that everything about that report was perfect in terms of the recommendations it made. But I think it was a very good report, and I think there were a lot of important recommendations made in it. But I guess I'm not quite following your point.
Let me tell you where I'm coming from.
Okay.
This phrase of we implemented the intent of the recommendation, even though the recommendation wasn't implemented, has come up quite often. And it struck me that you've used the same phrase. You don't say here that the process was to require the agency to implement the recommendation, only to implement the intent. Were you consciously making that distinction? Is that the process, to only go for the intent and not to go for the actual recommendation? Or is it, I'm not, or am I just being pedantic and you didn't intend it? Possibly both.
I don't want to apply. I don't wish to apply labels to our Mr. Singleton. That was not a deliberate strategy on my behalf to use that phrase.
All right,
I'll assist.
Yeah.
In using that phrase, I wasn't trying to find some wriggle room for myself. It was just a statement that relates to when the recommendation is supported.
Yes, let me say, I wasn't thinking you were looking for wriggle room. I was wondering whether you were actually being very accurate. But let me move on. I'll ask the operator to bring up the interim government response to the PC report, if I could use that phrase as your statement does. It's PCO 0000001 1019. For those who are interested, it's Exhibit 07-01.06. Mr. Chester, while that's coming up, you may recall this document in the Broad.
Oh, yes.
Putting aside the detail of who might have actually written this document, and by all means wait for it to come up if you need the... I may have made it.
If it assists, that's the second.
Yes, that is. And I actually, could I ask the operator to bring up the number I called out, which was the same beginning, but the last four digits are 1019. Well, it'll be green. There it is. No doubt you recognise that, but could I, just for the formality, I'll ask the operator to go to pages .0022, and then we'll scroll down and just have a look at 0023, And what I'm hoping and expecting will come up, Mr Chester, is your foreword signed by you. Putting aside the detail, I take it the department assisted you in the preparation of this and perhaps did some of, I mean no disrespect to you or them, probably did quite a lot of the work in putting this document together. Is that right?
I'm just familiarising myself with the text, sorry, Mr Singleton. I agree with your point that the broader document was certainly relied on input from the department, very significant input, so that's no question, that is a normal drafting process. In terms of the forward, I can see some phrases that would reflect that I had some significant input as well, in terms of type of language used, which was not unusual, that the department would draft a statement, whether it be a media release or a more significant report, and it would be given to me to then approve my forward or publicly made comments.
But putting aside the practical details, and I accept what you've just told us and the distinction between the bit you signed and the rest, but you accept, do you not, that you were as a matter of formality, you were the officer of the government who took responsibility for this document and its content?
Yes, I accept that.
Now I'll go to the other one, and we'll get to the formalities of it. It's PCO quadruple 00001 1030. You saw it a moment ago, Mr Chester, and you immediately recognised that it wasn't what I was expecting. That was the updated government response, and we'll see it in a moment. And no disrespect is intended, but it was not as neatly presented as the first one with the green cover. And it wasn't signed by you. And it didn't have a foreword. But could I put this proposition to you? You were the responsible officer of the government for this document as well, in the same sense that I just mentioned.
Well, if it assists, the preliminary or the initial document you showed me was released around the time of my EFO the previous year, so it was an interim response which indicated some budget measures that were taken as part of my EFO, and this was the updated response as part of the 2021 budget. And so yes, it's not as how should we say it?
It's not as glossy.
Not as glossily presented.
And that doesn't matter at all.
No, but sorry, your question was, is it my responsibility? Yes, it is.
Yeah, and to be absolutely clear, the document's your responsibility. The Cabinet and the Parliament decided what to appropriate and made other significant decisions that you then report in this document for which you take responsibility.
Well, I think you make a very important point that this reflects the $386 million in addressing 35 of the 69 recommendation reflects decisions of government, which have obviously gone through the budget process, the ERC process. So I know I can't go into detail about budget or cabinet discussions, but this updated report reflects what was agreed to through that process and the outcomes of that process of how the government was intending to respond as part of the 2020-21 budget measures. Right. But you're right in describing it as a product of a lengthier process than perhaps it looks like on that piece of paper.
All right, I'll need to speed up a little bit, so bear with me. I'll get the operator to go back to your statement as we go along. In paragraph 49 of your statement, you tell us that the government is yet to release a final response. Was there ever a target date or an intention about when the former government would release a final response to the Productivity Commission report?
You're testing my memory. My time in the office ended unexpectedly. That's a polite way of describing it. Last year, so I don't recall a final date being set for that. No, I can't assist. Sorry.
That's all right. In respect of the deliberations that you and your advisors undertook in considering the recommendations of the Productivity Commission, you, as I think I've mentioned, say in your statement that you don't have specific dates and other specific details, but that in broad you received had many meetings to discuss the issues with your officers. And did you also receive written briefings? I'm not going to ask how many or when, but did you receive written material as well?
Sorry, Mr Singleton, just for clarification, we're talking about in terms of the
Whether-
handling of the Productivity Commission report
Yes, and
recommendations.
how to respond to it, what to accept, what to reject, and so on.
From my recollection, the way we dealt with the Productivity Commission report was over an extended period of time, as I've described. There certainly would have been briefing papers provided to me on the content of the PC report.
I'm not asking for the detail. I just want to skip through some.
Oh, sorry, okay.
So basically, you did get written as well as oral briefings. That's what I'm asking.
Sorry, sir. I would have received written and oral briefings, and certainly I would have received feedback directly to me from interested parties outside of government, so ex-service organisation, that type of thing.
After all that, or taking all that into account, were you satisfied that you had received from the department all of the advice that you wanted to receive on the question of accepting or rejecting these recommendations?
I can't think of anything else I would have required from the department in terms of how we managed our response to the PC report. So I'm agreeing that I did receive the information I asked for.
Did you ever identify a reason or a combination of reasons that, in your opinion, warranted a decision to reject recommendation 8.1?
Not to the best of my recollection. I can't think of anything that would have caused that action.
Similarly, and it may be a bit repetitive and I apologise, but did you ever identify reasons not to give any necessary funding to implement it?
So could it assist? Could I actually see 8.1 again? I think I'm pretty familiar with it, but if I've got a copy of 8.1 they could show me again, sorry.
You'd like to look at the recommendation?
Sorry, yes.
On the screen, certainly. I'll ask the operator to go back to the ONC document, which is the overview and recommendations volume of the Productivity Commission report that we saw somewhat earlier, and to scroll down to 8.1. But it seems, I'd suggest, Mr Chester, if you didn't find any reason not to accept, if you didn't find any reason to reject it, you wouldn't find a reason to accept it but not fund it.
Well, I'm not trying to be evasive. I was just trying to remind myself exactly of the wording of 8.1.
And you're perfectly entitled to that.
The issue of, I guess, sorry.
Here we are.
So what I would say there, Mr Singleton, is I agree absolutely in principle that MERCA would be the enduring act going forward in an ideal world, and I think that's where we should be working towards. And harmonising this initial liability process across the three acts is something that I certainly supported, and the roadmap to legislative reform, which was reflected in other evidence and by I think by the Secretary, I think is a right way forward. I can't say to you now unequivocally that I would agree to fund it until such time as I could see, well, it's not a decision of myself anyway, but I couldn't say that I'd agree to fund it until such time as you saw the costs involved and where the definable benefits would flow. So this is what I guess refers to my earlier evidence that you...
Mr Chester, my question was a bit different.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't put it in the positive. I didn't ask you whether you had made a decision to accept the recommendation. I asked whether you had found a reason to reject it, and you hadn't. And I
That's
asked you,
correct.
And I asked you whether you'd found a reason not to fund it. And I suggest to you the answer is you didn't find a reason not to fund it.
My apologies. I guess I was moving down the process of where this would end up in a budgetary consideration. I did not find a reason not to fund it, but I didn't have enough information on that recommendation to be unequivocal in that view.
So you said that you had all the advice you wanted, or you couldn't think of any advice that you needed but didn't have. But now you say that you didn't have all the information you needed. Could you just draw out that distinction for us? How do we understand those two bits of evidence?
Well, absolutely. I see where you're going now, Ms. Singleton, and I understand the point. That recommendation as it stands is something that I think was, in principle, a good approach and could agree to. What I was suggesting, I guess, in my earlier comments is that as it stood like that, I wouldn't be able to take it to an ERC process and get Treasury and Finance to agree to that. What I needed to do, and what we were endeavouring to do, was to flesh out more broadly with the veteran community what they would support, because it's been a community that I'm sure you're aware has been divided on issues at different times. And while I believe the in principle support for harmonisation certainly existed, there were still reservations when I spoke to ex-service organisations about what it might mean for individuals who may well be worse off. And the last thing I wanted to do as minister is be responsible for inadvertently taking benefits away from veterans who I thought were worthy of receiving that support. So I wasn't in a position to recommend funding without further work in that regard.
Would this be a fair summary? You formed the view that in principle this was a good recommendation that should be pursued, but before it could get to Cabinet or the ERC or other decision makers, more work was needed. For example, costings had to be developed, a more detailed legislative model had to be written up, consultation with stakeholders had to occur, and a number of more detailed policy decisions would have to be made. Is that? I'm not being exhaustive, but those.
No, I think you're being fair in describing the next steps, and that was, I guess, the intention of the government's view around the legislative reform roadmap. That the PC indicated you need to work to this by 2025, and I think that was the logic, if you like, behind the government's view that legislative reform roadmap was worth pursuing, not because they were unequivocal in support of the recommendation, but as you described, there was no reason not to support it. And I again, I would indicate the consultation process in the veteran space is a very important one, because it is a very diverse community. I mean, without wishing to labour the point, we have veterans now receiving benefits through the Department of Veterans Affairs who may be aged as young as 20 and others aged over 100. So they're quite a diverse community.
I will come to something. There are real difficulties for a government in dealing with this issue and these recommendations, to which I'll come. Could I just tick off a couple of other quick points before we go to some of that greater detail? You've indicated that you never came up with reasons to reject this recommendation. Does the same apply to the other two we've looked at, 19.1 to end up with a two-scheme model, and 13.1 to roll Mercer and Durka together? Again, you're entitled to look at them, but
No, I'm familiar with the general thrust of the recommendations you referred to, and I agree with what you've just put to me.
Now, the fact that there was so much work to be done and difficult issues to tackle and consultations to be undertaken and all the rest, was it not all the more reason to begin work as early as possible? Would you agree with that? It's not a reason for delay, but a reason for expedition.
Well, what I would put to you is work was ongoing from the moment the PC report came out in terms of that consultation phase, the preliminary consultation phase. So I'd put it to you that that was a normal course of business through my liaison and consultation with ex-service organisations and the Secretary through her work through the ESORT processes. There was a great deal of conversation underway
Mr.
at that
Chester,
time.
sorry, I think you're agreeing with me.
Oh, sorry, I'm agreeing with you, yes.
You are.
But I was just indicating that there was work underway at that point.
Yes. 3 years to the week today, not 3 years to today, but this week is 3 years since the Productivity Commission delivered its report to the government, 27 June 2019. In those 3 years, these three recommendations still have not received a decision at all from the Australian government, have they?
I would point to, I would point to changes that have been made which were consistent with the need to harmonise the claims processing system as indication that some changes have been made. But I guess I would accept your broader commentary that the big transformation in terms of harmonisation hasn't occurred. So
I'm not even talking about implementation.
No, I'm suggesting that there have been changes made to the claims processing which
Yes,
are designed
but
to
The
simplify.
question was whether there was a decision from the Australian government. Can you address that?
So would you mind restating the question?
Yeah. I'll put it very bluntly. We've received written evidence from the Department of Veterans Affairs that no decision, as of earlier this year, has been made by the Australian government on these three recommendations. Not a decision in principle, not any decision has been made. You accept that to the best of your knowledge, and I accept you're no longer the minister, but to the best of your knowledge, that's still the case, isn't it?
I'm not quite sure when we refer to no decision. I think the decision.
No decision on whether to accept or reject the recommendation,
Well, I think
in
that-
principle or in detail.
Well, I think that is largely fair in the way you've described it, but there is also, I think, the indication that government wishes to pursue that harmonisation through the legislative reform roadmap is a decision itself, but not to the extent to which it describes a yes or no decision. So I hope I'm not trying to sound like I'm hedging my bets, but I do believe there has been some decision in that regard that government is seeking to pursue through the normal process, through DVA, through consultation and what have you, what is actually achievable in that harmonisation space and what will get support from the ex-service community, from the opposition, from the budgetary processes. So I believe that there is still some decisions to be made, you're right, but I don't think it's entirely accurate to suggest that no decision has been made.
Perhaps I'll ask your statement to come up at page 8 and paragraph 56. And this is where the roadmap to which you've just referred is mentioned. Here you say that the government asked the DVA to develop a legislation reform roadmap, and it was announced in the updated response, as indeed it was. What did you understand a legislation reform roadmap to be?
My understanding of what we're seeking from DVA in that regard was, as I've sort of described loosely already, that the Secretary of the Department and senior staff would engage very closely with the veteran community and try to reach some agreement on the best pathway forward.
I'm just asking about the actual nature of the document. So it might well say, let's consult with the veteran community. It might say, do this, it may say, but for example, is the roadmap a plan, basically?
By definition, I would have expected at some point a plan would come forward to describe how you would achieve the intent of those recommendations to harmonise. I would have thought that would be it would be a tangible document if that's what you're suggesting to me.
Was it a plan to get a decision in principle on whether or not to accept the recommendation, or perhaps a plan to do the work needed to get a decision, or perhaps a plan to implement new legislation if approved, or some other kind of plan, or all of those things?
Well, I accept that the phrase, as you've described, it is quite broad. My expectation from that statement is that if I was Minister ongoing, and which clearly I'm not, but if I was Minister ongoing, my secretary would come back to me with timeframes, details as to what consultation had occurred and what would be in and what would be out, and some indication on what the costs would be, and then also what the anticipated benefits would be. So it would be a detailed brief to the Minister of the day. So that's what I think the end result would be. How the Secretary and the Department would achieve that for me would be over a period of time drawing in the leaders in the ex-service community, but also getting advice on how the legislation could be framed to achieve the harmonisation referred to. So I hope I'm kind of getting to where you're asking me.
Well, let's just look at the first element. You mentioned a time frame. Would an early, if not the first step in the time frame, be to make a decision in principle on whether or not to accept the recommendation? Or would that come later?
I would have said largely, Mr Singleton, the fact that you've asked DVA to develop that legislative reform roadmap is an indication that you are interested very much in the issue. Now, I'm not sure if government has made that in principle decision. I agree with you.
Yes.
But I think it's an indication that you're not going to... I wouldn't, as Minister, for example, have been asking my secretary to go off and do work like this unless I was keen to see it progress to the next stage. So
Yes, but that's the question. What's the next stage? Was the next stage, in effect, to have enough information to make an in-principle decision?
Sorry, I understand now. I see where you are. I agree that the next stage would be something coming back to government to say this is actually possible, even though we're dealing with a system that's 100 years old, that's been incrementally added to over a long period of time. This is actually possible, and through our consultation with the ex-service community, we believe this is the way to go forward with this recommendation, and I would expect that would be in the next stage.
In-principle decision would be the next stage. Or an early one. I don't want to pin you down unfairly. An early stage.
Well, I think you would need... all I'd be suggesting, Mr Singleton, was that the PC recommendation as it stands, while I could personally agree in principle to it, and I could see a lot of merit in what was there was not enough detail in that to then commit government to a particular course of action without more information. And the legislation reform roadmap, as a phrase, I think aptly describes the need for additional detail and some fleshing out around the bones of how you'd actually make this work. Because one of the things I was very conscious of doing in my time in the role was making sure we banked the good things, the things that worked. You banked them and you had those there to deliver benefits for veterans for a long time in the future, and you didn't do anything to take away from the good things you've already done. So there was a concern, I guess, that you could inadvertently cause yourself
a little bit away. We're just drifting a little bit away from the question.
You didn't want to inadvertently cause yourself more issues, is all I'm suggesting.
Who actually made the decision to ask the DVA to develop the roadmap? Was it you, or was it a cabinet decision, or somebody else?
I really can't recollect whether it was an individual or a group decision. I mean, I actually can't recollect whether it was an individual decision.
In broad, we could say it was the Australian government.
Certainly it was an Australian government decision, but I can't recollect. Well, it's a decision of government. So I guess at the end of the day, it is the collective of the government. I'm not sure who termed the phrase legislation reform roadmap or how that came about, but it was a decision of the government of the day.
Was a deadline set for completion of the roadmap?
From memory, the PC report referred to 2025, and I think that was the broader goal in mind, if that makes any sense. So I don't think there's a specific deadline on top of the PC report's reference to 2025.
The deadline wouldn't be, the deadline for your first basic plan wouldn't be 2025 because that's when the whole scheme was recommended to be in place. But there was no deadline specifically.
No, sorry, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just suggesting that the headline date of 2025, I think was the intent in terms of what the roadmap would work towards. I'm not aware of any interim dates, as it were.
Why wasn't this basic and fairly preliminary document, the roadmap, requisitioned in 2019?
I don't know.
Why not in 2020?
No, I don't know.
When the DVA was asked for the roadmap, did it advise you of any limitations on its ability or resources to prepare it?
Not that I'm aware of.
What check, if any, or inquiry did you make to ensure that they could undertake the task in a timely way?
I can't recall any specific request from me or my office in relation to that, but all I would couch it in the terms that I would meet with the Secretary and senior executives on a weekly basis during parliamentary sitting and quite frequently outside parliamentary sittings, and it wasn't raised to me that we weren't able to achieve a legislation reform roadmap. So I think it was a given, and I put that in inverted commas. I think it was given that it was possible to be achieved within the normal resources of the department to progress the recommendation as described.
I want to turn to some issues, but in a general way, that's not to limit you if need be, but my intent is general. Generally, was it your impression and understanding that, subject to an important caveat that veterans shouldn't lose benefits, the veteran community and the service and ex-service organisations were, for the most part, supportive of the Productivity Commission's recommendations 8.1, 13.1 and 19.1 and related recommendations?
In the very broad sense, there was a desire within the veterans community and ex-service organisations to simplify the system and, where possible, harmonise the three acts. And so in the broad, I'd agree with that.
And in respect of the caveat, was there a particular concern that those who had already been granted benefits under the existing laws should not have them taken away? Was that a concern?
That was one of the concerns, was making sure that there was capacity, and the term grandfathering was used in some conversations that I'd had with veterans, that there was some capacity to ensure that people weren't, unfairly disadvantaged as part of any harmonisation process. It was one of the, I guess it's fair to say, it was one of the limitations or concerns in trying to figure out how you would simplify what is a complex system.
After due deliberation, it would be open to the government, whoever it was, to make it clear that no one need be concerned because no already granted benefits would in fact be taken away. If such a decision were taken, that could be clearly communicated, couldn't it?
Well, as my understanding, the term grandfathering, that would reflect as you described it, but it would be protecting people who had a benefit from being disadvantaged in the future, or if they had a claim actually in process as well. Was
there also a concern that in future some veterans might make claims that for injuries that might occur in future, where the entitlements would be lesser than they would be if the law wasn't changed? Is that a concern that came to your attention?
That's a fair description of one of the concerns that came to me, yes.
Would it be fair to say that that concern would be lesser than the first concern of existing entitlements actually being taken away?
I'm not sure if I'm in a position to answer that, Mr. Singleton, because it would depend on the individuals themselves. I mean, for them, it would be a very significant concern. Collectively, was it as big a concern? I guess I'm not in a position to make that judgment. Again, we're talking about individual people for whom such a change could be, if it was detrimental, would be very personally impacted by that. So I guess I'm not really in a position to make a comment on that one.
Or did you take steps to ensure that the department or someone studied and identified and carefully considered just what benefits might actually, in practice, be subject to reduction or elimination under various options?
It was my understanding, you asked me if I took steps, it was my understanding that work was being undertaken through the conversations that were ongoing between the department and ex-service community, but I can't point to a specific direction I made to the Secretary or anyone else to undertake that work, but it was my understanding that was occurring.
Or did you understand that work was also occurring on potential solutions to any such problems that were identified?
Again, I couldn't point to a specific direction I made to the Secretary or anyone else, but it was my understanding that was part of the nature of the work that was ongoing around this question of harmonisation, that you would look at who could potentially be worse off, how could you mitigate it, and what would be the next steps going forward. So that's my understanding of what was occurring.
And why would that work be done before the roadmap was prepared or the government made any decision, even in principle, to go down this path?
Well, I'm not sure the point there, Mr. Singleton. So why would you not investigate?
One would expect some preliminary in principle decision followed by a roadmap followed by the work that I'm talking about. But you seem to be saying it's not in that order. If so, why was the roadmap coming after some of this work?
Well, I guess I'd put it to you that what was occurring was a full investigation of that recommendation, and that's what I think the roadmap's intended to achieve. And to do that, you'd have to explore, I hate to use the term, but for simplicity, winners and losers, who could potentially be worse off, who could be better off, and how would you accommodate that in a more simplified system. So I'm not sure why you wouldn't do that at the same time. My understanding was that was the process that was underway in the consultation through ESORT and other conversations that were occurring.
Did you know that the first internal workshop to consider these recommendations didn't occur until December 2021?
I'm aware of that now. I read the Secretary's transcripts. I'm aware of when that occurred. That was, I think, several months after I left the role, but I'm aware that's when it occurred.
In respect of these concerns that some benefits might be lost or never obtained in the first place because of a change in the law, sometimes the difficulty would be that there's a policy choice to be made between one of the current schemes, and there are 2 or 3 of them, and another scheme, and the government has to choose between the schemes. That's sort of the root of a lot of these issues, isn't it?
So you just...
No doubt inelegant on my part.
Sorry, I lost the train of thought, sorry.
The idea that there might, I'll use your crude term if I may, that there might be winners and losers, that ultimately stems from the fact that we've got 3 schemes at the moment, and if you reduce the number of schemes to make parts of them the same, you've got to choose sometimes, and this is not for every example, but for some examples, you're choosing between the more generous or the less generous scheme. Is that right?
I think as you described it is correct. I mean, overwhelmingly, and this is, I guess, a general comment if it assists, overwhelmingly what I found in the time in the role across the political divide, there was a very strong view that we needed to act in a way which was to the benefit of veterans and their wellbeing, and there would have been significant concern if decisions were being made that were to the detriment of veterans in some way. So I think there was a bipartisan sense that you wanted to get this right. If you were going to go down this pathway of harmonisation, you had a system which was very complex, everyone accepted. If you were going to go down this pathway, though, you had to get it right. And we didn't want to be in a position where we were disadvantaging people unfairly. And I think that was a broader view across government, opposition and the ex-service community. So it wasn't through, I guess, any malice that this was being delayed and would seem to be a long period of time. It was certainly through an element of goodwill that we wanted to get this right.
I'm absolutely not suggesting malice, and I'm sure that hasn't come across, but let me make it clear. But sometimes the real decision is for a government to make. I accept there are complicated issues here. What I'm about to say applies only to some policy choices, not to all of them. But sometimes the real choice is not between winners and losers, but between public expenditure and the loss of benefits. And if the government chooses the more generous approach, it comes at a cost to the taxpayer, but the simplification need not lead to loss of benefits at all, might lead to improvements in some cases. Is that right? That the real choice is money versus benefits?
Well, I understand the point. I wouldn't in this case, be describing that as the real choice, because I don't think we actually got to that position where we had to make that choice. I guess there was a view that this harmonisation was a goal worthy of pursuing, given, again, we were dealing with a very old system, which throughout history, I think various parliaments had incrementally added to it out of goodwill, but it got to the point where it was difficult to navigate. And as your earlier comments and my earlier evidence indicated, there was a view that was adding to stress and anxiety for our veterans. It was making it difficult for the advocates. So I think there was a general attitude or predisposition to let's get this right. This PC report is an important document and it's giving you a pathway to reinforce your thinking around how you actually achieve that. So, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm getting to the crux of your question other than to say that I believe there was enthusiasm to do a good job of it, and I believe that enthusiasm extended across the normal political divide into an area where I think Veterans Affairs has largely benefited from being quite a bipartisan area of public policy.
Even so, governments sometimes do have to make hard decisions, especially on a serious problem like suicide among veterans. That's the bottom line, is it not?
Well,
A bottom line, it's not the only one.
I wouldn't use the phrase. I'm sorry, I just wouldn't use that phrase in this circumstance.
Hard decision.
Well, no, I wouldn't use the phrase bottom line. It sounds like a accounting term when I'm really referring to welfare of individual veterans. So I just, it's a phrase I'm not comfortable with.
I accept that comment, but governments sometimes have to make hard decisions, don't they?
Without wishing to sound flippant, from my experience in government, all the easy decisions have been made. Every decision for government is pretty hard these days. You need to find a way to allocate your limited resources in the most effective way you can to achieve the best possible outcome. In my case, it was for the veterans community, but for other ministers, it might be for aged care or disability services. So there is as you know, a limited bucket of funding available for different initiatives of government. But that we hadn't got to the point in this harmonisation debate where anyone was talking about actual accounting bottom lines. We were more talking at this point about, well, how do you actually achieve this? This is a worthy goal, and the PC, I think, PC Commission report made some valid points in relation to how the end state you're seeking to achieve was a more harmonised system.
Right. To make a final decision on whether or not to implement these recommendations, or any of them, or variations on them, it would be necessary to obtain complete costings. Would that be right?
That would be correct.
Was that done in your time?
I'm not aware of complete costings in relation to the full harmonisation process. No, I don't. I don't believe it's been done. I'm certainly not aware of it off the top of my head.
It would be necessary to identify the policy, all the policy details that the PC didn't address, and then make decisions on those policy questions. That's a part of the work involved, isn't it?
I think I indicated earlier that you'd need to put a bit more flesh around the bones of what was a recommendation worthy of pursuing, but you would have to get the more detail. Yes, that's correct.
Was the work done to make a list of all of those policy issues upon which decisions were required?
I can't point you to a single document that would indicate that work had been done. I believe the ongoing consultations with the ex-service community were directed were aimed in that direction, but I couldn't point you to a complete list of the issues or the additional legislative hurdles, if you like, that may have existed.
If the government had made even a preliminary in principle decision supportive of these recommendations in 2019 or early 2020, then since that time it would have been possible to have undertaken those costings and detailed policy work by now. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure that I do agree with that, Mr Singleton. I think by pursuing the legislation reform roadmap, it was authority for DVA to pursue this goal, this end goal, with a degree of enthusiasm is not the right word, but a degree of urgency. But I'm not sure that changing changing that implementation approach of going to the roadmap would have got the end state you're describing today of a fully costed harmonisation process.
Do you regard the fact that 3 years on, the Australian government hasn't even decided in principle, in any formal way, whether or not to accept these recommendations, let alone implement them? Is that satisfactory, that 3 years without an in principle decision?
Well, it depends on. I'm sorry. I'm going to sound a bit evasive, and I apologise for that. Asking the DVA to pursue a legislation reform roadmap is an indication to me that we were serious about seeking to harmonise. You're asking me whether you need to have a recommendation saying, in principle, we agree. I would have thought the action of asking DVA to pursue that roadmap was a fair indication that that was the direction the government was heading in. Now, I guess, would it have been clearer? I accept that it would have been clearer if you had said you agree in principle, but I think the action of getting DVA to pursue the conversation, to pursue what this might look like, and some measures that were brought in the budget processes actually helped to reduce the complexity of the claims process, actual actions that were taken as evidenced by the 21-22 budget. But I can see the merit in the point you're putting to me. I'm not quite sure that we would be at that point where we'd have a fully costed harmonisation package, if you like.
I'll put a similar point then. The decision to ask the DVA for a legislation roadmap was made in May 2021, approximately. Is that right? It was certainly announced then.
It would have been part of the 2021-22 budget preparations. That was the decision of government at the time. Yes.
So that's nearly 2 years after recommendation. Do you regard a nearly 2 year delay between getting the recommendation and giving that indication of support and that request for a plan to move forward a satisfactory delay?
Well, just for sake of context, it needs to be clear that during that period, there was a whole lot of reform that I was working on with the Secretary of the Department as part of the PC and other recommendations. So it's not as if we were delaying a decision on the PC as some sort of tactic. There's other work going on throughout that period. So would it have been better to have a final decision on the PC before that time? I think it's a fair point you raised. It would have been better to have a final decision before the 2 year period. I would accept that, but I would just caution that there was a lot of activity occurring during that whole period, not to mention impacts external to government that were impacting on the operation of government.
I want to get your views on whether certain factors which the department has now identified in written material given to us contributed to achieving or perhaps the delay in achieving legislative reform. And I'll go through them. They're overlapping. They're not. It's not a strict taxonomy of mutually exclusive items. But the first one is this, that a significant number of the proposals for simplification were sensitive in nature. Do you agree with that broad proposition?
Yeah, I agree.
What role do you feel that that factor had in impeding more rapid progress?
It's hard to attribute a particular percentage, if you like, to those individual concerns, but there is no doubt they are sensitive to individual veterans or cohorts of veterans. So it would have been a significant factor, yes.
The next one they identify is that some of the proposals had the potential to negatively impact certain categories of veteran. Would you agree that that was
I agree it's
a slowing factor?
I agree it's a significant factor, yes.
All right. A third factor that has been suggested is that some of the reforms would require legislation. Would you agree, firstly, that indeed that's right, some would require legislation? That's right, isn't it?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
But of course, it's not really a reason not to enact appropriate legislation. It's a bit circular. Would you agree with that?
It is a bit circular, but it's a...
I'm just going through the whole list. I might get the operator to bring up, I'm hopeful of getting the right numbers here, AGE 0003 0001 1925, and then go, I'll bring it up and we'll scroll down to some paragraphs in a moment. The fourth factor that the department identified was that there had been limited opportunity to give effect to the changes. What I wanted to do is bring it up on screen so you can see that in context, because they interwove two factors in my reading, and you should be allowed to see. But when we get to it, I'm going to ask you this question. Was there, in your view, limited opportunity to simplify the legislative regime in the period 2019 to 2021, let's say? That's your period. Just to put this in context, if I've got the number right and it comes up, it's a departmental briefing to your successor giving in part an historical overview of progress and difficulties with these recommendations. And I've read out some of the more straightforward ones. Are you able, perhaps there's a technical difficulty, or maybe I just got the number wrong, but did you feel that there were limited opportunities in that period to simplify the regime?
I'm not familiar with the document, I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't. It's post-dates your time.
Okay.
It was a briefing to a later minister.
I guess I would need some clarification as to what was being referred to there. There was a limited sitting schedule during the COVID period. Whether that's what the department was referring to, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I'm without familiarising myself with the document or the briefing that supported it. Obviously, there were during the pandemic there were some issues around parliamentary sittings and that type of thing. I'm not sure if that's what the department was referring to.
Yes, I'm unfortunately unable to assist you either. It was just put in these terms, and I'll just let you know it was quoted. There has been limited opportunity, to give effect to those changes. But we'll move on because it hasn't come up. But the final reason that the DVA assessed as contributing to the slow progress was limited appetite from government to give effect to the changes. Now, there are ellipses there because two factors, the opportunity and the appetite, were interspersed. So just for the transcript and for your benefit, the quotation is limited ... appetite from government ... to give effect to the changes, to changes. Do you agree that there was limited appetite on the part of the Australian government at the elected level to give effect to these changes in that period?
I'm sorry, you'll have to help me. I'm not sure to which change you're referring to now. Is there a specific change you're referring to?
I'm talking about the legislative reforms.
But I've lost the train, I guess, of the briefing paper. Was it dealing with a particular change or a broader change? I'm sorry, I've sort of lost the train.
The changes...
If I could just interject just very quickly, I'd be very assisted by seeing the document myself, because I just want to see the context in which this was stated in the ministerial briefing, and I think it might help the witness as well. So I see we've got a break in at least a few minutes, and we might pull up during the break.
Yes, with your leave, Commissioners, might we adjourn 5 minutes early? We'll rectify this problem.
Mr Singleton, we'd have to ask a few questions ourselves before we break.
All right, well...
We're happy to do that now, and then we can resume this after.
We've got a break now, and then we're going through till 1:30. But certainly I'm content if you wish to deal with some questions in the middle.
There's a break at 11 that is meant to go to 11:30 for morning tea.
Yes.
What we're proposing is that we just have a couple of questions each we'd like to ask before the morning tea break.
Yeah, I absolutely will yield to you.
Well, we might do that, and then we'll come back to the other issue after morning tea. Okay. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you. Mr Chester, my questions relate partly to what Mr Singleton's examining you about, but can I preface them by saying what the Productivity Commission describes its own role as, expressed most simply, is to help governments make better policies in the long-term interest of the Australian community. You understand that to be its role within government?
Yes, Commissioner Douglas, and I, as Minister, supported the decision to ask the Productivity Commission to have a close look at Department of Veterans Affairs. It was a decision of government to instruct the PC to do that work.
And generally speaking, within government, the Productivity Commission recommendations are regarded very seriously and probably in most cases implemented?
I couldn't give any indication about whether in most cases they're implemented, but certainly they're taken seriously. I would agree with you on that, Commissioner.
Okay.
I simply don't have the history of PC recommendations to be able to refer to that.
No, nor do I. That's why I was asking the question. In this context, and I don't use the term critically, but can I suggest you have a political problem in trying to assess the likely reaction within the veteran community to proposals for reform, partly because of the fragmented nature of the ex-service organisations within Australia?
I think, Commissioner, that is a valid point, that when you're dealing very intimately with people's benefits and entitlements going forward, they are obviously very interested in what the outcome would be, so you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're unfairly, not discriminating, but hurting people when there's a better way to achieve an outcome. So I think you're right in the way you described it.
And I was really referring in my own mind, in effect, to what Mr Singleton was suggesting to you, that sometimes government has to make difficult decisions in the knowledge that not all of the relevant community they're going to affect will accept them.
That's a fair assessment, yes.
Now, it's been suggested to us from recollection through the members of the Productivity Commission who did this report that one of the structural problems government has in dealing with these issues is the fragmented nature of the ex-service organisations and their lack of, in effect, sophisticated policy development Do you have anything to say about that?
I think, Commissioner, that is one of the challenges that I faced as Minister, and I think the incoming Minister will face a similar experience. It is hard to get a united view in relation to veterans issues because of the disparate nature of the veterans community. There's in the order of, I think it's 3,000 different ex-service organisations. There's no question there are lead organisations, ones which have more capacity and have more membership and are perhaps stronger in that regard. But it is, I guess I'm accepting the premise of the question, it is difficult to get a united view.
Not just a united view, but one that's informed by sophisticated policy development.
Yeah, I see we're heading that having an advisory body that would be able to provide advice at that ministerial level, I think is something that would assist a future minister. To be fair to the current structure of advice, the ex-services roundtable model supported by DBA does provide good feedback into the ministerial decision-making process. I think that has been a
Is this the ESORT?
ESORT, sorry, yes. The Ex-Services Organisations Roundtable was a group that I thought did provide good advice. The Council for Families and Women United by Defence Service was an initiative by Secretary Costin, I thought was providing good advice to the Minister as well. So there were opportunities for me as Minister and the Secretary to get good quality feedback, but it's fair to say there is a large number of ex-service organisations offering with competing views, sometimes due to their own shared experience, if that makes any sense. They may have been formed as a response to a certain...
I'm trying to draw the focus back to this lack of sophisticated policy background in those organisations. I can understand you can consult with them, but the criticism made to us was that they lacked sophisticated policy development. And had you or the government, to your knowledge, ever thought about any mechanism of trying to improve that situation?
I'm searching my memory. I think in a general sense it was discussed, but I can't recall an occasion where it was ever tasked to anyone to pursue that. I can recall conversations about wouldn't it be good if we had better input on a certain issue, but I can't recall ever tasking anyone to pursue that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Mr Chester, I have to admit I'm still sitting here somewhat confused as to what a roadmap actually looks like, what it consists of. Are you able to clarify for me what I could expect from a legislative roadmap?
My expectation, I guess, Commissioner, was it would be a plan which would have timeframes and an indication to the Minister of the day how you would achieve that end state over those timeframes. So I think the term roadmap may be a colourful phrase for a plan, but it gives you the steps to how you're going to achieve the outcome you're looking for, which in this case was how would you achieve harmonisation and simplification of the existing legislative framework. That's how I interpret it, but I must confess, Commissioner, I had some questions when you asked me then about what actually is a roadmap in this case.
So if a roadmap is essentially a plan of the steps required, I'm wondering why 3 years on we haven't actually got something that says these are the steps required.
I left the role 12 months ago, Commissioner. I think it was about a month or so after the decision was made to proceed in that way with that particular recommendation. I can't... I'm not seeking to blame anyone. I just can't explain to you why, having made that decision in I think it was May last year to prepare this legislative reform roadmap, that I can't stand here in front of you and show it to you, other than to indicate, as has been, I think, the evidence of other witnesses, it is a complex task. I mean, I don't think anyone's resigning away from the fact that bringing those three acts into something more user-friendly, for want of a better phrase, is not without a lot of difficulties. I can't give you an explanation as to why I don't have something to show you today. And I think I left the role about this time last year, so I really don't have that intimate knowledge of what's been occurring in the past 12 months.
I accept that, I guess, but there's a level of, there's kind of broad steps and then there's the detail that sits below them. I would have thought that in 3 years the government could have made sufficient progress to get to the point of saying what are the broad steps, and this is the kind of indicative timeline it might take, and then there's the detail that will need to come out. Yeah. Did you personally have an understanding or an expectation about the steps and the indicative timeframes?
From my recollection, the decision to have an interim response to the Productivity Commission report was to pick up some recommendations in the MyEFO period, I think of, I'm sorry, it's 2020, I believe, October 2020, around that period. So to pick up some of the recommendations that are already in train, some that have already been implemented, and to give an indication of where the government was heading. And then the updated response as part of the 21-22 budget covered that question of the harmonisation issue, and that was when the phrase, the legislative reform roadmap came into being. So that was only, May 2021 from memory. Now, I don't recall seeing a document that had timeframes attached to that. So I don't recall seeing that. I don't know if it exists, but I don't recall seeing that, or whether one exists now, post my time in the role. But all I can suggest to you, Commissioner, is it was the view in my office, and I think across the DVA, that we were heading in that direction, that was a goal worth pursuing. Whether we should have got further in the time frame, I guess, is a point of conjecture and debate. But I don't want to underestimate the complexity or the consultations that were occurring on a very regular basis between ex-service organisations and the department, how you might achieve this. And the 2025 time frame, I guess, was what was in the back of most people's minds about how you'd achieve that legislative reform. But
2025 was the PC advice around implemented change. And to get to that point, you had to have a number of steps. My question to you was, did you have a personal expectation, not what the department told you, but did you have a personal expectation of indicative kind of timelines for the various steps?
I can't point you to anything that would suggest that I had a set of timelines to achieve that. So no, I couldn't point you to that at all. Sorry, Commissioner.
My other question then is in relation to doing the work of the roadmap. I mean, it's clearly a very complex undertaking. And you said that you never received any advice from the department about the need for any resources to do the job. So I'm assuming it was implicit in that the resources existed within the department to do this piece of complex work.
That was my understanding.
I guess I'm somewhat curious about that as well, because we've heard a lot of evidence in recent days, in particular, but also in the last hearing block from the Secretary of DVA, about the inordinate pressures DVA was under in terms of resourcing and staffing, and how they needed to go back, and I admit this was primarily in the claims processing area, but there were other pressures within the department and the need to find offsets to offset any additional expenditure that was being put in. So, I mean, did it cross your mind to ask the Secretary whether or not additional resources were needed?
As you described it, Commissioner, the process of DVA, departmental funding, receiving some level of supplementation, I think occurred in 2017-18 and ongoing from that as part of the budgetary process. I wasn't aware, and I could stand to be corrected on this point, I wasn't aware of any resource issue around pursuing the PC report as a normal course of the executive business of DVA. I wasn't aware that there was an issue there. I'm not sure if you're suggesting there was, but I was not aware that they had a problem pursuing the PC recommendations as described by government. That wasn't my understanding.
And my other question, my last question is, do you think the skills exist within the DVA to do this complex piece of work?
From my experience working with DVA, where they don't have the subject matter experts in-house, they're able to employ, for example, might be external legal advice if it's required for a particular project. So that's been my experience. So they certainly have a high degree of expertise in the department in a range of areas. It wasn't, and again, I say this to the best of my recollection, it wasn't put to me that they weren't in a position to pursue the recommendations of the PC report within their current level of expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chester, you mentioned the Jesse Bird case. You're obviously familiar with it. And yet you stated in a considered way that you can't point to one case where the system may have contributed to suicidality. I mean, clearly that's not the case, but I'm just wondering, can you understand with the greatest respect that that sort of approach or answer is often seen by families who are grieving as an attempt to diminish or minimise the harm that the broken system does to families?
Sorry, Commissioner,
Can you acknowledge that is what I'm asking?
No, a couple of things. I hope I didn't suggest in my evidence that the complexity of the system couldn't contribute. I was saying I couldn't have a case where the only cause of people self-harming or committing suicide was delays in the system. I hope I didn't sound in any way unempathetic, because that case is one I'm very familiar with. Jesse's case, Mr. Bird's case, was one which led to a major change which predated me in the provision of the veteran payment, because in that case, Mr. Bird had a claim with the department.
We're very familiar with it.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't aware. Sorry.
We certainly don't need anyone to point out to us the faults that occurred in that case.
Sorry, Mr. Sorry.
I'll just move on.
I hope I didn't sound unempathetic. I certainly agree that the way we deal with sensitive clients, how we manage the Department of Veterans Affairs in a way which is responsive to people's needs, is critical to a good outcome for the families involved and for the individual veteran involved. So I hope I didn't sound insincere, sir.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm just going to ask you a couple of brief questions, if I may, and I'd be very grateful if you can try and answer them with a yes or no answer. Okay. You'd agree that, and I think you've agreed, that the Productivity Commission report came out in July 2019.
Yes.
And that obviously included the recommendations in relation to harmonising the legislation.
Yes.
And you'd agree that in, obviously, July 2021, the Royal Commission was established. Please accept from me, that's when we started.
Yes. I thought it was announced a little bit earlier. Sorry, sir.
Okay. And I think, as Mr. Singleton has pointed out, the first tangible step that we can see that was taken in relation to acting on the recommendations in relation to the harmonisation of the legislation appears to have been in December 2021, which is when a meeting was held.
Well, I disagree with the premise in the sense that as part of the May 21 budget process, the decision was made to prepare the legislation reform roadmap, but I understand a workshop was first held in December, so I'm not quite sure what you mean by tangible demonstration.
Essentially, the department was tasked with or asked to provide a roadmap.
in May 2021.
Whenever
I
it
believe.
was.
I think it was May 2021, but there were many conversations in many forums leading up to that.
Okay, and then would you agree that your office and yourself did not set a firm deadline or timeline for the department to come back with that map?
Yes.
And you'd agree there was no follow-up from your office asking them what has progressed?
No, I'm not clear on that point, sir. I mean, that was May 21.
So there may have been some follow-up, but it certainly didn't yield anything. It didn't yield the map.
In terms of the plan,
Yes.
No, you're correct.
Okay. One other issue I just wanted to mention in relation to eSort. Have you had much involvement with them? Are you aware of what's happening in that space?
Sorry, what's happening now? What happened when I was there?
We've heard evidence from some of the assistant secretaries, because we've asked the question, that essentially there is no defendable, transparent criteria for selection of members. There is no assessment of their performance or relevance or ongoing participation, and it's essentially a job for life. There's no term of appointment. Are you aware of all of that?
No, Commissioner, I wasn't aware of that when I started in the role. I guess I inherited a group called eSort. I attended their meetings on a very regular basis and received feedback from them, but I wasn't aware of the selection criteria, and I didn't acquaint myself with that. I wasn't aware of that.
No, I understand. Thank you. If there's no other issues, we're going to break for morning tea, return at past.
All rise. The Royal Commission will now adjourn until 11:30. Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Commissioners, I should just put on the record that we will use a workaround. We won't be able to display the document I was attempting to display for a mix of policy and technical reasons which will be resolved later. But the document's quoted in Mr G's statement and we will just rely on that. I'll ask the operator to bring up EXP 0005 0018. It's already up there. In fact, the correct page is now displaying. We'll come to it in a minute. Mr Chester, absolutely no disrespect intended there.
To either of us.
To either of you, that's exactly right. What we've got here, Mr G put in a statement and he had access to some documents and he's quoted one of the documents. What's on screen is the beginning of paragraph 79 of his statement, and it, after an introductory line and a bit, which identifies that this is a memorandum from the DVA to him from the 17th of September 2021, which we should be clear is after your term as Minister. He quotes this long memorandum, or at least quite a long extract from it. And you can see the heading which comes from within the memorandum, actions to date, legislative harmonisation and simplification, and a number of paragraphs follow. I'll get the operator just to scroll down and over the page to paragraph 9 and 10, and a little bit, and there's a heading afterwards. That's the end of the section where there was a heading about the you'll recall the heading was actions to date, legislative harmonisation and simplification. There's a bit of a history of that topic. And at paragraph 10, the department advised that a significant number of the proposals were sensitive in nature, had the potential to negatively impact certain categories of veterans, and or would require amendments to legislation. And you'll recall before the morning tea break I took you to those three, and they were relatively simple propositions. And then came the next one. There has been limited opportunity and appetite from government to give effect to those changes. Now, for my part, I don't know that the context gives any greater insight into what is meant by limited opportunity, but now that you've got the opportunity to have a look at that sentence and around it, is there anything you wanted to add about the limited opportunity part of this sentence? And I don't suggest there should be anything to add.
No, thank you.
Opportunity.
I would only be assuming that it's a reference to parliamentary sitting days. I'm not aware of what that's referring to. I'm sorry.
Yes. The other part is appetite from government. Do you agree that there was at the elected government level any lack of appetite to give effect to the recommended changes in that term of Parliament or at any other stage?
I must say, Mr Singleton, I'm troubled by the broadness of that and appetite from government, because there was certainly appetite among members of the government, and myself included, to achieve reforms in this space. But I without knowing what the person who wrote the memo was seeking to indicate, I can't quite agree with it in its entirety. I mean, there were.
To what extent do you agree that there was a lack of appetite in the government, whether it comes from the Cabinet or the Portfolio Minister or the Prime Minister? To what extent do you agree that there was a lack of appetite?
Well, it feels to me like it's the person who's written the brief's interpretation of the situation to their understanding of it.
I'm not really asking you to try and guess what the author meant. I'm asking what you mean. What was your perception of this? Is like a
sorry, I understand.
This is like a shopping list to just jog out, inspire us. To what extent do you consider that there was a lack of appetite during your time for these reforms?
I think I was misunderstanding your question. I'm sorry, Mr.
No, I wasn't clear enough.
There were efforts by myself and others to pursue harmonisation, which I can't necessarily go into great detail due to cabinet in confidence.
That wasn't a lack of, that's not a lack of appetite by you, that's a bit of appetite, isn't it?
To be fair, the question doesn't, the statement doesn't refer to me, it refers to appetite from government.
Yes, so that's what I'm asking about. A lack of appetite, I'm not suggesting you had a lack of appetite, I don't say anything about that. The Cabinet or the Prime, let's confine it. Did you receive any communication from the Prime Minister that this was a matter that should be deferred, slow-walked, or in any other way not pursued with vigour or not pursued at all? Anything along those lines? Any lack of appetite from the Prime Minister?
Well, I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to go there in terms of cabinet confidence, but
I'm not asking about... This is the individual person not sitting in the cabinet room. He's often outside the cabinet room. And
no, I'll answer the question. The answer to the question is no, but I wasn't sure whether I was allowed to go there in terms of the broader cabinet conversation that might have occurred that I couldn't refer to.
Sure, I'm not...
So to be clear, I was never approached by the Prime Minister and told to go slow or not pursue harmonisation of veterans legislation. That was not a conversation the Prime Minister and I ever had.
All right. Now, you did refer to a limited extent of lack of appetite on the part of the government. What did you mean?
Well, that would go to my point about cabinet in confidence, where...
So don't tell us what anybody said,
well, it may be,
but tell us what came out.
Well, the outcome of... I'm not of a legal training. All I would suggest that I could pursue a position as part of the process of the budget preparation and be unsuccessful. So that would not indicate a lack of appetite from myself, but it may indicate I couldn't convince the room of a position. Does that make any sense at all? That comment is specific to legislative reform along the lines recommended by the PC, the Productivity Commission. Well, that's what I'm asking about. And again, I'm seeking some guidance, but I'm just checking that your answer was about seeking harmonisation. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, my lack of legal training is showing. I'm sorry. No, that's no doubt to your credit. Let me move on a little bit. I intend, just let me be clear, no disrespect, but I intend to try and move along with tighter questions. I'm going to improve the questions and look for tighter answers. Just in the interests of time, I think we've heard quite a lot of the background and the complexity, and we don't need repetition. We will remember it. But can I start to put some propositions to you? Could I get you to look at paragraph 12 of, it's just off screen. I'll get the screen to roll up to the next. Do you see Mr. Peter, a reference there to Mr. Sutherland? Paragraph 11, there's a suggestion here, this is September 2021, that to expedite the investigation of options to simplify DVA's legislative framework, we propose to seek to engage certain named experts to produce and execute a roadmap roadmap to amending veterans legislation and conduct consultations with the ex-service community. You see what I've read out? Does it come as a surprise to you that many months after you left the portfolio, the department was now proposing that an external consultant should be brought in to produce the roadmap? Just for the sake of my memory, what was the date of this memo? 17 September 2021. Thank you. Is it a surprise? Well, no. I'll try to be brief, Mr. Singleton. In the context of the new minister taking on the role, I think in July, that is 2 months after he took on the role, I don't think that's an unreasonable period of time for that recommendation to come to the new minister. There may have been some time lost. I could only suggest... I'm not asking for all the explanations. You're not surprised. I'm not surprised, but there may have been some time lost in the transfer of ministerial responsibilities. Did the DVA make to you such a proposal to get someone from outside the department to do the work? I don't recall ever seeing a recommendation of that nature, no. All right.
Right, I just want to summarise the issue of the productivity report, its recommendations and the response of government, and then move on to a new topic.
Okay.
But let me just put a series of propositions. You agree, do you not, that the Productivity Commission report was the most significant report you received as Minister for Veterans Affairs relevant to this issue?
Yes.
You agree that it recommended simplification of the veterans' entitlements legislative regime and related matters?
Yes.
You agree that those matters and issues were both very important and very urgent?
Yes, some more so than others, so yes.
Certainly. Yet in virtually 3 years, the former government failed to make even a formal in-principle decision to accept the recommendations or reject them. That's true, isn't it?
Well, no, as part of the May 21 budget, there were 35 out of 69 recommendations agreed to, and I think in the order...
No, I'm talking about the ones we've been discussing today. 13.1, 8.1, 19.1. The government got no further than saying that those recommendations would be the subject of a legislation reform roadmap, which might in due course lead to an in-principle decision. But by the end of 3 years, that government had failed even to make a decision in principle on those recommendations. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, I agree to the point that there are also some steps being taken to harmonise and simplify the claims processing.
No, that's a different topic. I'm not saying that nothing was being done.
Oh,
I'm
no,
just talking about these
just clarifying.
recommendations.
Sorry, I was clarifying, sir.
The government also, and the government includes the department, the whole organisation. I'm not looking to single out individuals just at the moment, but the government failed even to do the work needed to make a decision after 3 years. It hadn't done the costings, it hadn't done the modelling, and a number of things that would be necessary before the government could make a decision. That's correct, isn't it?
Can you just repeat that for me?
A lot of work is required before even an in-principle decision is to be made, and although some work may have been done, all the needed work was not even done. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't quite agree with the way you've described it. The indication in that May 21 announcement around the roadmap was...
Do you say that all the work that was needed to be done before an in-principle decision was made was done or wasn't done?
No, I'd agree with that. It wasn't done. Sorry.
Right.
I guess I'm not quite getting the point around when you say it wasn't done. The decision to pursue the roadmap, for me, as a minister, was an indication that was the direction government was going. But yes. I agree with your point that there had been no announcement about an in-principle decision.
And no actual decision in principle to accept the recommendation, only an inclination to explore it and to work it up so that a decision could be made.
I think that's a fair representation. Yes.
Indeed, but even that took 2 years and 11 months just to ask for the roadmap, and in that way indicate that disposition. That's correct, isn't it?
I think you may have the timing a little bit out. Sorry,
well,
sir.
The report came in, well, let's say 2 years and 10 months. The report came to the government at the end of June, and somewhere in May the roadmap was requested. So let's say 2 years and 10 months approximately just to ask for the roadmap. That's right, isn't it?
I'm sorry, sir. It was 2019 that the report came out.
And the roadmap was requested in or about May 2021.
So it's 1 year and 10 months.
I beg your pardon.
Sorry,
yes.
I wasn't. I'm
sorry. I beg your pardon. My arithmetic. So nearly 2 years, not nearly 3. Nearly 2 years just to ask for the roadmap.
That is correct.
Yeah. You would accept, at least with the benefit of hindsight, that the government as an institution did not respond with sufficient energy to this matter.
I'm not exactly in full agreement with you in that regard. I agree with a significant part of your proposition that if I had my time again in that role, would I have pushed even harder to get an outcome. I think that I can agree with that entirely. So I accept the responsibility in that regard. But I don't accept, I feel like the inclination here is to suggest that government wasn't doing anything in this space where a lot of work was going on during that whole period. Some of it was limited, I acknowledge, due to COVID restrictions with people not being able to meet face-to-face as much as they used to. So that did slow some things down. But I'm not seeking to make an excuse about that, just to indicate that we were endeavouring through my efforts as Minister and in partnership with the Secretary to harmonise and simplify as much as we could without even requiring legislation, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, but you're referring to pursuing the broader issue. I'm just talking about these important recommendations in the most important report that you ever received as Minister. And in respect of them, the government did not apply sufficient urgency actually to get to an in-principle decision within, as it turned out, 3 years. That's right, isn't it?
3 years to today.
Yes, to this week, in fact.
Right.
So it's not all your period of time, but you would agree, would you not, that the government has not applied enough urgency to get this done?
Well, I can't agree entirely. I'm sorry.
Was it enough or not?
Well, I can't agree.
I'm not saying there was no urgency. Urgency is a sort of a long spectrum, and there may have been a little bit of urgency or urgency at times, but the net result is there wasn't enough urgency to even get to an in-principle decision after 3 years, and I'm suggesting that's an inadequate amount of urgency.
I better understand now where you're heading. I think that is a reasonable point. That would I have liked to have been further progressed if I was the Minister during this whole period than we are today? I would have to say to you 100% I would agree with that point. Now, if you say it was because of urgency, I'm just not sure that it's fair to describe it in terms of urgency. There were a lot of things that were going on as well. It wasn't the only issue that the government or DVA or the Minister, myself, or the subsequent Minister were dealing with. But I can accept that I would like to be much further progressed than where we are today.
And although maybe some work's been done on the roadmap, we're still investigating just what might have been done. And although some work may have been done towards, say, costings or some modelling, as far as you know, no complete costing has ever been achieved. No roadmap has actually been produced even now. No completed policy modelling has been done. Is it not the case that even if work has been done to some degree in respect of various matters that are needed, no individual component has yet been completed in the road to either a decision or implementation?
There was a fair bit in that, sorry, Mr Singleton. No completed policy, I agree, no completed costings. There were changes being made, changes being made to simplify the processing of claims, which were consistent, I guess, with the spirit of the recommendation. But you're right in terms of your proposition that there is no completed draft legislation or completed draft costings that it was presented to me in my time as Minister. So I think I've answered that.
The ultimate conclusion must be, mustn't it, that when one compares the urgent and important need with what's been achieved in 3 years, the government's failed in its duty to veterans in respect of attending to these recommendations. That must be the conclusion, Mr Chester, mustn't it?
Well, I don't agree with you, sorry, Mr Singleton, that the government's failed in that regard. I mean, there have been, as I indicated, 35 of the 69 recommendations funded within the order of $386 million through the normal budgetary process, and a process put in place.
Those were not allocations to implement these recommendations.
But we're talking about, sorry...
I'm not saying that the government failed veterans in respect of every issue.
Well,
I'm talking about this important issue.
Well, I'm sorry. In indicating that the PC report was the most significant report given to me as Minister in my time, covering a broad range of issues, I was just reflecting on the fact that 35, I think, out of 69 recommendations were funded with in the order of $386 million over a couple of budget processes. And the issue around the harmonisation, which we've canvassed in a great deal of detail, was one that was very complex, and I think it belies any simple solution. That I actually believe the process of the legislative reform roadmap was the right process to go through, but I share the frustration of some in the veteran community who've contacted me, and the direction of your questioning, that it hasn't progressed as quickly as I would have liked if I was still in the role, and I'm sure that is a view shared by the new minister, my successor in the role. So I hope I'm not hedging my bets in that regard. It's a very important part of the PC report, but there was a lot in that PC report, and there was a significant amount of other activity which was being done to improve wellbeing for veterans in the time you're referring to.
All right. You agree that over the last few years there's been a great increase in the number of claims for compensation, rehabilitation and other entitlements under the three main acts?
Yes, the record reflects that.
The increase was greater or lesser for different types of claims, but overall the DVA has it not, to deal with claims for two types of pensions under the VEA and under both DIRCA and MERCA. It's had to deal with four main types of claims: initial liability, permanent impairment, incapacity, independence claims. Just as a broad indication, there's been a big increase in those claims, correct?
Yes, you're right. Would you like me to extend on what I think?
We've got a lot of data about it, so I'm just introducing the topic. Okay. There'll be a lot of questions, so let's go through them. I might note, Commissioners and Mr Chester, I'm proposing to summarise in some round terms some figures about the surge in claims. For those who are interested in the precise information, exhibit 22-06.05, which is the Department's response to notice NTG DVA 008, is the source of a lot of data. The document reference numbers DVA 999, 0001, 0299. But Mr Chester, it's not of great use to test your memory with individual numbers down to the third decimal place. I want to just present a broad set of figures to try and indicate the scale of the situation that the government faced, the challenges that you and the department faced, and the trend. And at the end of outlining these figures, I'll ask whether it broadly agrees with your recollection and understanding of the scale and nature and trend of the problem. So in the financial year when you became Minister in 2017-18, the number of claims on hand at the DVA, that's the various claims I mentioned a moment ago, was running in the order of 12,000 at any moment. In the next year, 2018-19, the number reached the rate of about 26,000 claims on hand. The following year, the number reached about 45,000 claims on hand. And in your last year in the role, 2020 through 2021, as a financial year, the number reached about 57,000 and was still growing. I don't expect you to testify to the figures, which are rounded numbers within 1,000 anyway, but does that broadly reflect your recollection of the scale and trend of the challenge?
That broadly reflects my understanding of increased claims, yes.
And Commissioners, I'll make it clear, we'll rely on the real data, but I just wanted to introduce the topic. In approximately 3 years, the running rate of the number of claims on hand more than quadrupled, indeed it nearly quintupled. But is it not the case that that also led to a growing backlog of unresolved and overdue claims?
Certainly, thank you, Council. It certainly led to an increased backlog. Would you like me to expand on why I believe the number of claims increased, or is that relevant?
I'll give you just a brief couple of sentences, if you will. We have had a lot of evidence on it, and
as to why it increased.
But we had some evidence. Let me be more vague.
There was certainly a deliberate strategy by myself and the Secretary to get to know who our veterans were. We were worried that there were veterans in the community who weren't receiving any help whatsoever. So the Veterans Recognition Package was part of that, encouraging veterans to come forward and register with DVA. The decision to have non-liability healthcare, so free mental health care for life, was a conscious decision to try and bring veterans forward to remove the stigma around mental health and the issues around statements of principles and making it easier as best we could to make a claim undoubtedly led to an increase in the number of claims. And there's something that which occurred too, which I can only report to anecdotally, but advocates started saying to me when I visited places like Townsville and other bases, they were saying to me they were having a better claims experience through the online service, well, the My Service online service. And they were sharing that information with other veterans to the extent that we believe other claims came forward as a result of that. So in many ways, DVA was a victim of its own success in getting to know its veterans more, and more people were coming forward. And at the same time, we were engaging with defence families and current serving members through the early engagement model to say to those people serving, as they were serving, get your claim in, because at some point in the future, while you're getting help now and you're fine now, you might need some additional help in the future. So I believe there were a range of factors that led to that escalation in claims. And if I was to have my time again, which none of us ever get to do, I think I should have put more effort to understand what that forecast demand would look like, and if in fact models were available to try and figure out what that impact might look like if you were successful in bringing more veterans forward. So that, I guess, in a nutshell, explains, I think, how we got to where we got to.
The bottom line is that you and the department pursued a number of engagement strategies that quite predictably led to an increase in the number of claims.
Certainly we did a number of strategies to try and raise awareness of the role of DVA, tried to make the experience better so that more veterans would come forward, tried to destigmatise things around mental health through deliberate strategies. But you said quite predictably, look, I understand that at some point there were attempts through finance, so the Department of Finance, to model what the increase in claims would be, and that modelling failed. So I acknowledge, I absolutely sit here today and acknowledge that you'd think with all that work, more veterans would come forward, and it certainly was the case. I would prefer to us to then have been able to get more staff into their claims processing situation, but we simply didn't have that data to back it up at that time. I think I accept the premise of what you're saying.
One of the engagement measures, forgive me, I don't know whether it was in your term or a little before, but one of the engagement measures was it not, to improve the accessibility or the ease of lodging new claims through My Service?
Yeah, that came into effect, I believe it was 2018. It was a decision I think made prior to my, I'm pretty sure it was prior to my time as Minister, but it came into effect during my time, and we certainly promoted it at every opportunity amongst the veteran community.
Now, we're not going to discuss, no disrespect today, how good it or bad it is, because it's really in the eye of the beholder, and that's the veterans. But when you try to make it easier to lodge claims, which is no doubt a proper thing to do, it is again predictable that you're going to get more of them coming in, at least for a while. Do you agree with that? At least at the level of principle. I'm not saying you could predict the number, but it was pretty predictable that there would be some increase from that as well.
Just very briefly, the reputation of DVA, as a local member of Parliament, the reputation of DVA before the last 5 years was it was quite an adversarial organisation to work with. And it was hard.
Mr. Chester,
I'm going to be very quick. I will be quick.
Well, I'm going to be quicker because I've got very limited time, and your council and the commissioners get a chance too, we hope. Because I think we can all predict what you're going to say, and we're not going to quarrel with it. The fact is, there was a number of reasons initiated by you in the department with goodwill and proper purpose that predictably led to the fact of an increase in claims, even if there was no modelling to predict the number. My question is, if we've heard that although resources were put into improving the My Service interface to make it easier to lodge the claims, resources were not put into the back end of the system to process them quickly. Is that your understanding?
I'm not across that exact detail, but that is consistent with what I've heard as well. I'm not across exactly where the
Yes.
staffing went. I'm sorry.
Now, the problem of a growing backlog and long delays was plainly not a short-term problem. Would you agree with that? I'm not saying it's forever, but it's not short-term, is it?
Can you define what your version of short term is? Sorry, sir.
Let's use a precise one, and of course it's a very flexible term. Let's use the forward estimates, which is a 4-year period. It was, certainly with the benefit of hindsight, it's clear that this was a surge that would keep growing for more than 4 years. Did you have that understanding in 2018 and 2019?
I think the term benefit of hindsight is a very important one here, Mr. Singleton, because I agree with benefit of hindsight. We should have put more resources or been able to get more resources up front into the claims processing area. The only thing I can say, I guess, in defence of what occurred was in the 2020-21 budget. I might stand corrected on that. No, 2021-22 budget. Having viewed
We're
the
going to
lived
come to
experience-
the budget because
Okay.
we know about that, and
Yep.
I'm going to ask you a question about it.
Yep.
My question at the moment is, back in, I'll do it one at a time. In 2018, did you perceive that the then emerging surge was likely to involve a higher level of claims for at least 4 years?
No, I did not.
In 2019, did that dawn upon you? I don't mean to be rude, but did it come to your consciousness that in 2019 that this had a reasonable chance of being a long-term problem in the sense we've defined?
Look, if I'd assist counsel, I can't remember exactly what year the department came to me and highlighted that the time taken to process claims was getting to a level that was unsatisfactory to the veterans and to us as a government. I can't remember the exact year, but it was certainly reported to me at that time that we needed supplementation, so additional funding for departmental...
My question is really about when did you form the view this is a long-term problem?
I'm sorry.
If ever.
No, I'm sorry, I can't. Sorry. At one point you asked me whether it was a short-term problem or a long-term problem.
I may have been inelegant. Let me be very precise. When did you form the view that this was a problem that would last beyond the forward estimates?
I can't give you an exact time when I took the view that this was a longer run issue for us. I took the view that with additional resourcing in claims officers and further simplification of the process, it would not be a long-term issue, would not go out beyond 2 or 3 years, that we had to hit it hard with additional resources, do the work that the department was doing in terms of identifying clients who were particularly at risk and cracking on with those. But I never took the view that it was going to be something that would go 3 or 4 years. I viewed that as an issue where if you hit it with enough resources, you could get the backlog of claims under control.
After the claims on hand had tripled in 2 years, running at about 12,000 when in the financial year you came into office. In fact, the figures are based on 30 June figures. So just after you're appointed, it's 12,000. 2 years into the job, 30th of June 2020, 45,000. I mean, it's tripled in 2 years. Then towards the end of your 3-year tenure, it's virtually quadrupled. And you're saying at no point did you think this could last longer than the forward estimates?
Could you assist, sorry, Mr. Singleton, could you assist, is there a number there also on the number of claims that were actually processed? I'm
The
sorry.
number of claims was going up. Sorry, claims was going up more than both numbers are going up.
Yep.
Most as a broad proposition, one's going up a little bit. The number being processed is going up a bit, and the number of claims is going up a lot.
So I was only asking the question in the context that my belief, and you asked me whether it was go beyond the forward estimates, my belief was that there was more capacity to eat into that backlog if you had more resources allocated to it, and if you continued to simplify the process as much as possible, which is what the DBA was endeavouring to do. I mean, so I don't think Mr Singleton ever took the view that it would last more than 4 years to fix the backlog. I thought we could deal with it quicker than that.
Yes. Now, as it turns out, it's now running at 60,000. That's 5 times roughly 12. It's 60,000 now on the latest figures. So 5 times when you came into office, which is, we've now had the forward estimates period of 4 years since then. With the benefit of hindsight, is it not clear that to get back to the level that it was before you came into office, to get from 60,000 down to 12,000 and then stabilise it there, if for some reason that was thought to be the right number, it's going to take quite some effort. Would you agree with that?
I'd agree with it that there's additional effort required to reduce the backlog of claims, absolutely.
I accept your evidence. I accept that you've given evidence that it did not occur to you that this was going to last longer than the forward estimates, but certainly with the benefit of hindsight, it can now be seen that this should have been treated as a long-term problem in the sense of being dealt with over the forward estimates. Would you now agree with that proposition? Underline hindsight, in fairness, but you agree with it now, don't you?
Yeah, look, I agree with the premise of where you're heading, sir. The only caution I would add, at the time of doing the work to encouraging more veterans to come forward and the range of measures I described earlier, we were hopeful that more veterans would come forward, that they would be known to us and would be able to provide the support they needed, if in fact they needed it. We weren't confident that the measures we were going to take were going to be as successful as they have been in terms of getting to know more veterans and getting the early engagement with our current serving members. I fully accept, sir, that if you had known it was going to be that successful, surely in the forward estimates you would have argued for a longer term investment. But I guess to some extent that was an outcome that in many ways we were hoping to achieve, that more people would come forward. We weren't exactly sure that these veterans would come forward and they would accept that DVA was now acting in a more beneficial way towards them, or that current serving members through the early engagement model would be better off if they engage with DVA sooner. So I guess benefit of hindsight is a very important part of this conversation.
Yeah, and in fairness, it's been mentioned, but now I want to put to you that it shouldn't have taken hindsight. That if you were actively encouraging veterans to come forward with their claims and you saw that it was having unexpected success, and each year it just kept growing in virtually a straight line up at 45 degrees on some charts. Leave that detail to one side, but it just kept growing very steeply. And you knew that there was inadequate or no effective modelling to know when that might plateau, and it never did plateau in your time or in the time of the government. After at least a couple of years, it should have been assumed, applying the precautionary principle, that this was a long-term problem unless proven otherwise. That would have been the better approach, wouldn't it?
You just help me a little bit there. When you say the better approach, what do you mean by that? Sorry, sir.
You treated it as a temporary approach, as a temporary problem requiring a temporary ad hoc solution, namely supplementary funding of various amounts over the years. And we do have evidence, we've got the precise numbers in evidence, so we don't need to recapitulate, but
I'm sorry.
So you got the supplementary funding on several years, maybe every year, forget the detail, but in the order of $20 million in 1 year, 12 million in another, that kind of figure, to employ more staff and otherwise to respond to this surge in demand for processing services to deal with claims. You treated it as a temporary problem and you came up with a temporary solution. But given the significant impact on veterans of these delays, given the fact that you had no modelling about when this might plateau, given that it was surging more than expected, you should have taken the cautious approach of saying this is or could be a long-term problem and let's apply a long-term solution. That's what should have occurred, isn't it?
I'm in a slightly awkward position, Mr Singleton, in that what you've described was subject to some level of cabinet consideration. So how would you like me to handle that? I'm just a little
All right,
bit...
let me, firstly, we're not going to ask you what was submitted to the cabinet.
Well, can I say to you, this makes it, can I say to you in principle, I agree with the premise of what you've put to me, that a longer term solution would have been a desirable outcome to deal with the backlog in claims on a, let's colloquially call it, demand-driven funding model.
And this is why cabinet issues don't really arise here, you didn't perceive it as a long-term problem and you didn't seek a long-term solution, you sought supplementary funding and that's what you got, correct?
That's not correct, sorry, sir.
All right.
Parts of that...
But, you know,
Parts of that
there's
are
multiple,
correct. 'Cause
let's break it down.
Sorry, you asked me...
You thought it was, you've already said it was a temporary problem.
You asked me at the time whether, when it first emerged, did I think it was a long-term problem? No, I didn't. I believe we could resolve it with additional resources, and I thought that would be the way to deal with it. But then you asked me, I think, can you just remind me?
I went through each year until you were there. And each year it was still a temporary problem. But if you did form a view that it was a long-term problem over the forward estimates, just tell us that you did.
Well, yes, I did.
When did you form that view?
I am casting for the actual financial year, and I couldn't tell you exactly which financial year it was, but certainly how you described the approach, given the growth in numbers, I took a view that a demand-driven funding model, for want of a better phrase, was the right way to get on top of the departmental funding issues. That was my personal view, if you like.
Yes, and we'll come to that issue. But in terms of funding the department until the model was designed, if that happened, and was implemented, if that happened, the actual solution that you executed was to seek supplementary funding over a series of years. Is that correct?
That was the outcome of the budget process.
That was certainly the outcome.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood in terms of, I can't tell you what I take to cabinet, but I'm telling you the outcome was what you described.
So the Australian government made a decision to provide supplementary, not permanent funding, and we will not go into the black box of who in the Australian government made that decision. Is that the bottom line here?
I think, can you just repeat that? Sorry, sir.
This is correct. The Australian government, be it you through what you put to cabinet, not asking what, or through the cabinet by making a decision, the net result, without peering into the pieces, but the government as a whole decided that this would be treated by way of a temporary measure, namely supplementary funding.
That's the correct representation. It was treated as a year-on-year issue, as indicated by, I think, 2017-18 onwards. There was supplementary funding 17-18, 18-19, 19-20, and then 20-21. I'm sorry, I've lost the years. Yeah. There was a significant amount of additional funding for ongoing APS staff.
In addition to the fact that you and the department were encouraging better and greater engagement and had made it easier to lodge claims, there were other factors, were there not, that were likely to lead to long-term demand for claims processing resources, such as the longer-term effects of the Iraq and Afghanistan deployments, and the possibility that there would be a new harmonised legislation, and if that were implemented, the department would have to put resources into doing that. So there were other reasons, were there not, for a permanent, or at least long-term, over the forward estimates, ongoing increase in departmental resources for claims processing, correct?
Yeah, correct. I believe that's canvassed in Secretary Costin's statement about the high operational tempo as well. We were expecting, as more veterans returned or got involved in their new life in the community, they may come forward with other claims they wanted to make. We expected that, yes.
All right. Do you accept that the DVA staff who have to process the claims have a complicated and demanding job that requires considerable training?
I think that is a fair representation. I agree again with
Thank you.
that description.
that's a yes, I think. And do you agree? I'm sorry, I'll withdraw that. We've heard evidence that typically and in general, a new person employed in that role of processing and determining claims, who's commonly called a delegate, is not fully productive until 6 months into the job. Do you, at least in the broad, accept that proposition?
I think there's a proposition that's in Secretary Costin's evidence, and I agree with that. I have no reason to doubt it.
Do you accept that this factor makes for a powerful reason to strive to keep staff turnover low? Because every time a member leaves, you then replace that person with someone who's unproductive for about half a year. Do you agree that you should keep staff turnover low in that situation?
Well, I agree keeping staff turnover low is a desirable outcome. I wouldn't use the term unproductive, though. I think
Lower productive.
Yeah, I think that's the term that was used.
Yeah, and I'm not being critical of any staff here, and you're not either. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
It follows, does it not, that employing staff as ongoing employees under the Public Service Act has a significant advantage over employing staff as non-ongoing employees in this context?
My understanding of that issue is a blended model is a preferred model, but I agree with you that if you've got a core ongoing workload, having the ongoing staff to deal with it is desirable. But if you have a workload which you're concerned about sort of demand altering over years, having more flexibility was something that the Secretary advised me was a desirable outcome.
What she testified was that 20% labour hire arrangements was the right proportion for flexibility. The evidence indicates that the proportion of delegates who were working through this period was consistently much higher than 20% and at times more than 50%. So although one might debate what the correct level was, you don't suggest that the right ratio was ever achieved in your time as Minister, do you?
I understand the premise. I don't know what the ratio was when I started, so I can't pretend that I know exactly what the ratio was each time. But the basic points you're making I agree with, as expressed by the Secretary, that a proportion of flexibility for labour hire around that 20% mark was the desirable outcome, and there was a lot of time where it was higher than that, so I agree with that point, but I'm not sure at any time during my position as Minister whether it was anywhere near that mark. I have no recollection of that.
And the reason that Secretary Costin could never adopt the staff profile is the term that we've heard. That is the ratio she judged to be best. The reason she could never do that was that the average staffing level cap imposed upon the department did not permit her to employ staff under the Public Service Act. She had to get the needed staff through labour hire and similar contractual arrangements. You understand that, don't you?
Yes.
And you don't dispute that the cost to the taxpayer of doing this, for reasons like higher hourly rates for casual or labour hire people and related overheads, you don't dispute that the cost to the taxpayer of doing this was greater than just employing people under the Public Service Act.
I don't have any knowledge of that, I'm sorry, sir.
It's a very significant matter regarding which you ought to know before endorsing the ASL cap, isn't it?
Well, I'm sorry, you asked me whether I knew that to be a fact. I don't know that to be a fact.
Yeah, but I'm suggesting to you that it's a very significant matter that you ought to know at the time, and maybe not, I'm not saying you should remember it, but is it not something of such significance that you
Would it assist if I indicated that I supported efforts by the Secretary for more ongoing staff during my time as Minister, rather than, I guess, we're doing the dance of the seven veils around this point? I certainly supported having additional staff on an ongoing basis to deal with the backlog of claims. That was a position that was, put to me by the Secretary, and I supported in those efforts. The end result, though, was we received supplementation to deal with the departmental funding shortfall, which was the end result of the processes. But at all times, we were able to meet. I'm not sure.
Well, let's put it this way. You may have been supportive, but the government as a whole never granted the department an ongoing increase in the ASL cap over the forward estimates, did it?
Not until last financial year's, so the May 21 budget.
You say that a proper reading of that budget is not an increase in staffing levels for 2 years.
Oh, my mistake, sorry, sir, it is for 2 years. It was announced for over 2 years. Yes, sorry, it was announced for 2 years, sorry.
The ordinary position is that the budget papers state positions over the forward estimates, financial and ASL caps. And where it doesn't, it's because it's a temporary decision or a temporary solution to the perceived problem.
So I have misunderstood your reference to the forward estimates. The 447 additional ASL, and $98.5 million from memory was intended for ongoing staff, but I agree with you, it did say it was a 2-year measure, yes.
Can you identify any benefit that veterans have derived from the departments being subjected to an ASL cap at all?
No, I don't believe I can.
Can you identify a benefit for anyone from the departments being subjected to the ASL caps?
That is beyond my expertise in other departments or where finance or treasury impose that rule. I'm not sure what the basis of that rule was. This is beyond my knowledge, I'm sorry, sir.
No, not at all. I'll ask the operator to bring up the witness's statement at page 12. While that's coming up, in fact, Mr. Chester, you of course may still have your copy and may refer to it if you wish, but here it is on screen. You'll see that, that halfway down there's a question 8, and it says, in context, did you form any opinion on whether or not legislative change was required in order to facilitate more efficient and effective claims processing? Now, this is not a question about the Productivity Commission recommendations, which were often broader, more policy-based, but whether or not there were smaller technical statutory reforms that might have been enacted just to improve the claims efficiency, processing efficiency. Did you form the view that any such changes were needed?
Yes, as it relates to my statement, I did form the opinion after receiving the incoming minister's brief from the department and having consultation over a period of, I guess, weeks or months, that there was reform required.
Statutory reform.
So just assist me there with your, can you give me an example of what you referred to?
Did you, just in order to improve the efficiency of the systems,
Yep.
Did you form the view that some law had to be amended or a new law enacted?
Well, I think it's evidenced by legislation we brought in during my time. I think there was probably 6 or 7 bits of legislation, which I don't have in front of me at the moment, which dealt with some of those legislative changes that were required. So I definitely formed the view that that was needed to improve the system. And there were a series of packages of legislation that went through the House during my time. I could provide them to the Commission. I just don't have them in front of me at the moment, I'm sorry.
All right, well, we might pursue that through some supplementary statement or similar. We'll consult your lawyers. Could I turn to the Veterans Covenant and the, if I may respectfully call it the Recognition Act, just for brevity. I'll ask the operator to display the statement at page 18, where you'll see question 11 reproduced in due course, and paragraphs 95 and 96 of your statement. Would you agree that the Act is primarily a statement of recognition and appreciation of the role and sacrifice of our defence personnel, former and currently serving?
I would agree, you're largely correct, but the Section 7 that deals with the question of beneficial interpretation of the Act, I think is a pivotal part of the Act, which is perhaps not fully understood. And I guess it goes to my earlier comments that when I first became Member of Parliament back 14 years ago, there was a view that DBA was quite adversarial towards people and that it was hard to get a beneficial approach. So I think that Section 7 requesting of delegates or requiring delegates a beneficial approach to the interpretation of legislation is a significant part of the Veterans Recognition Act, which is perhaps not fully understood.
Are you aware of the argument that the ordinary common law doctrines of statutory construction or interpretation already have the concept of beneficial interpretation of legislation, which would already have applied? Are you aware of the argument that this section restated what the law already was?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Would it be fair to characterise this statement as a strong, the Act and the covenant that's within it, as a strong statement that the government has responsibilities to veterans?
I think I agree that it definitely covers the government, but also I think is broader in a very important line at the end of the covenant where it says, for what they have done, this we will do. I think it brings with it certain responsibilities for all of us as Australians to acknowledge that the men and women who put on the uniform and place themselves in harm's way, for what they have done, this we will do means we will take steps as a government, as an ex-service community, as a community, to respect and recognise and support them in their work or in their retirement after their service.
It's also fair to say, without derogating from the value of recognition, which is important, and encouragement, the Act doesn't itself confer any substantive rights or entitlements to services and the like, does it? It encourages the government to do it elsewhere.
I agree with that interpretation, but I would never underestimate the symbolism, if you like, of the Act and the Covenant and how highly it was regarded by veterans when they spoke to me over a long period of time.
Now, at paragraph 95, which is still on the screen, you say that the Act contains the most significant reforms that you consider necessary to advance the interests, and in context, that's the interests of veterans, relevantly to suicide prevention in particular. Just to assist in the correct interpretation of your intention in this paragraph, do you mean to convey that the Act contains the most significant legislative reforms that you were able to achieve, or should we read it literally and to the effect that the Act's purpose of recognition and encouragement without substantive rights or entitlements is more important than substantive legislation of a more practical nature might have been, say to ameliorate the complexity of the claims regime or provide greater medical services?
No, I think the framing of the question did cause me some concern about it. Was specifically related to advance the interests of veterans in ways that may be relevant to the prevention of defence and veteran suicide. So rather than pull out the other legislation I just referred to, which had direct benefits, I thought of the acts that we put through during my time, the Veterans Recognition Act was the one most likely to assist in that respect and recognition piece and positive view of service that I thought would assist in that aim, as stated in the question, prevention and defence of veteran suicide. So there were other pieces of legislation which I think dealt with those substantive things you described, benefits and health support measures, whatever that might be. But in terms of the framing of that question, I thought the Veterans Recognition Act probably related most specifically to that question.
So question 11 is about what you thought was needed, not what was actually done. Is it your position that the most significant thing that was actually done is the Australian Veterans Recognition, Putting Veterans and Their Families First Act?
Just bear with me, I'm just going to read the question again, sorry.
Yeah, just please do.
Sorry, so the question was?
So I'm putting forward two choices for you, really. One is that what you're trying to say is that the most important thing that was actually done is the Recognition Act, but there would have been other more important reforms for suicide prevention, but they just weren't achieved. Did you think of other things that could be done that would have been more important but weren't passed by the Parliament?
Not in terms, as it's put in the question, in terms of legislative reforms. And I do make the point that I know our legislation is obviously the bedrock of where we deliver benefits to veterans. I thought there were a lot of other measures that are underway through the ex-service community and through DVA, very relevant to prevention of defence and veteran suicides that didn't require legislation. So, and
I realise I put it very poorly, but so let me try again. Did you think of legislation to address issues that are related to this issue of suicide, such as claims processing, could be anything else? Did you think of legislation that should have been enacted but wasn't?
No, in answer to your question, I can't recall any other proposed legislation put to me or put forward by me specifically dealing with the prevention of defence and veteran suicides.
All right. I'm going to do two more things. I'll ask the operator to bring up ONC.0001 0017 1561. This is the Productivity Commission report again. And in due course, we'll go to page 50 of the report. And we're going to look at the recommendation 7.1. You might recall that that was to do with setting up the Joint Transition Authority. And while that's being done, you say, paragraph 36 of your statement, you note that, quote, Defence has primary responsibility for the discharge of this recommendation. Could you tell us whether, as Minister for Defence Personnel, you had a role regarding this recommendation?
So regarding the recommendation or my quote?
Recommendation 7.1, it's on the screen now.
Okay, sorry, yep, I'm with you now.
Maybe in either of your two appointments, Veterans Affairs or Defence Personnel, what role did you have with respect to this recommendation, if any?
It's my view that I had primary responsibility for the functionality, I guess, of that, in terms of, as Minister for Defence Personnel, my interest is the serving members and their families, and I stress their families because it's an important part of the capability we're talking about. And the issue of the Joint Transition Authority was one that I believe was a very significant importance. In fact, we progressed it before this recommendation had come out, because there was a criticism, and it's probably still there today, that Defence historically didn't have an enormous amount of regard for a person once they were no longer a capability and they were moving on to civilian life.
So we are very familiar with the issue. In fact, you mentioned it earlier and indicated that you recognised the significance of this issue. So did I hear you to say that you were the minister responsible for this recommendation?
I believe having the twin portfolios of Defence Personnel and Veterans Affairs would make me primarily responsible, notwithstanding that you have a Defence Minister, obviously you're very aware of, but
Now,
primary responsibility would be...
You're aware that a body called, or with the name of, Joint Transition Authority has been established within Defence, as recommended in the first paragraph. You're aware of that, I take it?
Yes.
But if you look at the next paragraph, which mostly comprises 5 dot points, 4 out of the first 4 dot points have not yet been implemented or even accepted by the government. Have they?
I think, I'd prefer to go through them one by one because I don't agree with what you've put to me.
Please have a look.
So preparing serving members and their families for the transition from military to civilian life.
It's the testimony we've had from the people leading the JTA and those above them.
I'd like to see the testimony because it's my understanding that Defence has a very clear role in preparing serving
Not
members.
defence, I'm talking about the JTA. It says here the functions of the JTA should include preparing serving members and their families for the transition from military to civilian life. The other evidence we've received is no decision's been made on whether it will have that function. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't. If it assists, I agree that a function of the JTA should include preparing serving members and their families for transition from military to civilian life. I agree with the point. I'm not quite sure where you're getting to. Sorry, Mr. Singleton.
I'll just ask one more question. The updated government response says that this recommendation was implemented. You're the responsible officer of the government. I accept you may not have drafted every word of that document, but do you have any comment on why the updated government response would say that this has been implemented when it has only partly been implemented?
So the government has established the Joint Transition Authority within Defence, so I would suggest that would indicate it's been implemented. I don't think the function of the JTA would ever be considered as fully implemented because it's an ongoing role. So I'm a bit lost on what you're asking me. Sorry, sir.
Well, I'll leave it at that, just for time. Others are entitled to ask a few questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chester, for your statement and your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
I have no further questions, thank you, Mr. Chester.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Mr. Chester, you said earlier about when you were talking about engaging with veterans and therefore expecting some increase or potential increase in claims, you referred to some Department of Finance modelling that you, I think, described had the modelling failed. I'm curious to understand more about that modelling from the Department of Finance. When was it and what specifically was it in relation to?
Thanks, Commissioner. And I don't have any detail because it was put to me in passing at some point over the last 12 or 18 months. So it's not something that I have a written record of, and I guess it may have been indiscreet of me to describe it in that way. But it's my understanding that there have been attempts within finance to model, the demand-driven funding model for claims, and it hasn't been terribly accurate. So that is information passed to me by a public servant of another department, but I'm not aware if there's actually written documentation of that attempt.
So two things out of that. One is in relation to your strategy to purposefully go out and engage more veterans and potentially therefore receive more claims. Was there anything that informed you or the Secretary at the time that you embarked on those initiatives that gave you some sense of what volume of increased claims you might expect?
No, there was, Commissioner, there was nothing to indicate what the result might be, but there was certainly criticism, the reason for that step was a level of criticism applied to DVA that you don't even know who Australian veterans are. There are people out there who are not receiving the help they're lawfully entitled to receive. What are you doing about finding them and providing them with that support? And I was aware of cases where it was put to me that a veteran, not known by DVA, had taken their own life, and why weren't you helping them? And so I guess the competing problem for me as a minister in conjunction with the department was, well, how do we find these people to make sure we're getting the support they're entitled to receive? So that was the intent of what we were trying to do. But I freely acknowledge, as we sit here today, that more thought or more consideration could have been given to, well, what if you happen to find a whole lot more? How are you going to make sure they get that service that they are entitled to, and I acknowledge I think that was an oversight to the extent that we didn't realise how many more claims would come forward.
Would you say the same about the decision to streamline the claims process through the My Service? Did you have a sense of what that might do?
No, I wasn't. Sorry, Commissioner, I wasn't Minister at the time that decision was made, so I'm not sure what forecasting may have been done at that time, but it was certainly the Minister when it came into effect. And I'm sure you appreciate, as Minister, I did travel around a lot to different barracks, to RSLs and other organisations, and I was getting the feedback that this was popular, it was working well, particularly for contemporary veterans. And I again would acknowledge that given how well it was being received, could more focus have been put on the resourcing to make sure the claims issue didn't get to the point where we've got a backlog we have today?
So prior to, I mean, you were Minister when it was actually implemented, albeit not when the first decision was made. Did you seek an assurance from the Secretary prior to kind of, in a sense, pushing the button and saying, yes, proceed? Did you have an assurance from the Secretary that the department was well equipped to deal with whatever came?
I can't recall ever asking that question. It'd be unfair of me to speculate, I'm sorry.
Okay. Just wanted to go back to the Department of Finance modelling that I was asking before. I said there was a second question. This Commission has been told that at some point in the past decade or so, there was some modelling done that suggested that the number of veterans was declining and that the size of the Department of Veterans Affairs could be decreased because essentially veterans were going to disappear in the fullness of time. Do you have any kind of knowledge of that prior modelling?
I don't have to my hand, so I'm aware of the claim that was put to me that there was a forecast at some points. I'm not sure where that even came from, sorry, Commissioner. There have been some changes which I think are important to acknowledge, that our definition of a veteran of having one day full-time service perhaps made more people eligible than the modellers at the time were forecasting. Even with that in mind, the high operational tempo resulted in more people coming forward with claims, either physical or mental health claims. And there has been, I think, a broader Australian willingness to put your hand up if you've got a mental health issue, and it's been destigmatised to the point that even within the Defence Force, which has not always been the first cohort of people who'd come forward and acknowledge mental health concerns, there have been more people willing to come forward in that regard and seek help. So there I think that's been a positive, but I guess I would agree with you that it wasn't perhaps forecast what that demand would look like.
So going back some time, there was someone somewhere, details a little bit obscure, seems to have formed an opinion that the department could decrease in size, and indeed there was a reduction in the size of the staffing of DVA, I think going back prior to your time as Minister. But then, as you say, there's these things that have changed, what the department's doing, the operational tempo, the willingness in the community to seek help, and yet we didn't see necessarily a timely response in terms of the staffing or resourcing of the department. I'm wondering how that sits with the statement from the Act that you've quoted to us a couple of times today. For what you have done, this we must do.
This we will do, yes. So I think you're right, Commissioner, in terms of the response in terms of ongoing staff wasn't at a rate that that I would have liked if I had my time again. But more broadly, the role of DVA going forward, as it's looked at in the PC report and other areas, I think is changing a lot, in the sense that it's not only assessing compensation, it's no longer a provider of health services, it purchases health services, and it does that commemoration recognition process. If I was fortunate enough to ever return to that role, I would spend a lot more time driving the self-help in the community, because I think that's where the real gains are going to come from in terms of ex-service organisations and community leaders who are very good at coming up with responses in those communities with a little bit of government funding. So if the Minister or the Secretary at the time had more flexibility, able to invest in more innovative approaches, I think there is one area where we could see some really good localised gains in terms of veterans' health and wellbeing. And that wasn't close to answering your question. What was your question? Sorry.
Well, my question, Mr. Chester, was really, I would agree with your statement. I think we've seen some outstanding initiatives from the community, and many that warrant, support. I guess my question goes to the heart of the words in the Veteran Recognition Act: for what you have done, this we must do. And yet what we've heard is that government either did nothing over a 2 or 3 year period, or appears to have not done very much, perhaps if I characterise it that way, has been challenged in actually even articulating the steps or having the resources and the staffing to actually meet the claims demands that it's actually sought to generate. I mean, is that really, from a government perspective, for what you have done, this we must do?
Well, Commissioner, I understand what you're saying in relation specifically to the Productivity Commission report. And that is, one part that I've been examined closely on today, where we've identified some areas that more urgency would have been required. But in that most recent period of, say, 5 years, you've seen in the order of $500 million provided to the Department for Veteran-Centric Reform, in the order, I think, $30 to $40 million now for veteran wellbeing centres, additional spending. For the first time, the department is now providing psychiatric trained assistance dogs to veterans on the recommendation of mental health experts. The veteran payment's been introduced. There have been a lot of initiatives that I'm very proud of, the way we've worked with the department and with the ex-service community. And I do see this Royal Commission as a real opportunity to unite our veteran community going forward on the next generation of reforms and what else we need to do to keep driving towards zero, because there's no acceptable number of suicide for me as a minister. There's no acceptable number of suicide for the Australian population. I was constantly reminded by that every day.
And Mr. Chester, I certainly don't wish to diminish the achievements that you've outlined there, but I think I also heard in your testimony essentially that you appear to have taken things to Cabinet and government made, the outcome of which was that the support that was being sought was not necessarily there. So I guess that I'll leave it there. Yep. It just doesn't necessarily fully align with my interpretation of those words in the Act.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I just wanted to clarify, being a minister is the most frustrating, most rewarding job, and often on the same day. I don't think there's ever been a minister who's gone to Cabinet and got everything they wanted, but I was very satisfied with the support I received for some key initiatives, but there was always things that I wanted to do extra.
Thank you, Mr. Chester. If I could just ask the operator to pull up your statement again, and if we can go back to question 8, I think it's on page 12 of the statement. And if we can just blow up question 8, please. Thank you. You've seen this a bit earlier, Mr. Chester, and what I wanted to ask you is your answer to that question did point out a number of important steps that were taken under your control, such as the covenant, the engagement with ESOs, the veteran-centric reforms and so on. But a couple of things you didn't really go into, and I'm keen to know your thoughts. Additional funding, new and revised funding model for the department, and the increase of the ASL cap. We've heard a significant amount of evidence that the ASL funding cap in particular is leading to the inability of the department to meet the needs of veterans. I just wondered whether you can say, I mean, look, to put it bluntly, if I may, Mr. Chester, blind Freddie can see that the DVA is struggling, groaning, in fact, under the weight of the work that it faces, and the ASL and the funding situation should be addressed. You didn't mention them in your answer. I just want to know, is there any specific steps that you took in that regard that you can point us to?
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner. In relation to the ASL cap, the 2021-22 budget, from memory, included $98.5 million for additional 447 staff for DVA, of which it was my understanding on leaving the portfolio, the majority of which would be directed to the claims issue. In terms of additional funding, I would have liked at some point to have been able to deliver a fund for innovation within this space. I mean, it took me a long time to convince finance and DVA more broadly that buying assistance dogs was a good idea. And if you had an innovation fund of some description, you may be able to react more quickly to contemporary veterans' needs. And so things like, you've seen equine therapy, arts therapy and surfing camps.
I'm sorry to interject. I'm just conscious of the time. I'd really just want to stick with the financing and the staffing, the ASL in
Oh, sorry, I thought you were
particular.
talking about additional funding, sorry.
Well,
So no, I agree.
Did you have a view about the effect of that staffing cap, the ASL, and whether it ought to go?
Well, my view is that we needed a model where, as demand was increasing or forecast to increase, the ongoing staff would reflect that, your allocation of ongoing staff, not the model where we had with seeking supplementation funding. So I agree, I guess.
So I'm summarising, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. Your view is that there should have been a model that looked at the actual demand, and that should have dictated the staff, rather than being arbitrarily stuck on a particular level as the ASL does.
I can't find anything to disagree with in your comments, sir.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Thank you.
Yes, sorry,
And
yes.
the other, I mean, essentially, and I'm not being critical of you or anybody else right now, the reality is the staffing level is stuck at about 2017 level, and then the demand for services from the department has clearly gone through the roof. Logic would dictate that someone needs to sit down and say, okay, the ground has shifted, we must do something differently. That just doesn't appear to have happened. Either your watch, with the greatest respect, or your successor.
No, I'd have to disagree. We certainly did sit down and have those conversations, but in terms of outcome, I can understand how you've reached that conclusion, if that makes any sense at all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Free? Mr. Woods?
Thank you, Commissioner. I just have a couple of topics, if I might. Mr. Chester, you were asked some questions about the Veterans Recognition Act, and I wanted to ask you some questions flowing from that. Prior to the inception of that Act, I take it that you'd observed or been told through your holding of the ministry that there was a previous adversarial approach taken by the statutory decision makers. Is that right?
That was certainly my feedback as a local member of parliament, where veterans organisations in your own community will come to you and raise concerns, and that was a view that was expressed to me on many occasions.
So that view being expressed to you, did that lead you to believe that that discouraged people from coming forward and making claims?
Yes.
And the Section 7 provisions that you've given evidence about earlier today mandates the beneficial interpretation of MERCA, DIRCA and the Veterans Entitlement Act, and you've given evidence about that. Are you aware whether that legislative reform changed the approach of statutory decision makers, obviously broadly speaking, in relation to veterans making claims?
Well, certainly I would say it was one of the suite of measures that were undertaken during my time in the portfolio that encouraged more veterans to come forward. And I don't know, there's a term we use, sort of the digger net, which is sort of serving men and women who, word spreads amongst their colleagues. The digger net was certainly positively predisposed to bringing claims forward during my time, which wasn't necessarily what I'd seen previously. So I think there was, word of mouth was spreading that DVA was trying to change the veteran-centric reform. They never would have called it that, but the processes were changing, and the Recognition Act was another step along that pathway to encouraging more veterans to come forward and lodge a claim.
And Council Assisting took you to that exponential growth in claims each financial year. Are you aware, either specifically or anecdotally, of the effect of this beneficial interpretation on the increase of claims that were made?
Well, I think it was a contributing factor. I think there are other factors that we've already referred to, my service and others, but I think the recognition bill encouraged people to come forward. I think, and I have to check the details. I understand in the order of more than 100,000 veterans registered for the package that went with the Act. There was the covenant, there was some explanatory information there, and the veterans PIN, which were all part of that whole package. And I think more than 100,000 veterans registered for that.
Just on a separate topic, this is to do with funding, and you and I will both need to be cautious not to trespass into Cabinet in confidence issues. But in answer to Councillor Sisting's questions regarding the updated response, you said that that and the numbers in that document reflected the government's position. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And that document indicated that in fact hundreds of millions of dollars had been provided broadly, increased hundreds of millions of dollars into this particular issue, correct?
That's
not talking harmonisation or reducing claims at this stage, just broadly speaking.
The broader response to the Productivity Commission, that's correct. I think it was $386 million.
All right. And that increase of funding is something that you yourself promoted?
Just
broadly speaking?
Broadly speaking, I just wouldn't want to be sitting here claiming credit for the hard work of many others. Certainly, I took it to ERC. I took that process, but it was, the hard work of the department and my own staff that got it to a position where you could argue that case. So it's a long and sometimes exhaustive process getting to the point where you actually make your case in front of the Cabinet colleagues.
Of course, and but that increase of funding is something that you promoted, again, broadly speaking, in relation to both harmonisation and funding to clear claims backlogs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and again, wanting to sail above the detail of the conversations, were you successful in achieving all of the funding that you sought?
Objection. Sorry, Commissioners. The witness has been very careful to try and skirt around what is a very difficult issue, which is trying to explain these processes in a way which doesn't indirectly disclose Cabinet deliberations. I fear that the question there is inviting him to go beyond what's been announced and effectively will be indirectly disclosing the matters that were discussed by Cabinet.
Mr Wood, do you wish to respond to that?
Well, what I say is that the witness is obviously at a disadvantage in this regard. He should be allowed to answer the question frankly. I'm not asking him about particular discussions that were had. I'm asking about what he asked for and whether he was successful, broadly speaking, in getting everything that he asked for.
The submission against you, though, is that will lead to an inference about what occurred in Cabinet, which we're not allowed to receive.
Well, I'm only asking in a very broad context.
I understand that, but I think what Mr Freed says has some cogency to it.
Well, yes. Well, I just want to make it clear that if there are submissions that are made adverse in this light, obviously my client will be at a disadvantage because evidence that he can and can't give. But in any event, I'll move on.
Okay.
The roadmap, Mr Chester, it was announced that was being developed in the May 21 budget, and that's in Ms Cosson's statement, and you refer to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in that statement, Ms Cosson talks about that requiring broad consultation with the veteran community, and that seems to accord with what you were saying about changes in legislation, correct?
That's correct.
To achieve that outcome or that announcement, in the May 21 announcement, is it correct to say that significant work had to be done prior to that announcement to get that announcement made?
That's correct. There would have been, over that period of, I guess it's what we're talking, 20 months, is it 20 months? Over that period of time anyway, there was a lot of conversation between my office, the DVA, ex-service organisations around the Productivity Commission report and where we should be taking it and what was again, it's been described here today, a very comprehensive report. So there's a lot of conversation over a long period of time about how we progress those recommendations and which ones were most likely to deliver the best possible outcome for veterans in the short, medium and longer term.
So the point being, and I take it you'll agree with this, but disagree if you need to, it's not as simple as saying May 21 was the moment that things changed in this regard. In fact, work has to go into getting to the May 21 announcement.
That's correct.
Now, Council Assisting spoke to you about, or asked you some questions about funding regarding harmonisation as having to come from taxpayers ultimately. That was early in the day. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It's correct to say that generally money has to come from somewhere else within an overall budget rather than an increase in taxation. You agree with that?
Certainly, the government policy was not to impose a greater tax burden on Australians where it was able to be avoided.
All right. So, but the point being, the money would generally speaking come from elsewhere within the budget. You agree with that?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And lastly, you were asked a question or two about, it was put to you that there needed to be a cautious approach in relation to claims backlogs, and what was said to you was looking forward when some of these earlier changes were made, it should have been well known that there would be exponential growth that in fact occurred. Do you remember those questions?
I remember those stream of questions, yes.
You had some difficulty again in answering fully those questions. In fact, it's going to invite another objection, so I might withdraw those couple of questions. Thank you, Commissioners, and I'll finish it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Commissioner Brown just had one more issue she wanted to raise.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to go back to the issue, Mr. Chester. You talked about the 386 million that you were able to secure in relation to the government position and what you were doing. My question is, was there an offset? So because we heard yesterday from Mr. G, he was able to secure, I think it was 22 odd million plus a promise of another 70 odd million, but in return he had to offset 430 million, which presumably is over the forwards and probably equated to the 4 years of the funding he got. So was there an offset for that 386 million so that in effect the department wasn't actually getting a whole heap of extra new money?
Commissioner, I can't recall which particular items were new spending commitments, new policy proposals, so new spending, and which ones required some of the losses. I don't have that detail in front of me. No, I really couldn't be, because there was a number of initiatives there which you may be aware of, more than a dozen or so, and I just can't recall if there were offsets required, because some of them would have been new spending proposals.
There was one topic I forgot to raise. I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm not sure whether you'll finish though. Oh, thank you. If I might, it's only a brief topic. Mr. Chester, you touched in your evidence on earlier in the day on your work in encouraging those who can and should make claims to come forward. When coming into the portfolio, is it correct that one significant issue was that the department simply didn't have the data to say which Australians were, in fact, veterans and where they lived?
That's correct.
And the 2021 census had a new inclusion which hadn't been in before as to collect that data for people to record whether or not they were veterans. Is that right?
Yes, there was a question included in the census, have you served in the Australian Defence Force, which was an initiative we pursued through my office with support of DVA and the ex-service community.
And it might seem obvious, my final question, but what are the benefits to DVA and the government more broadly of having that data?
I think this census data will be critically important for DVA going forward, in that they'll be able to map, for want of a better phrase, the veteran heat map, if you like, where you'll see where the veterans are actually living and where you need to direct your services. Right now, we have a heat map which tells us which veterans are receiving our services, but we don't know actually how many veterans live in those communities. So the census data, when it's available to DVA, I think will inform future decision-making in a way that they haven't been able to achieve in the past. We suspect, for example, that this community here in Townsville has a high veteran population because we've got high numbers of DVA clients here, but we don't really know how many other veterans are out there who may well be in need of services at some point in the future. So I think it was a good decision by government. It was backed by Treasury at the time, and I think it'll deliver some long-term outcomes for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chester. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr Woods. Mr Singleton, any matters arising?
No questions arising. I'll just note, although it is on the record, I did not use the word exponential, and we're not in a position to contend for it in the mathematical sense. Other than that, might Mr Chester be excused from his summons?
Thank you, Mr Chester. We appreciate the evidence you've given today and the effort you've put into preparing the lengthy statement. You're excused from your summons to appear from today. We do need to break until 2:30. I understand there's some logistical issues that need to be attended to. So if there's no other issues, we'll adjourn for lunch.
All rise. The Royal Commission is now adjourned until 2:30 p.m. rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good afternoon, Ms Bridget.
May it please the Commission, I call our next witness, John Caligari, AO, DSC.
John Caligari, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Commissioners, before I begin asking questions, I have one matter to attend to with respect to documents I wish to tender. Operator, please display the tender bundle list. Commissioners, there are 32 documents on the tender bundle list. I tender all 32 documents.
I assume there's no issues, Mr Free? Okay, thank you. So they'll be accepted and allocated the next consecutive numbers in the list. Thank you.
Can you please tell the Commissioners your full name?
John Graham Caligari.
And you made a statement to the Commission signed and dated 21st of June 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And your statement was in response to a notice to give, which was issued to you on the 10th of June, is that correct?
Yes.
10th of June 2022, just for the record. There are two versions of your statement, a redacted and unredacted statement, is that correct?
Yes.
Operator, please display JOC.000.001.1020_R. Operator, just checking that you are displaying the redacted version of the statement, please. Mr. Caligari, do you recognise this as the front cover of your statement?
Yes.
And operator, please scroll to the final page of the statement. Operator, if you could please, thank you, scroll to the last final page of the statement. Mr. Caligari, there are 27 pages to your statement, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recognise this as the statement that you provided to the Royal Commission?
Yes.
And are the contents of your statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioners, I tender the redacted statement of John Caligari dated 21st of June 2022 as the document ID I've just read out as a public exhibit.
Thank you. It's accepted and allocated the next number.
And Commissioners, I also tender the unredacted statement, and that document ID has an _R with the same numbers as a confidential exhibit.
Thank you. It's also accepted under those provisos.
Is it correct that you're giving evidence today before the Royal Commission in your capacity as the founder and chair of the Oasis Townsville?
Yes.
And if at any time you would like to take a break, please do let me know and we can adjourn for a moment.
Thank you.
As well as being the chair of the Oasis Townsville, and I'll just call it the Oasis if you like from now on, you are also the chair of Operation Compass. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'll be asking you some questions about that later. And you are a veteran with over 36 years experience in the Australian Defence Force, is that correct?
Yes.
And you enlisted at the age of 18.
Yes.
And you are a former commander of the 3rd Brigade in Townsville.
I am.
And in 1999, you were deployed to East Timor and was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for command and leadership.
Yes.
And in 2009, you deployed to Afghanistan and was appointed Deputy Commander, Joint Task Force as part of Operation Slipper for 6 months.
Joint Task Force 633, correct.
And upon your return, you served as the Head of Modernisation and Strategic Planning, then as the Head of Capability Systems Division, is that correct?
Correct.
And until your retirement in August 2015, you served as Chief Capability Development Group.
Correct.
And in 2014, you were appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia.
Correct.
And you posted to Townsville 4 times during your military career, is that correct?
Correct.
And served at every command level in the 3rd Brigade from platoon commander to brigade commander for a total period of 12 years, 1/3 of your career, is that correct?
Correct.
And outside of your distinguished military career, you are currently an Australian Institute of Company Directors Qualified Company Director, is that correct?
Correct.
You are the patron of Northern Queensland Legacy,
Correct.
the patron of 1st Battalion, the Royal Australian Regiment Association,
Correct.
and also a non-executive director on several company boards and a strategic advisor.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Caligari.
Interesting to just to note that all of those positions relating to veterans were all volunteer positions. The only ones that I am actually doing as a consultant are the ones that relate to non-executive director and a strategist.
Thank you for clarifying that. If I can start perhaps with the beginnings of the Oasis. The Oasis was established in around mid-2016, is that right?
Not quite right. The Oasis, I guess, if you wanted to take it from a Genesis point of view, has really been in the minds of the ex-service community leadership for a long time in Townsville, and it largely revolves around the inability to get young soldiers, sailors and aviators into their organisations or accessing them, them having trouble finding where they all are because they are all over town and difficult to get to on occasions. So there's been a thought in Townsville for some time that they needed some sort of a mechanism to be able to bring them all together, or at least identify where they all were to the soldiers, particularly in 3 Brigade. So I guess at some stage, 10 or 15 years ago, there was this immediate concern that they all worked on to try and resolve. Then around about mid-16, some of those the senior leadership of the veteran community got together and thought they needed some place. They were essentially looking at a sort of a kiosk where we could have soldiers go to at one particular place and find out about each of the ex-service organisations. In fact, at the time, the Mayor offered us a building, the old tennis courts next to Ingham Road. That sort of didn't go too far from there, because actually what the plan from 10 years ago was actually to bring all ESOs together on about a 5-acre block. But this particular idea was to bring them all together, but of course they recognised the difficulty there is volunteers manning this particular station. It got a bit of an inject when Compass was announced in August 2016, the ex-ADF and Families Suicide Prevention Trial by the Prime Minister in August 2016.
And Mr. Caligari, I'll just pause there for a moment, because I'll be asking you some questions about Operation Compass. But if I can just go back to the inception, if you like, or the genesis, as you put it, because it's important to understand how this, how it all began. Can I ask you what motivated you personally to be involved in a project or an organisation like this?
Well, several things. I attended a few funerals of soldiers that I've commanded, including on operations, combat operations. I had already been involved in the Townsville Suicide Prevention team here in Townsville and watched some of the things that they were doing to try and do that. I am the patron of the 1 Hour Association, which had particular concerns and were looking for opportunities to do something. There was a number of veteran campaigns at the time. For instance, 22 push-ups for 22 days put on social media and things like that. But then, of course, the main thing for me was Compass. When Compass arrived, I nominated myself as to chair it, and the rest then all fell into place behind Operation Compass, or the ex-ADF and Family Suicide Prevention Trial.
And was establishing Operation Compass / the Oasis, which we'll talk about how that came to be. Was that intentional to be in Townsville?
The Operation Compass we're talking?
Yes.
Yes, it was. It was announced by the Prime Minister August 2016 that there would be a national suicide prevention trial for veterans and their families in Townsville.
And why do you say there is a need for an organisation like the Oasis in Townsville?
Well, I think, as it said, it starts back a long time ago when the ex-service organisations of Townsville realised that it is not easy for someone serving inside either Laverack or RAF-based Townsville, for that matter, to find where they all are and find the appropriate one and get the appropriate services. So the idea of bringing all of that together made sense. The only difference being that the plan that was drafted 10 odd years ago was all about bringing them all into one physical location, which our learnings from Operation Compass led us to understand that's not necessarily the right thing to do. The more ESOs, the better, but actually what it is about guiding them to the correct ESOs, not necessarily having them all under the same roof.
And in your statement at paragraph 18 and a few of the paragraphs that follow there, you provide evidence regarding some of the statistics of Townsville under the heading there, the need for a place like the Oasis. Can you tell the commissioners about the population in Townsville and why it's important to have the Oasis in a place like Townsville?
Well, Townsville is widely regarded as the biggest or largest garrison city in Australia. It has a population of about 200,000. We know there are about 5,000 serving personnel in Townsville, and DVA's figures show that if you added together the federal electorate of Herbert and Dawson to take the numbers of clients that DVA has in our area, and then take the assumption that DVA makes that they are only roundly aware of about 1/3 of the veteran community, which we'll get clarification on when the census material comes out. 1/3 of 6,000 is a third, make it 15,000, add 5,000 current serving veterans, you now make it 20,000. If you give each one of those, each of them one other person, a partner, a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, a daughter, a son, and that's being very conservative, then the number comes out at 40,000, which makes the population about 20% of Townsville's population, a very significant number for a community such as this.
And in terms of the transitioning numbers, do you know those?
We know that about 6,000, and this is a 10-year average, about 6,000, it's actually been higher in the last few years, depart the ADF every year. And that's healthy for the ADF, it knows about those numbers. But we also know that about 600 or 10% of those who get out of the ADF actually leave the ADF from Townsville. That doesn't mean they stay here. A large number of them would go back to their own homes, particularly as we know majority of them that get out, particularly if the younger ones, they're all 18 to 24-year-olds, they'll go back to where they've come from. But we also know that, and these figures come from the transitions organisations inside Laverack, that around about 200 to 250 in round terms leave the ADF here in Townsville and stay. And in large lump, that's because many of them in their first, they've left home 17, 18 years old, they've gone to school, they've gone to their training, they've got into their first posting here in Townsville. They generally, for instance, in the Army, have a 4-year engagement. At the end of their 4 years, if they happen to have found a partner, potentially had a child, and in many cases they say, well, I'm not leaving Townsville. So they stay. So those 200 to 250 really come into the Townsville population every year.
And we may get to this a little later if time permitting, but does the ADF provide you with all of the people that are transitioning every year? Do they provide you with a list of who's transitioning?
No.
Would that be helpful for you to have that list?
Absolutely would be helpful.
And just going back in terms of calculating the population, the defence population within Townsville, have there traditionally been difficulties in trying to accurately calculate how many people within Townsville are from, that have been in the ADF?
Well, I don't think anyone has a better guess than what I just articulated. That's as close as it's going to get until we start to see the figures come out of the census, most recent census, which asked, have you served or are you serving have you ever served or are you currently serving in the Australian Defence Force?
And has that question been asked before that you know of?
No.
Operator, please display JOC.0000.0001.1. In fact, operator, I think you are displaying it already. If you could please go to paragraph 26. In paragraph 26 here, Mr. Caligari, it's the philosophy of the Oasis. Can you tell the commissioners why such a, you might want to say what that philosophy is, and can you tell the commissioners why it's important for the Oasis and perhaps for the defence community?
Well, I guess it's largely important to me and therefore became important to the Oasis. And it's the basis upon which we've modelled what we think we're doing. It's a quote from Immanuel Kant, which is, "What is happiness?" From the 17th century, but it has been used by many people ever since, including US presidents and I think even Elvis Presley. But in essence, that someone to love, something to do and something to look forward to is apparently happiness. So if that's what we're chasing, then that's what we should be using. And in order to keep an organisation and a culture aligned and simple, we fall in, and most of the things we do is attempted to be derived back to that.
Operator, please display JOC, the same two sets of digits, and then the last digit is .0001, and that is the Oasis's annual report of 2018 to 2019. And if you could please, operator, go to .0002, and please expand. That's fine, operator, thank you. This is the mission and vision of the Oasis, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that the main mission of the Oasis is to support defence personnel to transition from the ADF?
That's one of the missions. The vision is actually the most important statement we have, which relates specifically to taking a higher view of what we want the veteran community to do, rather than simply be fixed or patched up or looked after because we need to be looked after. It's actually, we think, that Townsville could do very well if we had a vibrant, thriving, well-respected veteran community, which is what we're really after. So that includes anyone who's, from the first minute they're thinking about getting out of the ADF, right through into those who have been out for years.
So if an ADF member in their first or second year thinking, okay, I'll probably be here maybe for 5 or 6 years, but eventually I think I'll probably maybe move on, that's someone that the Oasis would be interested in engaging with?
Absolutely.
Why is that important to be doing it that early?
Because one of the main problems with transition is that we leave it too late for veterans, serving veterans, and I use the DVA veteran of 1 day of service. So serving veterans will really only gain access, or in many cases choose to seek to gain access to the services that they can get to transition when they complete a form known in the Defence Department as the AC 853 to exit the ADF. From that point in time, the whole ADF knows they're about to leave. And at that point in time, I believe we've left it too late, and that's part of our problem.
I may come back to that later, time permitting again. Operator, please display paragraph 22 of Mr. Caligari's statement. I'm asking the operator to display paragraph 29, of the statement, which are the goals of the Oasis. Can you tell the commissioners what are some of I'll wait for it to, here we go. It's there now for you, Mr. Caligari.
They are the goals, yes.
Yes. And can you tell the commissioners a little bit more about what those goals are in terms of why you've chosen those goals?
So what we're looking for at the Oasis is slightly different from what would be traditionally, certainly some of the more local ex-service organisations. We're looking for a place that we refer to as the home base for the veteran community. So we're looking for a particular location that's an environment which is family friendly and welcoming. In other words, it's not just a component or demographic of the veteran community, it's the entire veteran community, which we describe as being veteran, their partner, their kids, their parents, their family, and their close friends. All of us have been posted to an area and had someone who lived next door become our closest friend, because we're only there for a short period of time, but they're the people we depend on. So we use the broadest church of a veteran community, and we need a place for them to go. The services and facilities are comprehensive access for the veteran community, so we're looking for where they can get together. Many, for instance, of the ESOs in town don't have a location of their own. So, for example, we'll have the National Service Organisation have its monthly meeting at the Oasis, or the Royal Australian Air Force Association has its meetings at the Oasis. So they're looking for a place to go, so they've got somewhere where they can call a home. And for us, that means somewhere that's respected and safe.
And you mentioned family friendly. How would you describe the Oasis in terms of being family friendly? How does it achieve that?
So one of the first things is it's got a coffee shop. It's got a very calming atmosphere. It's not a concrete jungle. It doesn't look like a military facility. It's in the middle of a residential area. It has facilities for kids. We have a kids playground inside the main building. In fact, we're undertaking to build another kids playground undercover outside at the moment. We've got a lounge specifically set aside for veterans and their partners, so that particularly the younger soldiers who are not used to having smaller kids running around their feet are able to go and be by themselves without having to deal with the family side of it. So keeping them all segregated is important, and all the spaces outside for them to be able to do any of the activities that they think they're doing, even if it's just come along, read a book and have a coffee.
Does the Oasis provide childcare or any form of childcare?
No, we do not.
Is that something that you have thought about providing?
We have, until you start getting into some of the legalities and insurances, which prohibits it at the moment. But I wouldn't say it's off the cards for the future.
Thank you. And operator, if we please display JOC.0000.0001.0866, please. In your statement, you referred to the 10 human needs, and you can see there, we can call it the 10 human needs wheel in front of you. Can you explain what this 10 human needs wheel is and how it's been applied to the work of the Oasis?
So this is not anything particularly unusual. It's the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare has its own wellbeing domains. The Department of Veterans Affairs has modified the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare domains and created their own. Very similar, but slightly different. We've chosen to go a little bit more specific and turn it out into 10. So it splits it out, and we've put adjectives in front so that we can say it's not just about housing. For instance, it's about adequate housing. It's not just about compensation, which neither the AIHW or the DVA wellbeing domains list as I understand it, but it's about appropriate compensation. So this is becomes a guide for the people who work with us to make sure they understand what it is we're trying to achieve on a 10-point basis for all veterans and their families that attend.
So when you say the people who work with us, who are those people that you're referring to?
What I refer to as Team Oasis, which is a combination of both employed staff and volunteers.
So it's the people within the Oasis rather than people that you might refer to or work with outside of the Oasis team?
People who might need to be directed to this would become our clients, and our Team Oasis personnel would be managing them on an understanding of these are the things we need to achieve for them.
So is it a wellbeing framework? Is that
Yes.
what it is? And what is the strategy that the Oasis employs to achieve the goals that you were speaking about before? What kind of strategy do you employ?
Well, using the classic military definition of a strategy of ends, ways and means, the ends are things that we are looking for in the way of recognition for the veteran community, such that Townsville realises that it can be a significant player in helping Townsville become prosperous economically and socially. The ways we do that is by having a home base, a place that all veterans and their families and their friends are welcome. So it's not a place that is just a hut that does a couple of services. It is a place they can turn up and have a coffee, have a meal, bring their friends, have a meeting. There are meeting rooms that are available literally 24/7 if they want them. So it's the ways we do it is bringing them together, and that is principally through the mechanism of connection. That's one of the lessons that we found from Compass, which is reinforced what the veteran community have known for a long time, and that is that we prevent mental health problems and suicide through connections. So having a place that they're able to connect is the way we do it. And the means we do it is through the home base facility itself, our team Oasis, which is both volunteers and paid staff, the funds that we are either under contract for, grants, donations, sponsorships, etc., and with the community support. Ends, ways and means.
Thank you, Mr. Caligari. In terms of, I'm going to move to a new topic now on Operation Compass. In your statement at paragraph 31, and operator, you don't need to display this, it says there that the Oasis was born out of Operation Compass. Does that mean that Operation Compass came first before the Oasis?
Well, it's like back to your first question. It's actually when do you define what is the Oasis? If you want, the term Oasis was created when we created the company in February 2018. So if we're referring specifically to the name Oasis Townsville, then it's February 2018. But the concept of what was required and where it's come from has a genesis back, as I said, 10 or 15 years, where the veteran community leadership understood that there was something needed to be done in order to direct younger veterans from their current service out, and as they settled in Townsville, to understand where the support of the ex-service community was. So it's been a journey through that. So to say that it is Oasis came from Compass is technically true, but the thought of where Compass has come from and how it's evolved over time is different.
And how did Operation Compass come about? If you could just provide just a short background to how that actually came about.
Operation Compass was announced in August 2016 by the Prime Minister, the then Prime Minister, who was confronted with what came out in most national newspapers the day after, which was that more soldiers had died by suicide in the first 8 months of that year than had been killed on combat operations in Afghanistan in 10 years. So it was brought to a head with a national newspaper story, and it was headed off by the Prime Minister to say, let's do something about this and create a national suicide prevention trial for veterans and their families, and it was to be conducted in Townsville. So that announcement was made in August 2016. That's where it came from.
And is it correct that the Operation Compass was renamed? Is that right? That it wasn't called that at the beginning. Is that right?
No, actually, the announcement by the Prime Minister was the ex-ADF suicide prevention trial. When I was appointed as the chair of that, I modified it to become the ex-ADF and families trial. And then, because that's quite a mouthful, I then gave it a nickname which was much more palatable to get people involved by calling it Operation Compass.
And was there also something about having the term suicide in the title that was
well,
important?
I mean, that's part of it. It's as soon as you say we've got something that's dealing with suicide, and we discovered this fairly quickly when we called our first meeting of the veteran community to come and give us a hand with, let's start putting ideas down on paper. We found we got a fairly limited number turn up. I think at the first meeting we had less than 20. And we realised that majority of those were people who were worried about their loved ones. It wasn't actually the people who were affected or the lived experience people necessarily. So we knew that part of it was that it's who wants to be associated with something or support or help or be involved with potentially not having other people not understand why they're involved or make assumptions or judgment about why they might be involved. So calling it Operation Compass removed any of that, and it became a name that everyone knew. As soon as you said Operation Compass, it became synonymous with what the project was without having to actually say the full length of the name.
And from your experience, do you find that it's difficult for serving and ex-serving members to talk about suicide?
Yes, but it is getting a lot better. And a lot of these sorts of things enable them to do that. And some of the things we did as initiatives in Operation Compass proved that we were able to help them through that and help them understand what we were trying to do.
And why, for those where it is difficult, why do you think it's difficult?
Well, I mean, it's the same as mental health. people not wanting to admit that the thing about being in the Defence Force and the culture and the identity that you have as you come out is that you are a very strong team player. And any weakness in the team means weight put back on the team. So in many cases, people will judge themselves about how their behaviour may affect the team. So they're not as keen to come out and say or help or seek help as quickly as they should, because they think they believe that will impact the team, even when they're veterans. It's an identity you don't lose.
And is there an element of stigma attached to it?
Yes.
Operator, please display JOC.0000.0001.0541. Do you recognise this document?
Yes.
It's the James Cook University internal evaluation of Compass, is that correct?
Correct.
And operator, please go to .0554. Under 2.3 there, you can see the overarching objectives. Do you agree that that's what the aim of Operation Compass was?
Not quite. And this was an understandable but common misunderstanding at times, and the Operation Compass team themselves experienced it. We were not specifically put in place in order to reduce suicide. We were put in place to experiment and trial different mechanisms that would work specifically on the veteran community and establish which things worked and which didn't, and why we were different from the remainder of the community. So our trial involved a lot of initiatives which were generated by an advisory group which grew, and then a number of people who joined us over time and literally put ideas down on paper, and that's where this multi-level systematic approach occurred. Some of those ideas were very small, some of those ideas were very big. They were macro ideas and some were micro. So the idea was to put them all together over a period of time. I think it took us about 9 months initially, to bring them all together so that we really understood what initiatives were valuable to the veteran community and which ones were not. And we found some that were not, and we dropped them. We found some that were very, very useful to the veteran community and probably were specific to the veteran community, as opposed to some of the other national suicide prevention trials. So I would say it was not specifically to reduce the rate of suicide in Townsville, but unintended consequences of it was that was one of the things that we were obliged or required to do because of our empathy for the veteran community and not wanting to step aside and say we don't do that. That did become part of our role.
So the National Suicide Prevention Trial had a number of sites, correct?
There were 12 national suicide prevention trials. This was the only one that related to veterans. The other ones related to other communities that had a higher than national average incidence of suicide.
And so it was part of a suicide prevention trial. So why wouldn't one of the objectives be to prevent suicide or reduce suicide rates if it was part of that trial?
No, well, the trial was to find those things, those initiatives that we could roll out around Australia. So the idea of it being done in Townsville, which is a very big garrison city with lots of veterans, was to find out what worked and what didn't, rather than experiment with the whole of Australia. And then when we found them, which is where we're at in that project at the moment, is to then enable the remainder of the veteran community in Australia, the ex-service organisations, etc., to be able to adopt those and have them work to reduce suicide across Australia uniformly.
So when this document was produced and given to you, and I believe it may have been around 2020. Did you read this document?
Yes.
And so did you take issue with those overarching objectives at the time the document was provided to you?
Well, I think on the basis that, as I said, we did end up doing this, and this document had a public viewing, so and it was a perception that that's what we in part were doing, and in fact, the reality of it was all of us involved in the project were confronted by people who we had to help. So we were actually, in many cases, helping specifically to do it. So I didn't bother taking exception with taking it out for that reason.
And operator, if you could please zoom back out on that page, and if you could please expand the right-hand side paragraph that starts with "to achieve these." Thank you. And do you agree that these were the intended outcomes?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you some questions about evaluation in a moment, but I just wanted to check that they are the intended outcomes that Operation Compass
Yes.
aimed to do. Operator, please display JOC.000001.0672. And do you recognise this document?
I do.
And what is this document?
This is a Black Dog Institute report that was done. It was actually completed late last year. However, we launched it literally 3 or 4 weeks ago here in Townsville. It is a report of Operation Compass done by the Black Dog Institute, which was the institute that we used as our foundation methodology for the trial.
And is there a reason why it was launched some months after the report was produced?
Well, we thought the best opportunity for it to be read, because it is a very good document, was to launch it within a month of the Royal Commission arriving in Townsville.
And what was the role of Black Dog Institute with Operation Compass or with the National Prevention Trial itself?
I can't speak to the remainder of the national suicide prevention trials, although I do understand several of them at least used the Black Dog as well. We use them in more or less a mentoring role. So they are experts in this arena. We are not. We were veterans attempting to do something, so we had them sit with us through the trial to make sure that we were doing this in a correct way.
And operator, please display .0681 of that report. You've mentioned this term just a moment ago, but I'm going to ask you what is meant by it. Multi-level systems approach to suicide prevention. What does that mean?
Well, as I said, it's what we found was if you ask the veteran community what ideas do they have that might help in the reduction of suicide or the reduction of mental health issues, everyone's got an idea. Some of those ideas are very small ideas. It could be adopt a particular app, and there are several veteran apps, for instance, that are getting around now that will support this. Or it could be something big like a communications campaign which involves many layers. So we literally had hundreds and hundreds of ideas, some of which fitted into other ideas. So we were able to roll them up so that we actually in the end created 6 campaigns. And each campaign, whether it was the evidence-based campaign or the data campaign or the connections campaign, it was about putting them into logical frameworks to be able to then bring them all together and put them at the correct level in order to analyse them.
And so is the systems approach to suicide prevention the overarching model, is it?
Yes, which is a Black Dog model.
And the Oasis chose to work with the lifespan systems approach, is that right?
No, the Oasis got nothing to do with lifespan. Operation Compass used...
Operation Compass chose
Compass used
to
the
work
lifespan
with the
model
lifespan?
of the Black Dog Institute, correct.
And can you explain what the lifespan systems approach is?
The lifespan model is not dissimilar to the Operation Compass logo, which the only difference being they had 9 prongs. So it's a bit like the wellbeing domains. They have 9 prongs of their model. We turned those 9 into 8 because the 9th one wasn't that relevant, or we could roll it into another one in order to make it 8, because there are 8 points on a compass. So we used the Black Dog Institute model, which has the 9 points, and we created the 8-point compass for Operation Compass.
Operator, please display .0686 of that document.
And there you see our 8-point compass and the 9-point diagram from Black Dog above it.
Yes, and Operator, if you could just expand the top part of that page, please. Thank you. Thank you. And so at the right-hand corner there, that is the lifespan systems approach, is that right?
The top one is, yes.
And then down on the left-hand bottom corner, you say that's the 8-point systems approach.
What the bottom one doesn't show you is how we've melded essentially each of those points of the compass are very similar to the 9 points. We've just changed them slightly to bring them down to 8. What that picture there demonstrates is what the 6 campaigns are with the Operation Compass logo in the middle.
So which one of the 9 was left out, if you like?
The one that related to children. We included it, but we didn't have it on its own.
So how did you include it?
We turned it into one of the other ones which related to community. Children are important, but they're part of community.
Operator, please display JOC.0000.0001.0865. I'm asking the operator to display, Mr. Caligari, the prevention through compass document, which provides a little bit more information in terms of the campaigns that you're referring to there.
That's what we referred to as our plan on a page.
And can you explain this document?
So that is essentially, by looking at that, you can see how Operation Compass was wrapped up. This was what was generated from the many ideas, both big and small, that came to us over the course of the first year or two, particularly with the advisory group as it grew. And we then bundled them into one of these 6 campaigns. So, for instance, the Enduring Connections campaign at the end there was the one that we saw as being where the veterans considered themselves, or their main focus was going to be on connections. They'd been using prevention through connection for some years. So we rolled in anything that involved, anyone's ideas that involved connecting people with each other went into Connections campaign. We had the data campaign, for example, data and evidence, and that was where, for example, we did take an active part in getting the question into the census that said, have you served or are you serving in the Australian Defence Force? That's clearly something that is needed if you're going to do a really good capture of what's going on in the veteran community with relation to mental health and suicide, then you need data. So that was one of those approaches of ours, was to get that into the... And we know, of course, many other people had the same idea and tried the same thing. So, but in the end, whoever succeeded, or if it was all of us together succeeding, then that worked. Innovative programs, clinical support, for example, was more about those things that we would fall back on through open arms and so on. And evidence-based programs, which was particularly where, for instance, the Black Dog Institute specialised, evidence-based. Although evidence-based programs, the reason we've separated it out was because evidence-based programs were not necessarily the things that we would only look for. We were looking for things where we would trial something and then create our own evidence, because the problem we've seen is that suicide has increased in the last 10 years. It hasn't gone down, so evidence-based hasn't necessarily been helping us. So the attempt was here to find initiatives that fitted into those 6 campaigns that would help us understand why and how in the veteran community we could reduce the incidence of suicide.
When you say evidence-based hasn't been helping, on what basis do you say that?
Well, the Black Dog Institute, they're all focusing on evidence-based, which is those things that they've got some things that demonstrate they've been successful. For example, the Wayback Service, which is assigning an individual to someone who has attempted suicide to make sure they don't do it again, because we know the statistics of those who will try it a second time. These things are evidence-based. We know they work. We know why they work. There are other things that we had in our advisory group that gave us many ideas that there is no evidence base for it, but was it worth trying and was it worth putting into one of our campaigns? The answer was yes.
Did I mishear you before where you said that there were some evidence-based approaches, but you decided not to follow those?
No, they're lumbled. They were then placed under a separate campaign. You can see the one on the left there, evidence-based programs. So we did take evidence-based programs and give them a shot too amongst the veteran community. For example, one of them there you see is the question persuade response, which was a software package which we attempted to see whether that would have an effect in the veteran community, and we found that it didn't work because it was largely an American-based program and it did not resonate with Australian soldiers, sailors and aviators.
How did you know it wasn't working?
We tested it and said, got people's reactions and said, what do you think of this? Particularly people with lived experience, and the answer was it didn't work.
And operator, if you could just please perhaps expand, if you can expand that bottom part of that document. And so when you say you tested it with lived experience, is that through interviews or questionnaires, or how did you do that?
All of the above.
All of the above. And were they questionnaires that were, who formulated those questionnaires?
We did most of this sort of thing with the experts. In particular, we did a lot of work with Open Arms.
And so looking at that bottom part there, is it fair to say then that the projects, perhaps it might be easy if you tell the commissioners which of those projects were specific to what your organisation dealt with and what was specific to the other organisations that are mentioned there?
Oh, we haven't gone specific because it wasn't a whole campaign that went to one of those organisations. It was various initiatives within that, which meant, for example, some of these, for instance, the Veterans Peer Network under the community response was what we worked on early on, which was then adopted by Open Arms as their peer network. So some of them, the idea at the bottom there was what we were trying hard to do was not to just have a trial and write a trial report, which would say what worked and what didn't, was to find a place for those things that worked so we could keep them going after the trial finished.
And we'll come to evaluation in a moment. Was there a governance structure to Operation Compass?
Yes, the project, I had a steering committee which was made up of fairly senior people from Townsville, including the commissioner, the assistant chief of police, assistant commissioner. We had several people from other organisations, including the North Queensland Primary Health Limited, Northern Queensland Primary Health Limited, a Primary Health Network, I beg your pardon, and other organisations, for instance, Open Arms, and the Defence Families Australia representative. So we had a fairly senior steering committee, which then worked with the project manager. The project management team was a project manager and one assistant, at times 2 people, 2 assistants, and then they worked with specifically directly to the advisory group, which was a gathering of anyone who was interested to support, and it had regular meetings.
And did it change over the years, the governance structure?
Not that fundamental structure, no, but we did add pieces to it. So, for example, the advisory group was good, particularly early on, but later on, as we discovered we were looking for deeper and deeper engagement into the veteran community to involve more and more people, to get more and more ideas. We found, for example, that we ran a grants program, and part of the requirement of the grants program was to contribute. So the grants program generated more interest and more people. So that became another source of ideas coming back to us because they were part of that, now became part of Operation Compass.
So initially, is it correct that initially the advisory board had more families of veterans than veterans themselves, and that's what changed, that over time there were more veterans that had formed part of the advisory?
That would be fair to say, yes.
And operator, please display JOC.0000.0001.0672, and we're just going back now to the Black Dog Institute report. And please display .0688. This page refers to Check Your Mates. Can you tell Commissioners what Check Your Mates is and whether you think that was a successful part of the campaign, or a successful campaign, if you like?
Absolutely. This is probably one of the most successful elements of Operation Compass, and it's certainly the one that very quickly left Townsville and became Australia-wide. In fact, it was adopted by Department of Veterans Affairs at the end of last year as part of their Check 5 campaign, which was literally a hashtag CYM, Check Your Mates, means that is, and we consider that, for example, to be more of a call to action than are you okay? Are you okay is a question, Check Your Mates is a direction. So the Check Your Mates campaign, for which we produced significant social media and videos for, went viral around Australia and in fact around the world. I think at the last count, some of those videos have now hit more than 5 million hits. So Check Your Mates campaign was a call to action for people, and we particularly ran this during the Anzac periods and the Remembrance Day end of year periods, which are typically the periods where we worry the most about those who are at risk in the veteran community.
And it says the project shows particular promise among young men, one of the hardest to reach demographics in the veteran community. 2 questions on that, and I'll ask them separately. Do you agree that young men are one of the hardest to reach demographics in the veteran community?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Particularly if you're a soldier, sailor or aviator in the Defence Force, you're pretty proud of yourself. You belong to a strong team. You have meaningful work. You are doing something for your country. You are not, if young men are not help seeking to start with, we've now got a cohort of people who are even less help seeking. They know what they're doing. They're confident. They are the sort of people who will not ask for help until they really, really need it. And even then, it's difficult to get from them. They are a difficult group. It is statistically known that the highest incidence in the veteran community of suicide is in the age group of 18 to 24-year-old males who are medically discharged from the ADF.
And in terms of the numbers that you were referring earlier to, that are people who leave the ADF and stay in Townsville, just based on your experience, I don't expect you to know the exact numbers, are many of those people, are they young men that you're seeing?
Yes.
And it says the project shows particular promise among young men. How was that evaluated, particular promise? How do you know it was showing particular promise?
Well, when you run activities, for example, one of the activities we're running at the Oasis right now is every second Friday on an off-pay Friday, we have what we call a Check Your Mates barbecue breakfast. And the numbers of that are increasing significantly, and then also measuring from social media. And it'll be one of the things that we'll have evaluated as part of the CQU evaluation.
But the numbers increasing, does that necessarily equate with the numbers of those not suiciding?
We don't have a large enough sample size to know that sort of fidelity on our operations. Ours, as we're able to do them, short of getting professional evaluators in, is anecdotally. And those of us who are involved enough to be talking to many soldiers know anecdotally it's working.
So through the sharing of stories, is that what you mean anecdotally?
Coming together, talking to each other. We ran barbecue sessions for them. For instance, they could come along and could grab a placard which said, Check Your Mates, take photographs with it. So just the fact that you're prepared to be photographed with a Check Your Mate sign, wear the caps, turn up to barbecues, where the topic of conversation is about check on your mates, check your mates, it demonstrates it's significantly further down the track than it was 5 years ago.
And the conversations might be happening and they may be increasing, but do you agree that that doesn't necessarily mean that people might be less suicidal or there might be less rates of suicide?
No, absolutely. We're not in a position to be able to prove that right now. We hope one day we do, but that's what I mean by evidence-based. If you don't have an evidence base, we'd love to find that base. We'd love to get people to help us find that base. so we know what's working and what's not, because it is significantly anecdotal.
What were some of the other successful suicide interventions as part of Operation Compass?
Well, some of them in particular. One of them was taking soldiers, sailors, family members on bigger activities where they worked together and started to open up to each other and had meaningful conversations that they probably wouldn't have had with people they didn't know, which is once again back to bringing them together.
And was one of those initiatives called Farm Assist?
Farmer Assist, correct.
Farmer Assist. And can you tell the Commissioners what Farmer Assist is?
So we started very, very early on. In fact, before we even established a place for the Oasis to reside, the Oasis ran several of these operations out west to farmers, and the idea being that one of the groups that was at risk, particularly because of floods and droughts that we knew of at the time, were farmers. So our idea was to take people who we knew we could help farmers with. We could help the farmers. We took them out west and lobbed in on each particular operation, lobbed in on either one or two farmers and helped them with particular projects there. So it got our people working, and it got support for farmers who in many cases were literally on their own, trying to help their own situation through floods and droughts. Interestingly, one of the outcomes fairly quickly we learned was we convinced the farmers that by the veterans were there, they were helping us with the veterans, and we convinced the veterans that they were helping the farmers, and a couple of days in they discovered they were helping themselves, and it was actually beautiful to watch.
And were the veterans doing that on a voluntary basis?
Yes.
So they weren't being paid to do that?
No.
So, and is that one of the something to do in the philosophy?
Yes.
And what were some of the interventions or campaigns that weren't so successful?
Well, there was that one that I mentioned, which was the video we had, but there were several others which weren't. And if I could just refer back to the chart, back to the Compass campaign plan on a page, if you wanted to bring that up.
Operator, if you could please display the prevention through Compass document, and I can read that number out if you need it, Operator, but it was the blue diagram. It's 0.0865 of JOC documents. Thank you,
So you'll
Operator.
see under the clinical support, for example, to give you another example, there's one there which is labelled NQ Connect. So NQ Connect was literally a more specific North Queensland hotline, which was developed so that instead of getting a national line with someone which in many cases connected through to someone who wasn't locally based or wasn't military or new military, it was an attempt to see if being a little bit more local and specific would work, and it didn't. So we dropped it.
And any others there that are on the plan on a page?
That failed?
Or were just
were
not
successful?
as successful?
Well,
Yes.
another one that was one of our successful ones was the census, which I mentioned.
The ones that weren't as successful.
Or weren't as.
Yes.
Well, some of the ones that were not as relevant to us, for instance, were the connect to wellbeing or the national level experience. Being a small place into Townsville, trying to wrap into what was going on nationally is fraught with problems. One of the successful ones was the Veterans Health Pathways, where we actually had GPs learning how to deal better with veterans. That proved to be successful. In fact, we've only just recently finished another one of those, which are being conducted at the Oasis, where we bring GPs in and give them an education in how to deal better with DVA and look after a veteran.
Did you find that some of the interventions weren't veteran specific enough, or did the advisory board come up with these interventions and they just proved not to be successful? What was the reason why it wasn't so successful?
Which ones?
Well, in terms of the campaigns or the interventions that are there, why do you think some of them were successful and some of them weren't so successful?
Well, because we're relating to a particular audience, so our measure was to go back to our own audience and see what they thought, and if the answer was, in general, that doesn't strike a chord, then it was less likely to be successful. But where we were getting good feedback, and it was literally being picked up outside of our own efforts, then we knew that was successful. So that's why we had the James Cook University study done, and then we went on to get Black Dog to come and give us a hand with what they saw as some of our case studies that were successful.
Operator, please display JOC.0000.0001.0541. And this is now going back to the James Cook University internal evaluation, and please display .0558. Not sure that's the correct page. 558, it may not be the correct page, but just going back to the least successful, what did you identify through this evaluation as to what were the ongoing needs for the veteran community?
Well, they're all done, everything was laid out by initiative, and we're in the middle now of producing a package which will support other ex-service organisations, hopefully the other wellbeing centres around Australia, and anyone else who's interested in knowing what are some of the initiatives we learned from Compass that are successful, and how to implement them.
But what were some of the ongoing needs that you learnt in terms of Operation Compass? What were some of the needs that were identified that were still needed to be addressed in some way? Can you remember?
I'm not sure I understand what you're after.
Well, I'm trying to ascertain, you talked about some of the things that were successful, but I'm just trying to ascertain, perhaps I'll put it this way, what were some of the main learnings? I mean, what were some of the gaps?
Well, some of the main learnings were, for example, that you need to involve the whole community. You can't do suicide prevention in isolation of a veteran community inside a bigger community. The bigger community must be part of it. We learned that health promotion is the key. Coming upstream of the problem rather than dealing with trying to find more psychologists and psychiatrists at the unsafe end of the problem is a better answer. Move upstream. And health promotion is a key aspect of that. Making people understand what they can do to resolve their problems and help themselves before they get to the point where they're having a problem. Health promotion was key. Connections, the veteran community understood connections were very valuable. They've known this for a long time. They've done it themselves. It's connections, prevention through connections. There's been a motto for a long time. We re-emphasise that in spades. It is definitely about connections, and that's exactly what the Oasis is intended to be. We understood much better what safety and respect are. People, veterans need to find a safe place, and some of them won't recognise that word as a safe place, but they know it when they see it. And a safe place is somewhere where they feel they can go because they're amongst their friends, they're amongst people who understand who they are, and when they have a problem and they want to tell a story, they don't have to tell their story half a dozen times by going to different agencies. They've got a single place where they can go and someone will listen and someone will help them understand what they can do from there, and they've got people who know what they've been through, not someone who they have to try and explain every single step of the way of what that's all about.
And do you think that's still happening to a certain degree, even here in Townsville, that people do need to have to retell their stories?
Unfortunately, I think so, yes. There are general practitioners in Townsville who don't understand what a veteran is, and they'll give if the soldier's entitled to a claim through Department of Veterans Affairs, the GP will hand it back to them and tell them to go and do it. And they don't understand fundamentally what it is that the soldier's describing because they're putting a different face on it. So there are GPs in town that are better at facing this sort of thing than there are others. So it is absolutely going on. And our goal is to help try and find where is the best places to send them, or better still, educate everyone so they all know and every veteran gets an even treatment across the board.
And when you make a referral to a service, because in essence, the Oasis, which came out of Operation Compass, and we'll come to the services at the Oasis, but when the Oasis makes a referral, and in essence, that's what you do a lot of, is that right? That you don't provide clinical services?
No clinical
And when you
services.
make that referral, does the Oasis or the staff or volunteers at the Oasis, when they make that referral, is there a process where they share the information to the referrer so that person doesn't have to retell that story? I mean,
In some part, yes. That's not entirely easy to do that with everything, but at least the veteran understands that the people we're engaging understand fundamentally who they are and are part of our team. So it's still inside the fence.
but there isn't any process in terms of some kind of gaining perhaps consent from the person that is a client of the Oasis to be able to say that person consents to passing on that information to the psychiatrist or to the GP.
Yeah, it's difficult to describe which bits we're talking about when we say repeating a story. It's a very common term, I don't want to have to repeat my story, but there are some parts of the story that are essentially must come from the veteran himself, him or herself. So what we're talking about is a safe environment with people who we trust and they trust, and we know are inside a circle. We're not sending them to a location that knows nothing about them or us or the veteran community or cares.
So what you're talking about then, correct me if I'm wrong, is you're just talking about letting the service provider know that this person is a veteran or a serving member, that we're making the referral, they're known to us and we're sending them off to you. That's what you're talking
And that
about.
provider is also known to us and we have experiences from how well they perform, and we know which providers are good and which ones are not. So they go to the places we know they're going to get a good service.
Thank you. But what I'm talking about is the information about the actual story of that person's story, what's happened to them, why they're trying to access the service, why they need help. Do you transfer that information over?
Parts of that, absolutely. Parts that.
How do you do that?
Firstly, the veteran we will ensure the veteran understands what it is that he or she is happy for us to do, and then we will actually, in many cases, bring that provider into the Oasis itself. So we'll talk to them separately at the Oasis. So where possible, we'll perform some of these functions at the Oasis.
Thank you, Mr. Calagari. That's much clearer. And in terms of any other learnings, I'll just get the operator, please, to display the Black Dog Institute report, which the last four digits are 0672. And if you can please display 0689. In this report, you have a section there on getting it right, lessons from Operation Compass. You've talked a little bit about connections, and we might, time permitting, come back to that. But can you speak a little bit about this emphasised cultural competency and why it was an actual learning?
Well, it's a bit like what we were just talking about. It's understanding what a veteran is and having the competency to deal with a veteran and their story. A veteran can give their story to a lot of people. A veteran can talk about their problems to different people, but if you've got to be competent to understand what you're listening to, and that's why the Oasis as itself, or any place for that matter, for example, Vietnam Veterans Association down on Ross River Road, you go there if you're a Vietnam veteran or a dependent of a Vietnam veteran and you feel safe that you know you're in an area where people are competent to listen to what it is you've got to say. And sometimes that's just that safety, and it's just saying what you want to say, not necessarily seeking help, just being able to say, and everyone understands what it is. So it's cultural competency for people who are not veterans, but understand what it is they're dealing with in veterans and the community.
And I don't expect you to know this, but do you know how many GPs are in Townsville?
Not off the top of my head. We do know.
A rough estimate?
I think it's in the ballpark of, for memory, 50 odd, or that might be central locations, not rather than specific doctors. So, for example, a clinic may have several doctors. I think. Yes. I think from memory.
And out of those 50, sorry to cut you off because I'm not too worried about the exact number, but out of those 50, how many would you say, roughly, say in a percentage, even if you like, would be competent to understand a serving or ex-serving member's needs?
It's easier to say we know of the half dozen who are very good. It would be lovely to know the next layer as well, because obviously as you get more and more people, you can start to soak up that capacity pretty quickly. Ideally, it would be everyone is competent, and that's part of this health pathways and GP training that we've been running is about helping them understand how DVA works, how to deal with a soldier, how to, for example, a soldier walks in with a sore foot, and a doctor who knows he's been out for less than 5 years says, I can give you a comprehensive, full medical, and while we're at it, fix your foot, rather than just treat your foot, because you're entitled to that having been out less than 5 years. So it's them understanding a little bit about what a veteran is. I wouldn't hazard a guess as to how many of them, but I do know that there's probably the top 20%. We know who they are, and they're very good.
And how many GPs have you trained so far over the last few years?
We've run 3 sessions, I think, and out of those, I think each session's had about 15 to 20 doctors in it.
And do GPs come and go in Townsville, do you find? Or is there fairly good continuity of care?
In the area, in the people we're dealing with, there's reasonably good continuity of care, but on the broader doctor base, I don't know.
And in terms of referring to psychiatrists, do you know how long someone would need to wait from the time you refer to them being seen?
So this is. Are we off Compass? We're not on Compass anymore. We're into Oasis. Is that what we're doing now?
Well, we can.
Because this is what we're doing. What we're talking about now is what Oasis does.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to answer it in that context. But at the Oasis, when you refer someone, and we will get to the services at the Oasis, I understand that the Compass, many of the campaigns and the interventions have been blended into, that the Oasis has adopted. Is that right?
Yeah, yes. Just a little bit hard for my head to get into either Compass or Oasis, because one is they are different. And I'm the chairman
I
of both.
understand. But just if you can just go to the Oasis then,
Yeah.
and when you're making a referral for someone to see a psychiatrist or a psychologist, how long do they need to wait to see that person from the time of referral?
We would tend to use open arms where we can, and we have other services we're working with in a developing sense. We haven't got it completely, but we're looking for wraparound services. We have organisations in town that do more than just one thing, like psychology. They also do everything from speech pathology and exercise physiology, social work and everything else. So we're tending to lean on some that can give us more of a particular service. I could not give you a time on any of those services that we're doing. Because they're all done. That's all done by the people we refer to, and in large lumps, that's in the first instance, that's open arms for psychology.
And is there a reason why you don't know how long it might take for someone to be seen?
Well, because it's not a uniform thing.
But does the
I know
Oasis...
some we've got in immediately. We've got in very quickly. Head to Health, for instance, is a facility here in town. We can get people into Head to Health literally straight away. They have psychologists there. They have peers there. Then it depends on what's the need, what's the triage, and who's making a decision about what they need. So that just because it takes a month doesn't necessarily mean that's wrong, but it means someone's got to decide whether they need it now or in a month. So it's not as simple to say how long does it take to get to a GP or get to a psychologist.
So when you make the referral, what follow-up do you do with that person once that person's referred?
That person remains in touch with us as well as the organisation to which we refer them.
Does the Oasis stay in touch with them? So do you not monitor how long it takes for someone to be referred and be seen?
We do, but that's not the sort of figures I have off the top of my head, no.
And in terms of if someone presented and they were experiencing suicidal thoughts or suicidal ideation of some form, what do you do in that situation?
Every one of the Oasis is trained in first aid, mental health first aid, and there's a list of things depending on where they sit on that spectrum. Could be, for example, RIN 000. Not so bad. There are other places we can go. There's the Townsville Private Clinic, and because mental health is covered by non-liability health cover, there are things we can go to and it doesn't cost anything. The Head to Health facility, Townsville Private Clinic, Open Arms, 000 if we need to. So we've got those sorts of things where we could do that. Fortunately, we haven't had that incident yet.
You haven't had that incident, did you say? So you've not had anybody that's presented...
Not had anyone in a crisis where we've had to do anything emergency.
And who would be assessing that at the Oasis? So say someone's attending and they're attending a group or they're attending the cafe. Do you have people on site who would be assessing someone's mental health if they're showing that they're a little bit down or they're not feeling great?
Well, as I said, all of our staff are mental health trained. But we don't have, we're not a crisis centre. We don't advertise as a crisis centre. We're open from 9 till 3 with staff. So we don't expect people will be turning up there looking for help, and we haven't had that at the moment. But if we had someone who was having some difficulty, more often than not, they'll present themselves and see that and self-declare, I'm looking for some support, and we'll then find it for them.
So in 2018, the Oasis is formed in terms of registration, in terms of a public company by guarantee, limited by guarantee, is that correct?
Check, correct.
And operator, could you please display Mr. Caligari's redacted statement? And please go to paragraph 46. At paragraph 46, you give evidence there of the 3 different types of services provided at the Oasis, is that correct?
Correct.
And there's the connections program, is that right?
Correct.
And then the employment program, is that right?
Correct.
And the lifespan program, is that right?
No, not lifespan. The planning, life planning.
Life plan,
Yeah.
my apologies, yeah. My life plan. And they're the 3 services that is currently being offered at the Oasis, is that right?
Someone to love, something to do, and something to look forward to. Correct.
And in terms of the connections program, and I'm going to ask you about some evaluation very, very shortly. In terms of that connections program, how is it effective as a suicide prevention intervention, do you think?
Say that again, please.
How effective is it as a suicide prevention intervention?
As in the connections program?
Yes.
Well, we think it's very, very effective. It's certainly something that, as I've said, the veteran community sees as being essential with their catch-cry prevention through connection. So it's about giving people an opportunity to be amongst themselves. It's something that we do routinely. That's why ex-service organisations are formed. It's groups of people who are craving people who are like them, who have a similar experience to them, and being together. So what they often look for is a place to be. And as I said, for example, there are several of the ex-service organisations who have their meetings at the Oasis now because they were in need of a place to go. If you've got 40 people in an ex-service organisation or a grouping of like-minded veterans, for instance, there aren't many places in Townsville, unless you've got money to spend on community centres and things, that you can go. Well, the Oasis presents that, and that's where we've started to see more and more of them coming in to be able to utilise our services as a connections place. We're running activities, and we're seeing veterans coming out of the woodwork. In particular, we're looking for some of the veterans who have chosen to stay at home because they don't want to socialise, but they need to be got out of their home. And some of them are starting to turn up to some activities based on their friends telling them this is worthwhile, come and have a go at this. And it's in a place they feel safe and respected. So Connections is actually the cornerstone of what the Oasis is. It's a place to meet, conduct activities, conduct your meetings, and it's got all of the modern technology facilities suited today.
And so is it your view that by connecting people and people coming and engaging with the Oasis and meeting other people, that improves their mental health? Is that your view?
Yes.
And has that been evaluated?
It's been evaluated as part of James Cook University, though these aren't the only evaluations. For example, the 12 national suicide prevention trials were evaluated also by, I think it was Melbourne University, and we did our own specific one with James Cook University. In my view, the evaluations that I've seen demonstrate to me that Connections save lives.
Melbourne University did the final evaluation report of the national trial. That's correct, isn't it?
I believe so. I'm pretty sure it was Melbourne.
And in referring to Operation Compass, they said that the main approaches tailoring the programs were adopted an overall focus on connection and wellbeing rather than on suicide prevention. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
That's what Operation Compass did. They also say that it was recognised from the outset that due to the relatively rare incidence of suicide at a population level and the short duration of the trial, that it was unlikely that the evaluation would have been able to detect any changes in the ultimate outcomes of suicide deaths and attempts. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And the Oasis is one of the 6 veteran wellbeing centres that has been a project of the Department of Veterans Affairs, is that correct?
Correct.
And how did the Oasis become part of one of these? How did they become one of the Veteran Wellbeing Centre?
Well, the Oasis began with a Queensland Government commitment to provide us with a facility. The facility, after it was designed, cost more money than the Queensland Government had committed initially, but that was sufficient to get us off the ground. When the federal election came, the federal government committed $30 million to create 6 wellbeing centres, of which the Oasis was one. So there are now 6 wellbeing centres around Australia, of which we're one.
And did the Oasis receive that $5 million? Did the Oasis receive $5 million out of the 30?
No, we did not. The Queensland Government built the facility and finished the facility with the federal government's $5 million. So neither the Queensland Government's $5 million or the federal government's $5 million came anywhere near the Oasis that belongs to the Queensland Government.
But the Oasis is a beneficiary of that $5 million.
We rent the facility from the Queensland Government.
But the $5 million went to build the Oasis facility?
Correct.
Which you're a beneficiary of?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, what are the aims of these centres, the veteran wellbeing centres?
At the moment, my understanding is that the $5 million was contracted to each of the other 5, and they were told, they were not given detailed guidance on what they were to do. They were told this was about creating a veterans wellbeing centre, and the DVA and all of us are in the process of talking each other through the benefits of our locations and what we're doing.
And in your statement, you state that you attend a Veteran Wellbeing Centre network meeting. How often are those meetings?
Once a month.
And who attends those meetings?
Representatives from each of the 6 wellbeing centres and Department of Veterans Affairs Directorate, which has been stood up specifically to manage the network.
And to the extent that you can say and share without breaching anyone's confidentiality, what is roughly discussed in those meetings? What's the point of them?
We share each other's progress. We're all not at the same stage. We're all at different stages. Some are not even in buildings yet. They're still finding their feet. They're learning from others about who are ahead of them. So we're sharing knowledge, progress and information about what's going on. Department of Veterans Affairs generally also puts on a short presentation for us of some aspect of the Department of Veterans Affairs operations, which would be useful to all of us.
And what is the role between the Department of Veteran Affairs and the Oasis, apart from attending that network meeting? Are there any other obligations between the 2 entities?
No, the Oasis has no obligations to the Department of Veterans Affairs as a consequence of these network meetings. We attend them because it's in our interests to attend them, to remain closely connected to the rest of the network.
And operator, please display paragraph 90 of the redacted statement. While that's being brought up, Mr. Caligari, in terms of the last question that I asked you, just going back to the $5 million that you say went from the federal government to the Queensland government, is that correct, to build the facility?
Correct.
So you don't have any reporting requirements back to DVA regarding that $5 million?
No.
And has DVA provided any funding with respect to evaluating the wellbeing centre, or for you at the Oasis, being the Veteran Wellbeing Centre?
No.
And you've not changed your name to a Veteran Wellbeing Centre, is that right?
I work at the Oasis Townsville, but the generic term for them all is Veterans Wellbeing Centre, which, if that's the network that we belong to, then we consider ourselves part of the Veterans Wellbeing Network.
And in an evaluation that was conducted, there's reference to... There's reference to a Veteran Wellbeing Centre's monitoring report and evaluation framework. Can you explain what that is?
I can. Department of Veterans Affairs is doing its own evaluation of the network, and it's being conducted by Australian Health Associates, a Veterans Wellbeing Network, and it's created its own framework of elements and evaluation domains which we've been working with them, along with all of the other wellbeing centres, to make sure that it suits all of our needs before they commence an evaluation of us all.
And there's been no funding for for the Oasis to undertake that evaluation, is that right?
No.
No.
But it hasn't cost us anything yet either. So we have all made it clear to Department of Veterans Affairs that at the point at which it's going to cost us, then we'll need some help.
It hasn't cost you anything, but you're providing services under the umbrella as a veteran wellbeing centre.
Oh, no, I thought you were talking about the evaluation. So the evaluation by AHA, whatever that costs, if for instance they want to impose things about the way we collect more information and that costs time, labour, etc., then we would seek some funds for that. But that's different from the operating costs of the Oasis, which we are not supported by Department of Veterans Affairs.
And the evaluation that you have just recently scoped through a different university, is that right?
Central Queensland University.
And that is going to cost approximately $39,000, is that
Correct.
right? And that's yet to be funded, is that right?
We'll be paying for that ourselves.
DVA won't be paying for that
No.
for that evaluation.
No.
In terms of the work that you've been doing as an ex-service organisation, I'm just going to ask you from your experience what your opinion is. Do you think there are too many ex-service organisations in Australia?
No, I don't. I think the more of them, the better. What they are is groupings of soldiers, sailors and aviators who have belonged to particular tribes getting together to support themselves, and where they have capacity and, depending on their size, support others as well. So I have no difficulty with the number of ex-service organisations being created, that as long as they do us all proud and they do the right thing all the time. But the number of them should not bother anyone, I don't think.
Do you think there's overlap in service provision?
I don't think there can be enough service provision, let alone overlap. I don't see that at all, no.
Well, I'll ask it this way. Do you think there's overlap in perhaps some ex-service organisations offering the same things?
They offer it, if they offer the same things, they're offering it generally to a different demographic. So if you're a Vietnam Veterans Association Australia, that's here in Townsville, that's literally whatever they're offering, they're offering largely for Vietnam veterans. They also run, for example, a crisis accommodation facility, which they do open it up for others, but there are no others in Townsville. So I think there's actually quite a good cross-section in Townsville in particular, where the ex-service organisations, based on their demographic and the services they're providing, actually do an excellent job.
And what do you think are the main challenges facing ex-service organisations at the moment?
Well, I think the main challenges for them are getting younger veterans in, and volunteers and funding would be the three main challenges.
In terms of the funding of the Oasis, how did you go about securing funding for the Oasis in its first year? So around the 2016-2017, how did you go around securing funding? So that was our Operation Compass, my apologies. So how did you go around getting funding for that?
Compass or Oasis?
Compass.
Compass was funded by the federal government at $1 million a year.
And then the Oasis, what's the funding been for the Oasis?
Up until the middle of 2020, the funding for the Oasis was nothing more than donations and sponsorships from the Townsville community.
And then after 2020?
On the 1st of July 2020, we received a contract from Northern Queensland Primary Health Network to conduct essentially the Enduring Connections campaign from Compass, which was a 3-year contract, and that was 1st of July 2020. Then Operation Compass was extended, so we received another $1 million for that. In that, part of that contract with NQPHN was that we would retain Compass inside the Oasis in future. So when the $1 million came from the federal government, Department of Health, for Operation Compass to be extended. NQPHN funded that to the Oasis. And then at the Queensland election last year, the Queensland government committed $1 million over 4 years for an employment program, which we run as well. So that's $250,000 a year for employment program.
And in at paragraph 12 of your statement, you refer, and this was around, I think it's August 2017, you refer to $5 million grant or funding. Have you got your statement there?
I'm reading it on the screen here.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the $5 million to refurbish or generate the facility from the Queensland government.
And did that $5 million go directly to?
No.
No, it went to the Queensland government.
Queensland government retained it in order to to build the facility which they own.
And is that why it's not mentioned in your annual report,
Correct.
the audited financial statement in your annual report of 2017-2018?
Didn't come through our books, no.
And operator, if you could go to paragraph 67 of that statement. Paragraph 67, operator. Thank you. In 67A, that is the funding that you were just mentioning about the primary health network, is that correct?
67A,
Yes.
that's the National Suicide Prevention Trial, that's right. Compass?
Yes.
Yes.
Operator, if you could please not expand that paragraph. Thank you. And then 67B, is that for future funding? Or do you have that funding at the moment?
No, that's future funding.
That's future funding, and that's for Operation Navigator?
Correct.
And in a brief summary, what is Operation Navigator?
It's a life planning activity for soldiers, sailors and aviators who, in their first posting to Townsville, will be talked through a plan for where they might be in the sort of 5 to 10 year framework in order to start thinking about their transition before it becomes a reality, where they fill in the AC 853 form.
And that form is?
That's a
That's
the defence form that commences the formal transition journey out of defence. As soon as you fill that form in, your commanding officer knows, the posting authorities know, the promotion authorities know, and you've now got a checklist in front of you and you have to complete in order to separate from the ADF.
Do you think, we'll come back to the funding, but just on that point, do you think that transition should be a responsibility at the command level within ADF?
Absolutely.
So going back to 67B, and now we've got 67C, and that was $1 million, is that correct, to extend Operation Compass?
Yes.
Correct. And then D is Queensland Government provided $1 million over 4 years for the employment program. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then in 68, that is the $5 million. Is that the $5 million that has come from for the Veteran Wellbeing Centre to set up the facility, to build the facility?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
An operator, please display OAT.0000.0001.0001. And while the operator is doing that, Mr. Caligari, I'll just ask you, with the funding of the 67A to D, is that funding reflected in any of the annual reports of the Oasis?
Possibly only the...
Sorry, operator, if you could just please go back to paragraph 67 so Mr. Caligari can just... Apologies, operator. Thank you.
Certainly the last annual report being last year, the only funds that would be reflected in there is the Northern Queensland Primary Health Network contract, which began on the 1st of July 2020. The remainder of them didn't start until after that period.
And that's the reason why they wouldn't be reflected in the audited financial statements?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. So, for instance, the $1 million for Operation Compass Extension again arrived in January this year, and the Queensland Government first instalment of the $250,000 per year landed after the annual report last year.
And so is it correct then that since that last report, which is the 2021, and you've provided that to the Royal Commission, is that correct?
Yes.
The Oasis has received, is this correct, that the Oasis has received grants from state and federal government that are not recorded in the 2021 audited financial statement?
Yes.
And that's because they predate that report. Is that correct?
Post-date.
Post-date the report. And do you have a view about whether you think that the way that federal and state governments fund ex-service organisations, do you think that that is done in a transparent and open way?
I think yes, I do. It seems very efficient. It's quite difficult to write to get these funds, and then it is challenging to manage them within the organisation. So for essentially what we are as a charity, the amount of hours that I see us spending on managing the various contracts, grants, and everything else that we're committed to is quite onerous, and takes quite a bit of time and quite a bit of effort, which you'd have to look at it and say, surely that's effort we could be putting into the charitable purpose of the business. But I guess that's what most charities would face. So I think that's probably something that we have to endure.
And in terms of the funding that you have received at the moment, have you had reporting on obligations for any of the funding listed there?
All of that funding comes with reporting requirements. Absolutely.
Except for the $5 million to build the facility. There's no reporting obligations there.
Because the Oasis never received that money. That was not for us. It went to the Queensland Government. No reporting.
And do you pay rent on the facility?
We do. $1 a year.
And I don't expect you to know this if it's not at hand, but on average, and feel free to just give an estimate, how much does it cost the Oasis to operate its services per year?
In a ballpark figure at the moment, it's running at around about $1 million a year in everything from facilities maintenance, that's the tenant is required, right through to staff wages.
And when this funding ceases, how is the Oasis going to continue?
We may not. We'll be seeking additional funds, and that's where the $4.5 million, which is coming in now, includes operating costs, and that will get us through until 3 years from this year.
And has the DVA provided any assistance on how these veteran wellbeing centres can be sustainable?
Not yet, but as I understand it, it is their intention, and that's part of the AHA framework, is to look at the potential funding for them as well.
Operator, please display OAT. There's a document, thank you very much, operator, and if you could go to .0002. Mr. Caligari, this is the response to your first notice to give that the Royal Commission issued to you. Is that correct? Do you recognise that document as your response to that notice to give?
Looks familiar.
Thank you. And you'll see under the heading, operator, if you could please expand the Oasis Townsville submission paragraph. It says there that in the last 6 months, the Oasis have established the government governance and contracts worth almost $5 million to enable the innovative concept of what the Productivity Commission called a single front door and moving into your $10 million facility. Is that correct, or would you like to make a correction on that?
I think if you looked at it on an annual basis, it wouldn't be correct, but I think what we're referring to there is all of the contracts added together. So if you had the $2.6 million contract from NQPHN, the $1 million which the federal government committed to extend Operation Compass in March last year, even though they didn't actually fund it until January this year, plus the $1 million contract from the state government for employment, I think put all that together, it comes pretty close to $5 million. I think that's what we're referring to there.
But in the financial statements, the audited financial statements of the annual reports from 2017 to 2020 do not add up to $5 million, is that right?
No, because some of it didn't land until after the last annual reports. The next annual reports are only 3 months away, so it's where they will all be appearing in this year's annual reports.
And the $10 million facility, that is $10 million to build the actual building, is that right? Not for operation costs?
Absolutely, $10 million facility, yeah, which we rent for $1 a year.
Thank you, operator. I have one final question, and then I will see if the commissioners have any questions for you. What do you think would be the indicators that would tell the Oasis, or you as the chair, that the Oasis has been successful in achieving its goals?
The three things we're looking at is how we can value add to the community. And for example, in the connection space, before we arrived at that facility in May last year, we were operating out of a facility at 143 Walker Street, courtesy of the Mayor of Townsville, and we would have had in the vicinity of dozens of people through there on a monthly basis doing activities in a fairly small space. Within 12 months now of being at the Oasis, we now know we have a turnover of over 1,000 people using the facility every month, which equates to over 3,500 person hours in a month. We know the capacity is more than that, and we're getting more and more people connecting with us to want to run or conduct different activities for veterans. So connections-wise, we think it's going exceptionally well. Employment-wise, we have been through a bit of a journey on what exactly constitutes an unemployment program, because there are so many people in this employment space. It's not funny. And us to put
when you say so many people in this employment space, what does that mean?
There are separate organisations in Australia, for instance, With You, With Me, Ironsides Recruiting, Soldier On, Queensland RSL Employment Program. They're all aiming to do something similar, which is getting veterans employed. Then there are other organisations that have funding for veterans. Then there are other organisations that will subsidise education and training, but they're all specific to a particular part of a requirement that they service. So we've probably only in the last 6 to 9 months landed on doing the employment program the way we think it needs to be run, and that is really being the connector. So an example of this would be, we've recently brought together about 6 different agencies from around Queensland, including the Department of Premier and Cabinet, TAFE, 4 employers in Townsville, in order to conduct an advanced manufacturing, or essentially technical welding project in Townsville. Many of these organisations offering bits and pieces of it. So TAFE was offering cheaper courses. Employers wanted welders. The Queensland government was prepared to fund people to do parts of the course or sustain them through those courses, but no one was bringing it all together. So what we've found as a niche now, and we're proving that the first attempt was about a 60% success, and it's not finished yet, but it'll get better. We've got a second attempt going now on digitising skills capability for North Queensland, which has many other players as well, and we're bringing them all into the room again. So we found our niche in employment, not being an employment agency, but we actually do call on the services of, for example, RSL Queensland Employment Service, with whom we have an MOU. We deal with the new employment program here in Townsville for Soldier On. We're using all of the others to the extent they're using them, but bringing all of those services together. So I think the employment program is well and truly on the way, and I think at the moment we have over 79 people on our books through the employment program, which by the standards that I've seen advertised through the PM's employment program is pretty good. The one that we're really concentrating on now is this next one, is this life plans thing, which is about helping soldiers, sailors and aviators understand what their future might be well before they get to the point where they want to discharge for whatever reason. So they've got to think about it from the day they join the Army, which has been reinforced by the Productivity Commission, by Dr. Bernadette Boss, all of whom are saying we need to get into this space well and truly earlier than that we do now, and that's what Operation Navigator is about. So by all measure, we're only been in the facility for a year now. I would say from where I sit as the chairman of the Oasis, things are going exceptionally well, and we understand clearly where we've got to move to and where we can move.
And is Operation Navigator a form of case management?
No, it'll be more of and I hate to use the term life skills planning, but that's essentially what it is. It's more akin to, and we're talking about young people now who in many cases don't know how to budget, or could do with help in budgeting to understand what they might want to buy in the way of, for instance, a house or something, or what job they want, what skills they're good at and what they want to do. So it's about coaching them a little bit through thinking about where they might be in 5 to 10 years. So you put inside their head some of the opportunities they might have, in which case they could start working on. For example, if we had a young soldier through recently who had recognised that he thought he might like to be a draftsman after he's finished in the Army, had no intention of getting out of the Army, but was smart enough to start thinking about it early. And he's now working with a number of agencies we've got him with that might help him start the courses that he needs in order to become a draftsman. So the day he decides to fill in the AC 853, he's got somewhere to go.
And I know I said it was the last question, my apologies, just coming from, something arising from that. And in paragraph 80 of your statement, you actually list the challenges. We won't have time to go through them, but that the commissioners have got that. But one of them, and I just wanted to ask you about, because you mentioned navigation, and obviously that is important, but what role does ADF culture play in transition being a difficult period for people?
The ADF culture is one of teamwork, closeness, particularly through hardships. I mean, those hardships don't even need to be on operations or anything. A hardship, I know people who have made lifelong friends through having done the recruit training course in Wagga Wagga. And that's enough to have made lifelong friends. So that the teamwork and the togetherness that creates bonds that make it very, very challenging to when you come out to a life where people work on the clock and people knock off when it's time to knock off, and they don't do collective sports and they don't do things together separately at the drop of a hat just because they want to, because they're team players. So that's why a lot of ex-service organisations and veterans in smaller groupings that aren't even rated as ex-service organisations get together routinely to have a coffee on a weekend, or a beer of a week, or just go for a cycle, or go and take the family out to a barbecue somewhere together. They want to do things with themselves together as a group. So that culture means that you can either get out and you can stay with that and stick with the people you've served with, or the people who are like you that have served with, your peers and colleagues. Even if you didn't know them in service, they know who you are. Or you can choose to integrate to the community and keep that as a sideline. So keep that up by all means, but also choose to integrate and adapt your identity to your civilian identity. So become part of a civilian community that makes you feel as though you belong somewhere else after your ADF service. That's the challenge. So people need to belong to a new identity, or adapt their identity to a new community and be part of that community and see themselves as part of that community.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Mr. Caligari, I wish to ask you about something you said towards the start. The more ESOs, the better, and you've elaborated on that since then. Can I say to you that other people have not taken that point of view, who've spoken to us, notably from recollection from the Productivity Commission. And I'll just put a couple of propositions to you arising out of that, that evidence or those comments. One of which is that there are more than 3,000, perhaps up to 5,000 ex-service organisations, which leads to difficulties in coordination and fragmentation, particularly of policy development, and a lack of sophisticated policy development which is able to be put up to a government, for example, to counter suggestions from a government, so that there's perhaps a void in respect of policy development in this area, because there's nothing in effect to confront effectively. Do you want to say something about that?
Well, I think what we're looking for here is leadership of the veteran community.
Yeah.
Which doesn't necessarily mean we need less of them. We need them to be led. So that the solution is being found at the lower levels by people who need to connect with their own people. So they create organisations themselves with the belief they're helping. This is a helping culture. If you've served in the ADF, you have spent a lifetime helping other people. Whether we're on operations in Afghanistan or bushfires in Victoria or floods in southeast Queensland, you're helping other people. So that helping culture works to themselves. They want to help their mates. So when their mates start doing things to themselves that they don't like, they want to help. So they're all trying desperately to help, but they need leadership in order to have that policy setting you're looking for. So whether it's the ESORT, and we heard discussion previously from the ministers about what they thought the ESORT was and how the ESORT was picked and who was on it and why they were on it. Is the ESORT or is it not the right body to be representing the ex-service community or not? I wouldn't proffer an answer, but I do think what we need is leadership in the ex-service community. We did have an RSL that was in this space in the past, and I think there is prospect of bringing the RSL back to that place if the RSL can pull itself together and do that. But what we do need is someone who stands up and represents the veteran community, and they've got to do that. Veterans have got to do that for themselves as a group.
One hears also that there have been rivalries, in spite of what you say about mateship and working together, amongst different veterans organisations. For example, that the Vietnam Veterans Association grew up because of a perceived lack of the RSL stepping into the space for those soldiers who'd returned. You say anything about that?
Well, I think the nature of the other aspect of ADF culture is that I think a lot of these people will get out of the ADF and it's almost like it's an uncaged bomb. Whilst they're serving, they're constrained to what they do and how they do it and who they answer to and how long they do it for. And once they get out, it's that feeling of, I don't have to take orders anymore. I can do what I want to do, and some of them have got some great ideas and others just don't have some great ideas. It's much less structured. So it's a matter of how do we put a leadership formation over that to bring structure to it so that they're all working collaboratively. There'll always be competition, there'll always be overlaps, or there'll always be different groups forming to do different things. But at the end of the day, that's the group that's actually solving the problem to the best way they can. That should not be a reason to reduce the number of them or get rid of them in order to solve a policy problem. We've got to have a leadership slice in the middle that brings that together, and I think that's possible.
One other suggestion that's been floated from time to time is an accreditation process. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I think that would probably be a useful tool. There could potentially be several layers of ESO or veteran organisations. ESOs is a generic term, but there are groupings of veterans below the level of what we would term as an ESO, which are veterans getting together. But once you start to say you're helping others to some extent, I think that's probably not a bad idea. At least give them some support, because many of these organisations with well-intentioned people don't really have the background in governance to be able to do it effectively, and they fall into some trouble. And when they start falling into those sorts of troubles, they make it bad for the rest of us. So a little bit of support to make sure that those who do profess to be helping someone got provided some sort of governance, guidance, certification, auditing to prove that they are able to do what they say they're doing, so that they can verify themselves. And these sorts of organisations are standing up now. I'm also a director on the Veterans Community Business Chamber, which is a chamber of commerce we're setting up across Australia for all veteran-owned businesses. And the idea is simply that we put some governance over the top of that and verify it. And then we'd like to have, for instance, the Department of Defence contract companies that for defence capability, defence industry, that are veteran-owned organisations. But you need to make sure that they've got that right level of certification. So I think there is definitely room for what you suggest, Commissioner.
I'm at the moment passing on other people's suggestions, and I'll conclude that by saying one further suggestion is the existence of a peak body with significant professional policy development backup. Any view about that?
Well, I mean, off the top of my head, I think, to go back to my point, I think we've got and had this. I believe the RSL can get to this place, but it needs to do some work. The RSL is not the RSL. There's a national level, there's state levels, there's district levels, there's sub-branches, and many of the sub-branches are doing exceptionally well. Queensland state as a state is doing very well because it's got a lot of money. There are other states that are struggling badly. If the RSL as a national institution could be changed with the times somehow, then I think we have a mechanism and an organisation that's well respected to be able to take that over. I think rather than creating something new, and this is just thoughts without thinking too hard, I think having an organisation that already has that structure but it needs the respect back, it needs to unify itself, and it needs to demonstrate that it can speak with a single voice for the veterans, and the veteran community would likely fall in behind them. They're dying, they're literally crying out for an organisation that can speak on behalf of veterans, but while it's little pockets of different groups thinking they do that, or e-sorts getting together with old men thinking that they represent the ex-service community or the veteran community, then that'll never happen. It is about leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the distinction between the single front door versus the one-stop shop model of a veteran wellbeing centre, and just, I guess, understand your views of the pros and cons.
Well, and those terms have been very, very mixed up over the time. I know in Townsville here over the last few years, we've often or generally been referred to the Oasis as a one-stop shop. And I've had people explain to me how a one-stop shop and a single front door are the same thing, but in my view, we were calling ourselves initially a concierge service, like you'd find at the front door of a hotel. The Productivity Commission referred to the single front door, which, as that gained traction, we tended to go to that. I think we're a single front door. We do refer. We're a location where veterans self-organise to do what they want. For example, the National Servicemen's Organisation that has its meetings there, the yoga, podcasting, wargaming that goes on at the Oasis by people organising themselves. The services that we provide are for those who are well. Then we're a single front door, in my view, because we refer. We choose not to do the things that you can get done better by someone else in Townsville. A good example was we put a full kitchen into the Oasis. The idea being that we recognise one of the difficulties of soldiers getting out of Laverack Barracks at 22 years old, particularly if they've lived on barracks for most of their time since they left home, is they don't know how to cook. So the idea was teach them how to cook something simple, five ingredients, one pot sort of thing. What we discovered, there's an organisation in Townsville called Life Skills Queensland, which does that for us, including how to fill in a rental agreement or change a washer on a tap. So we choose to use them instead. Let's refer to the places that do it, identify where the best places are. So in my understanding of those two terms, we're a single front door.
And that's obviously your preferred model.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask, I mean, you spoke about the 6 wellbeing centres that were initially announced. We know that there have been other centres announced since then. I'm not entirely sure at the moment exactly how many are up and running. How many veteran wellbeing centres do you think we need across Australia?
My proposal is that there should be 17, and that's one of them lining up against each of the ADF transition centres, which are inside the 17 barracks which support the transition of soldiers, sailors and aviators to outside the barracks. And I see that as because I think there's an opportunity here to create like a bridge. a bridge from inside the wire to a bridge outside the wire. And that bridge, starting the journey across that bridge, starts as early as a soldier, sailor or aviator starts thinking about their future. So they can walk across that bridge and experience something outside the barracks and start talking to people, but still live inside the barracks. And when the day comes, they get served by the ADF Transition Centre for things that Defence does best. And Defence does do some things very well. They have assistance schemes in there that will support them in their education and training prior to getting out. And there's schemes such as the Career Transition Assistance Scheme or the Defence Assisted Studies Scheme, where you can get degrees and all sorts of training inside Defence if you think about it early enough about what you might want to do when you get out. And then there are things they can do inside the wire that are better done inside because it can be funded by Defence in particular, and there are things that can only be done by an organisation outside the wire. So I see if there were 17 of these wellbeing centres, which become sisters to those who are the ADF transition centres inside, the two would work collaboratively to be able to support soldiers, sailors and aviators transitioning out of the ADF.
So just help me to understand how much coverage that would give. I understand the concept of the bridge with the discharge centres, but for example, we heard DVA has liaison officers that cover 56 bases, and that's obviously not covering all locations. So if we've got 56 plus bases where ADF members are, do they all go to a base with a transition centre before they discharge?
So everyone in North Queensland, for instance, Commissioner, transitions out of the ADF through Laverack Barracks, ADF Transition Centre. So I'm not suggesting that 17 is the right number across ADF bases. That's a Defence decision based on the demographics of where Defence bases are and who's in them. But what I am suggesting is that for each one of those, where they think that's appropriate, then there should be a wellbeing hub outside that same organisation that enables those who do utilise that facility to start their transition journey inside Defence, have something to go outside. And the idea of a hub is more that hub, for instance, the Oasis, or any of the other potentially 18 wellbeing centres now being funded, become those places that then become the hub to the spokes, which are the ex-service organisations that are able to step up and do some of this bigger work. And that's definitely the likes of Soldier On, Mates for Mates, RSLs, etc.
Okay, can I maybe ask you about the funding? We've had a description of the funding basis for the Oasis, and in essence, there is no guarantee of any recurrent funding.
Yes, Minister.
And you said, it could disappear. I get that there may be some potential benefit in not being beholden to any one government department, such as DVA, but I also wonder about the impact of an insecure funding source.
Absolutely. Commissioner, I agree entirely. Not only to refer back to the question we talked about, the funding, it is torture to pull together contracts with different governments, different organisations. We've got grants, sponsors, donations, tied and untied. Just the management of all of that and the reporting requirements are onerous. But the Oasis is literally living from grant and contract to grant to contract. I believe that if we stood up a model where we had wellbeing hubs, I continue to use the word wellbeing centre because that's the model that DVA is using. I prefer, in Townsville here, we refer to ourselves as the home base for the veteran community. It's got to be a place that everyone feels they can go. It's not just if you need wellbeing. You won't get young soldiers going to these things if they think that they've only go there if they need wellbeing support, because they're not the sort of people who ask for help or wellbeing or think they need it until one of their mates grabs them by the scruff of the neck and drags them in. So these hubs, co-located opposite in a bridge sense across from ADF transition centres, could be or should be funded, because I'm a big believer in organisations that are run only with volunteers. You will only ever get the support that volunteers can provide. And in many cases, volunteers have lots of problems themselves. In fact, that means they already have an income. So in the veteran community, it means many of them are on a TPI pension or a Class A pension, or they've got some income for themselves that allows them to volunteer. That means by definition that they're the sort of people who will have continual problems themselves. So when someone turns up to get some support from a volunteer and the volunteer disappears for 6 weeks because of their own problems, then that is a breakdown in the support given. So in my view, that one of the government departments, and probably both, in my view, Defence and DVA, should fund a level of operational funding for each of the 17 wellbeing centres co-located with ADF transition centres. Fund them to operate.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask you, given the expanding number of these centres, is it your view that there should be a consistent or a standardised model? Or should it be that there are consistent principles that inform how the centres operate, but that they tailor it to their own location?
Yeah, Commissioner, I think it's the latter. It's the principles. There are differences in every one of these locations. They're not all the same. There are different numbers of support services, different problems across the board in each of them. I would suggest there are principles that need to be there, that they should be based on, and there'll be certain functions that they would need to execute in collaboration with the ADF Transition Centre against which they are positioned.
And is that your understanding of how it's actually being rolled out? And I'm not suggesting otherwise, I simply don't know.
Sorry, Commissioner, say again?
In terms of the guidance being provided through the DVA to the wellbeing centres that are being established, are they being encouraged to develop their own model based on their own kind of tailored requirements, or is there an expectation of a standardised model?
Well, I think at the moment, all of us who are participating in the Veteran Wellbeing Centre discussions every month with DVA are all largely cross-levelling amongst ourselves at the moment, picking up good ideas and talking. I understand it to be DVA's intent that with this AHA evaluation to be done, this is where they want to go, is to work out what exactly do we want from these things, including what might be the funding arrangements and the requirements with those fundings. What comes with what you need to report against for that funding in order to achieve the goals we want, particularly in how we line up against ADF transition centres.
Okay. How do you reach the people who aren't currently engaging with you but perhaps could well and truly benefit?
And this is a vexed question. It was one that Operation Compass struggled with, trying to get those who were had sort of disassociated themselves from the veteran community, and in many cases that's because of their own pride. I mean, I could give you an example of a soldier I know who thought he was pretty good. He didn't seek defence support in his transition out, and he pretty quickly realised. Because he was on a pension, he got a Class A pension when he got out, and he thought that would be sufficient. He didn't need to work, so he didn't need to seek a job. He went home, he started going out with his mates, and then realised that sooner or later they started pulling the mickey out of him because he hadn't got a job. And then he started not turning up to go with them anymore. He started staying at home because he realised he didn't want to be pulled the mickey out of because it was actually hitting pretty close to core. And then 12 months later, when he thought, I actually need something to do and someone to love, he tried to get a job, and they said, what have you been doing for 12 months? So the problem with them is that if they're entrenched at home and they're too proud to come out and help, the only people that are going to drag them out are their mates, which is why we found Check Your Mates. The Check Your Mates campaign was so successful, because we did actually get some of those people back up.
And one last question, which does relate to the issue you've just referred to, the someone to love. I'm well aware that that the Oasis is not operating a dating service.
No.
But certainly in talking to ex-serving members, it strikes me that sometimes they need to learn to love themselves. Many have expressed to us a sense of having, as you said, let the team down or having failed in some way, which is really, I think, a reflection of more that they have experienced some form of damage, often physical but often psychological, associated with their many years of dedicated service. I'm just wondering, do you have any thoughts about how that can be addressed?
And that's where we see the significance of the Connections campaign. This is about bringing people to a location like the Oasis where they feel safe and they feel respected and they know the people they're talking to, even sitting in a coffee shop, is likely to be people who are like them, even if they don't know them. You know, we had the last Check Your Mates barbecue we had last Friday. We had Les Hiddens, who's a well-known snack maps guy here from North Queensland, an ex-major who actually did his own ABC series, Vietnam veteran, right through to at least 30 or 40 young 20-year-old veterans straight out of Laverack Barracks who were there as well. So getting them in there feeling as though they're in amongst their own, there's that look in each other's eye that I know you know who I am, even if we don't know each other or we don't know where we've been. We both know we've served our country. Getting them in and knowing that you're not on your own. You might have a story, but others have got stories with you. And if you feel safe talking about that to other people, then you'll have a much better chance of recovering your self-respect as well.
Thank you.
I'm conscious of the time, Mr. Caligari, but I'll be brief. I want to digress ever so slightly, but you're not a serving officer, so presumably you can speak a bit more freely. We've heard some evidence about the divide, if you like, between commission officers and non-commission officers, and perhaps some animosity in various places that may have caused suicidality or other problems. Do you have any comments you could make on that, and in particular, whether that carries over into after transition, once people have actually left the ADF?
I think it can. There is always going to be some friction between, and it's not just officers and soldiers, it's junior soldiers and senior soldiers, it's RSMs and private soldiers, it's young lieutenants and RSMs, and it all comes down to authority. It's who does what. And when you're in the service, someone gives the orders, someone takes responsibility, and someone does what they're told. And at the end of the day, it's about making an organisation work. So I think that is, in many people's minds, is a constraint that they feel free of when they leave the service. And I know many a young soldier, the first thing they did was they said, I don't have to do PT anymore, I don't have to eat vegetables, and I don't have to cut my hair. So it's a freedom, and that freedom is where they sit relative. Unfortunately, some people will take the rank aspect of it as being some divider, rather than appreciating that everyone has experiences and everyone has skills. And if you've been a young officer, for instance, there are skills you've gained in leading and commanding people at a larger number on a different scale than, for example, a private soldier who finishes it as a senior private level 4 before he discharges from the ADF. They might be the same when they get out, and they have different skills. The young soldier might be a vehicle mechanic, or he might know how to do something that the young officer doesn't know how to do, but there are things the young officer knows that the soldier doesn't. And if that's misconstrued as rank, that will cause a problem. But I think it is a healthy thing inside the service, and a good culture inside any unit in the service will support it. The problem is there is not so much a culture when you get out, and that's where I think ex-service organisations also support, because you're back in amongst your own and you get to understand what it is that others see about each other.
Thank you. We just need to check with others if they've got any questions. Ms. Callan and Mr. Fraser, I apologise, we've neglected you. I understand you're still online.
Thank you, Commissioner. We are, and we do not have any questions.
Okay. Thank you. They're the legal representatives of the State of New South Wales. Mr. Free?
Thank you, Commissioner. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bridget, any matters arising?
Commissioners, I note the time. I have 2 questions, if I can seek the indulgence, but otherwise I can leave them.
We're fine. I just have Mr. Caligari didn't have an appointment or anything.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Mr. Caligari,
I think.
You were asked about referring, and you were responding to Commissioner Brown about referring services to services. What happens if there's no services to refer to?
Well, I don't know that we've experienced that yet. We've had hairdressers, gyms, doctors, all sorts of things, but I guess at the end of the day, if there is no service to refer someone to, then like everyone else in the community, there is no service to refer them to. We're no separate, nothing special from the rest of the community. Townsville is fortunate in that it is a 200,000 person city. It's pretty close to self-sustaining. I think populationists believe it's about 250,000, makes us pretty much a self-sustaining city. So I don't think that there's anything special about a veteran that should warrant finding a service that isn't available. And I haven't experienced it yet.
So,
is there a service you have in mind that we
well,
can't
I'm just
find?
thinking about health services, like accessing if there's like a 4-month waiting list to get in to see a psychiatrist. What happens to that person in that time?
Well, we're not a clinical service, and we don't take on. We look at people. In fact, a useful example would be to use the NDIS scaling. So we're interested to be able to support people with an employment connection and a plan, but they've got to be at a certain point. So this is why we're looking for, and I have to be completely honest, we've only been doing this literally in a building for less than 12 months, So it's not, and we've learnt as we've gone. We did actually start looking after people more than we should because we're not clinical. So it's very hard to stop people from helping, particularly if you've got, most of our employees are veterans or veteran spouses, very hard for them not to directly want to support. But if that's not our role, it's very difficult culturally to drag them from it. And we don't have a culture yet. We're still learning. But where we're really trying to get to is to be able to find, for example, there are organisations in town where they have what's called a full wraparound service. So they do more than just. So we would say we would prefer to refer to that organisation and say, do your best to keep us informed, but your best is your best, and they have supports that branch across everything from welfare to exercise physiologists to speech pathologists. They do OTs, the whole lot. They do the whole gamut. So that's what they are professionals at, and they're clinical. So we would say if someone is at that point that they need that sort of help, we're not the right place to do it. We want to give that. We want to stop our people from thinking they can help. We want to be able to set an arrangement, which we're very close. We have now experimented with a couple. We're very close to being able to do that, to say we want a full wraparound service of someone who can help this person, and it connects into everything from Open Arms, which is a free service, to non-liability health cover. But then, as we've raised previously here, the comorbidities that go with those sorts of things. Let's do the best we can, but get that person to that point before we take over.
Thank you. And accepting that there will be some people who leave the ADF who don't want anything to do with the veteran community for whatever reason, including that they've had negative experiences and they don't want to be associated with that.
Yes.
Do you think mainstream services, so organisations providing services to the general population, do you think they need to be better equipped to be able to deal with veteran-specific issues?
Absolutely, and one of the things we did in one of those initiatives in Operation Compass was to identify ways we could help a veteran be identified early enough. And one of them, for example, was mentioned here this morning or yesterday. I can't remember. Was about the driver's licence with a veteran written on it. So the police would like nothing more than be able to know someone was a veteran, even if it wasn't written on it, but it was recorded, so that when they pulled the card off the individual and went and checked it in their car for someone who was potentially speeding, they'd know he was a veteran. Some of the domestic violence problems and so on, for instance, to know someone is a veteran and the sort of training they've had could be very useful. Being able to walk into a general hospital and when you fill in the triage form at the counter, you're asked a whole lot of questions. Why wouldn't you not ask, why are you a veteran? One of the questions now being asked in both hospitals is, are you a veteran and would you like to have a veteran visit you? So those sorts of things are useful to connect veterans to those services so that we know who is a veteran and who is not.
Thank you. And just finally, in terms of when you were talking about RSLs, in paragraph 106 of your statement, is this the issue that you were talking about in terms of RSLs not being relevant to young people because they're places where there are poker machines, gambling, and a limited comprehension of serving in the ADF today? Is that the issue you're talking about with the RSL?
Well, this is why I say we want to be careful about when we describe the RSL. The RSL is not the RSL. The RSL is made up of thousands of bits. So there are some sub-branches, for instance, doing an excellent job. There are some sub-branches that are not. There are some districts, states that are struggling. And at national level, they're missing the national voice for whatever reason that is amongst the RSLs themselves. So there are RSLs where soldiers are not turning up to, and one of the complaints they have is that they are into pokies and alcohol and bingo, and there's old people around, and they have a bunch of issues with it because they're into something else. And they're saying, well, we had a group, for instance, not long ago. They said we would like to, we do a bike ride. We'd like to ride past the Oasis, but we need somewhere to put our bikes so we can all 30 of us can sit here and have a coffee. So we went and got bike racks made for them. So exactly what we're looking for, what demographic requires what sort of things, is what we're all furiously trying to look for, and the RSL is doing the same. It is working very hard across its board to understand what it needs to do to change the way it works in order to achieve what it knows it must achieve.
Thank you very much, Mr Caligari. Commissioners, I have no further questions, and that concludes the evidence for today.
Thank you. There's no issues, Mr. Free. Ms. Cullen, any arising issues?
Thank you, Commissioners. No, nothing arising.
Thank you. May Mr. Caligari be excused from his summons to appear?
Yes, please, Commissioner.
Okay, so you're excused. I just want to say thank you for your support of the Royal Commission, certainly over the last week while we've been here. Thank you for everything you do, and we wish you every success.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn. Okay.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 23rd of June, 2022.